In the Silver Dragon dungeon, 2 guards stood watch over the main gate. Suddenly, footsteps wrapped in powerful energy approached. The guards turned around in fear, recognizing Her Majesty. She then ordered them to leave so she could speak with the prisoner alone. Thus, the Silver Dragon Queen, Rosweisa, appeared. She then asked the great hero how it felt to become a prisoner of the Dragon Clan. In response, the Dragon Hunter told her to just get it over with. However, the monarch found his request curious and asked if he truly desired that. Then, she stepped closer, saying it wouldn't be that easy since he was such a handsome man. As she touched him, she suggested that adding a few more scars would make him perfect. The hero then shouted for her to stop humiliating him and kill him once and for all. Even so, the Silver One proposed that he join the Silver Dragon Clan. With a smirk, the prisoner challenged her, asking if she was worthy. The question filled the sovereign's eyes with surprise and fury. In a fit of rage, she struck him with a blow that shattered the chains around him. After the strike, the hero fell, coughing amidst the dust. She immediately pinned him to the floor with her foot, questioning how he dared to be so rude. Mockingly, the woman told Leon Cosmode that his reputation as a hero was worthless now. With a smile, she called him an ignorant loser, declaring he would die right there. Leon then replied that she had taken away his chance to leave a legacy for his descendants. Despite this, the queen found the idea interesting, but assured him he would have no successor. With determination, the warrior yelled for her not to underestimate humans. In response, her tail wrapped tightly around his neck. Soon, the Silver One lifted him into the air with her tail, calling him stubborn. The young man struggled to breathe, clutching the tail that was suffocating him. Almost breathless, he still managed to call out to Her Majesty. With a smile, the creature asked if he was finally ready to beg for mercy. Even while suffocating, Leon revealed that she had made 2 mistakes from the very beginning. Surprised, she heard that her first mistake was being alone with the Dragon Slayer. He then prepared to reveal the second mistake she should have never made. Leon then shouted that her second mistake was tasting his blood. Immediately, the queen realized she had fallen for the blood curse. With that, her tail released him, and Leon was finally free on the floor. As she backed away, his opponent stared at him, feeling the effects of the curse. The monarch felt her body suddenly heat up, completely out of control. She then fell to her knees, not understanding what was happening to her body. Completely confused, she wondered what the hell was going on. Leon then explained that she would live in the pain brought by the soul forever. Tears streamed down the dragon's face as the curse intensified. Suddenly, Rosweisa threw herself at Leon, who looked at her in surprise. With the force of her lunge, she knocked him to the dungeon floor. Lying on the floor, Leon asked in confusion what was happening. Watching her, he realized the situation was making her aroused. Without hesitation, the Silver Dragon leaned in and kissed him forcefully. The unexpected kiss left Leon completely stunned. An hour later, clothes and chains were scattered across the dungeon floor. Soon the creature awoke, the effects of the curse still visible in her eyes. As she sat up, she looked around in confusion, trying to understand what had happened. Furious, she turned sharply to Leon, unable to believe the situation. She then screamed, asking what he had done to her. Leon explained that the blood curse creates a soul bond, and when he dies, she will feel endless pain. The sovereign called him absurd, questioning what had happened if the effect was only supposed to occur after his death. At this, the prisoner admitted that what happened was an accident, as he hadn't expected that side effect. Immediately, she furiously screamed at him to shut up. Even so, Leon asked with a smile if dragons didn't follow the rule of monogamy. He then revealed she could never have another mate or descendants, as the spell had exceeded his expectations. He then taunted her, reminding her that, just like him, she too would now have no successor. Full of rage, the queen called him a bastard as energy crackled around her. Calmly, he asked if she wanted to kill him, stating she didn't need to, as he would die soon enough on his own. Finally, Leon declared that his curse upon her was to live with hatred and pain forever. The dragonkin remained silent, getting dressed as she processed the situation. Then, she questioned how a human could seek such despicable revenge and still wish to die. With her hand glowing with power, she called him a swindler, incredulous at his attitude. Then, she plunged a magical energy directly into his chest. Leon Cosmode was once a legendary dragon-slaying hero. At just 5 years old, he killed a vicious dog and became the apprentice of a passing dragon slayer. At 10, he entered the Imperial Academy, graduating as the youngest and highest rated in its history. By 15, he was already on the battlefield, slaying dragons and reclaiming territories for the Empire. Thus, he became known as the strongest dragon-slaying hero and the only hope for victory. But everything changed when he became a prisoner of the Dragon Clan, and 2 years have passed since his capture. Suddenly, he woke up screaming, as if from a long nightmare. As he tried to catch his breath, he looked around, completely disoriented. With a hand on his chest, he still tried to understand what he was feeling. He then realized he was in a luxurious, unfamiliar room, wondering where he was. Next, he heard the sound of the bedroom door slowly opening. A little girl with dark hair peeked through the crack in the door. In a sweet voice, she noted that he was finally awake. The hero was completely shocked, thinking how cute she was. With that, he began to understand everything, concluding he was in heaven for his great contribution to humanity. He called her a legendary angel, but the girl asked in confusion what an angel was. With a smile, he approached and asked the little angel for her name. The girl excitedly replied that her name was Muen. He found the name very beautiful, but wondered why her hair color was so strange. Muen then explained that her mother said her hair signified the moon, leaving him surprised that angels had mothers. As he picked her up, he introduced himself as Leon Cosmode, and she excitedly said she knew Leon meant lion. He asked who had told her that, and she replied it was her mother too. With sudden suspicion, he hesitantly asked who her mother was. The girl cheerfully answered it was Rosweiss, leaving him completely shocked. Realizing her mother was the Dragon Queen, he began to connect the dots about his own identity. With a radiant smile, Muen concluded that he was her daddy. The revelation left him completely paralyzed and speechless. Then the little one asked if he was really her and Mommy Rosweiss's father, before calling out to her. The confirmation hit him hard, leaving him even more stunned. Soon, the silver one appeared, and as Muen said that Daddy was awake, she simply replied that she already knew. With a smile, the queen confirmed that he had finally awakened. Muen then revealed that Mommy must be happy since she visited him every day. Although the dragoness confirmed the story, Leon thought only an idiot would believe that. She then asked Muen to go play outside so she could talk to her father. As soon as they were alone, he asked if Muen was really his daughter. The answer was yes, biologically. With her tail slamming against the door, the silver one angrily stated that he hated her. Leon backed away, questioning why she had given birth to the child and why she had saved him. The queen then explained that he had been asleep for 2 years, asking if he thought she would just let everything go. Furious, he yelled that he never wanted to do that, as they couldn't coexist, and he would never have touched her in any other situation. She provoked him, asking if touching her was torture. He confirmed that of course it was. Immediately, her tail wrapped around his leg. With a single pull, she threw him onto his back on the bed. As she pinned him down, he asked in fear what she intended to do. Without answering, the creature tore his shirt with a single motion. With a magic circle in her hand, she revealed she wanted to carve her own dragon pattern onto him, making him scream for her to stop. She said it would make him her prisoner and his greatest shame, as he could never leave her again. She then taunted him, asking what his human companions would think when they saw the dragon tattoo. As he felt the mark spread, he asked why she had to go this far. The sovereign then drew closer, explaining that the dragon's concept of revenge was extreme and inhuman. With that, she declared she wanted him to live with that shame and be severely humiliated by her forever. However, Leon felt something unexpected as the mark formed, because to the queen, it was a great honor. Thus, she leaned over him and said it was time to begin her unbelievable revenge as a dragon. The scene opens at the Grand Silver Dragon Castle. There, 2 maids comment that the queen is in a good mood because her husband has awakened from his coma. Hiding nearby, the dragon slayer overhears the conversation and gets irritated by the announcement that he is the so-called husband. He then remembers how the silver one held him tight for a day and a night, nearly breaking his waist. With that, he firmly decides he will not become her plaything and is going to escape. He soon observes the guards positioned at one of the castle gates. He realizes it's impossible to get out that way, as 4 dragons guard the passage. Still, he finds the silence and lack of guards strange compared to 2 years ago. Suddenly, something unexpected catches his attention on the other side of the wall. Soon after, he finds a mysterious hole hidden in the grass and wonders how it got there. Peeking inside, he suspects it might be a trap. Desperate, he ignores the risk and decides he will use the hole as his only way out. As he enters the tunnel, he bids farewell to the queen and says she can keep little Muen. Little did he know, the little girl was watching him from a distance with curiosity. Then the girl excitedly points to her mother, saying that Daddy is digging a hole like a dog. Nearby, the sovereign watches the scene and agrees that he is amazing. Next, Muen asks when Mommy is going to fish him back. The woman then explains that it's rude to use the word fish for her father. Curious, the little one asks what word she should use instead. With a smile, the queen replies that the correct word is get him back. After some time, the fugitive continues running through the forest. As he runs, he thinks that he will soon reach human territory beyond the mountains. He then stops for a moment, believing he's run far enough to lose her. However, his face fills with shock as he notices something approaching. Looking up, he screams Rosweiss's name upon seeing her flying in her dragon form. Right after, she congratulates him on being an excellent runner, terrifying him. Suddenly, her tail appears in front of him. Then, the creature appears and asks if it wouldn't be fun to play with him. The dragoness shows her disappointment and reveals she helped him escape by creating the hole for him. He then admits he knew it was a trap, but he didn't expect to be caught so quickly. The winged figure questions if humans will still see him as a dragon slayer with that mark on his chest. He replies that he'd rather start a new life as an ordinary person than be tortured by her. her. Annoyed, the dragon complains that he doesn't appreciate her kindness and prepares to act. In a swift move, the beast grabs him with her enormous paw, leaving him terrified. As Rossweissa takes flight, he shouts, asking where she's taking him. She says she'll help him go back. 3 hours later, the dragon flies over the night sky near the border city. Suddenly, the creature lets him go in a freefall, making him scream in panic. He crashes through the treetops from the impact of the fall. The forced landing makes him hit the forest floor hard. On the ground, he groans in pain while holding his head. He quickly recovers and gets on alert. Looking ahead, the dragon slayer is surprised to see an illuminated city in the distance. Confused, he asks himself if that is really a human city. Behind him, the silver one appears in human form and confirms that it is the human empire. Then, she asks if looking at his long-lost city makes him think he can just return. With a smile, she warns that even though he's so close, he won't be able to go back. Unexpectedly, the mark on his chest begins to glow with a purple light. The woman then reveals that when a person with the dragon's mark feels a strong desire, the other one reacts as well. She teases him about the heat in his body, and he asks if she wants it to be right there. In response, she confirms she brought him there to make him understand what shame feels like in front of his hometown. Clutching his chest, he asks if she really thinks he'll lose faith because of this. He then grabs her and swears he will wait for an opportunity to repay all this humiliation twofold. His opponent's unexpected attitude leaves her completely speechless for a moment. Surprised, she simply agrees with a faint blush on her face. Leaning in, she whispers that she will be waiting for him, dead or alive. Later, near the Empire's border town, the couple is under a large tree. Embracing with a smile of complete satisfaction, the woman rests beside her exhausted companion. Despite his fatigue, she says she's very pleased with his performance. Then, the teaser suggests bringing him here every month to visit her hometown. Annoyed, the warrior stands up, accusing her of being a dragon queen obsessed with draining his power. The woman prepares to leave, claiming their daughter is waiting for them at home. However, he stops her, asking her to wait, which intrigues her. He then declares that as a dragon slayer, he can't be carried like prey and will go on his own. The journey will take more than 10 days, she warns him, but he insists she shouldn't underestimate human stamina. With a challenging smile, she says she wants to see how long he can last. After a while, the young man struggles through the forest. He soon stops, panting, completely exhausted from the long journey. His follower catches up and asks if he needs help, but he denies being tired. She teases him, saying the only hard thing about him is his stubbornness, which annoys him. They stare at each other for a moment, the tension thick in the air. Suddenly, the young man spots an army of dragon slayers approaching through the trees. He gets excited, thinking the knights can help him escape the dragon. But beside him, the creature's expression turns cold and menacing. He immediately understands that if he asks for help, everyone there will be killed without hesitation. Just then, one of the knights raises a hand, signaling the group to stop. The squad leader turns toward the couple and asks if they are lost. With a forced smile, the young man replies that they were just taking a walk, determined not to involve innocents. The knight then warns them about the dangers of the forest and offers a ride to ensure their safety. Shortly after, he introduces himself as Walker, captain of the 47th Squad of the Dragon Slayer army. The other man thanks him but refuses the kind offer, claiming they can protect themselves as he tries to send him away. Suspicious, the captain comments that the young man's face looks familiar and asks if they've met before. The simple question makes the dragon's eyes fill with fury. He senses the danger when he sees her hand glowing with energy. In a swift move, her companion grabs her hand, stopping any attack. To cover it up, he pulls her into a hug and says the man must have mistaken him for someone else. He adds that he has a common face, while whispering for her to let him handle the situation. The leader watches the scene as the woman seems to accept the proposal. With a laugh, the captain says goodbye, stating he won't interrupt their romance any longer. As the troop moves away, they both watch the wagon go down the dark road. With a furious glare, the dragon asks if he's done hugging her. She then shoves him hard, making him stumble back. Despite this, she admits he was smart not to ask for help, but warns him about something important. She scolds him, demanding he know his place, and makes it clear she never considered being his wife. She then says the road ahead is long, and starts walking. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain and grabs his arm. With blurry vision, he tries to get closer to her, even as she walks away. His body then gives out, and he collapses in the middle of the forest. Seeing him on the ground, the woman asks in surprise if he really passed out. With disdain, she calls him a fragile human and unleashes her powerful aura. After that, she lifts him off the ground to take him back. Transformed into a dragon, she tosses him into the air and gently catches him in her mouth. He then rests unconscious on her back as they cross the skies. Flying under the starry night, she decides to interpret his fainting as a plea for mercy. At dawn, the scene returns to the majestic silver dragon's castle. Inside the castle, the warrior finally awakens in a comfortable bed. At his side, little Muen excitedly celebrates that her daddy is awake. Confused, he asks how he got back, and the girl replies that her mommy brought him. With that, he remembers being captured by the queen. feeling like prey. His attention then turns to a bandage on his injured hand. Proudly, the little girl reveals she was the one who bandaged her daddy. As he watches her, he reflects on how dragons are a fierce and violent race. Still, he notices the child has no hostility and treats him like a father, perhaps because she's a hybrid. With a smile, the man pats her head and says she's amazing, making her happy. He then advises her not to be like her mother when she grows up, which confuses her. Unexpectedly, Rosweise herself appears at the door and asks what's wrong with being like her. Startled, he denies saying anything as the woman approaches with a tray. The daughter then proudly tells her mother that she bandaged her daddy's wound following her instructions. Without much emotion, the dragon comments that it was what she was supposed to do. The girl responds obediently, while her father thinks about how strict her mother is. To talk alone, he suggests the little one go hide in the garden so they can play. The little girl is filled with joy at the idea of playing hide-and-seek with her daddy. He then hurries her along, saying he's not like her mother and to go quickly. As he starts counting, Muen runs off excitedly, asking him not to go so fast. The man continues counting, watching his daughter dash down the hallway. He then turns sharply to get the queen's attention. Annoyed, he questions if she isn't being too hard on the child. In response, the woman explains that dragons must be strict to raise strong warriors. He argues that their daughter is docile, but she retorts that docile is a derogatory word for a dragon. With a smile, the young man compliments the queen, saying she's also pretty cute when she wants to be. The unexpected comment visibly irritates her. Angrily, she grabs him forcefully by his shirt. She then yells that he's just a slave for her to vent on and tells him to stop hitting on her. The explosive reaction leaves him completely speechless. Rosweise informs him that as a queen, she has duties, and the task of caring for the child will be his. With a hug, she calms him down, saying their daughter really likes him. Soon after, the scene moves to a beautiful garden in the castle. As he walks through the garden, he scoffs at the idea of being a kid's babysitter. Suddenly, an unexpected sound from the other side catches his attention. He soon spots Muen hiding behind a pillar, thinking she's smarter than him. With a smile, he points and yells that he found her. The girl, however, remains still, showing no reaction. Puzzled, he looks at her more closely. The man then notices the angry expression on the little girl's face and wonders why. Awkwardly, he tries to apologize for keeping her waiting. Unexpectedly, the little girl turns and starts running, leaving him confused. He then shouts, asking why she's running away. Confused, he wonders where she went, as he just saw her pass by. He concludes that it's very difficult to predict a child's mood. He then understands why the queen left him with the task of caring for her. Suddenly, Muen jumps on his back and happily cheers that she caught her daddy. Surprised, he asks if she didn't just run past him. The little girl explains that she went to look for him because her daddy wasn't finding her. Hearing this, he wonders if he saw things wrong. Just then, Muen calls him to show him something, and he follows her, confused. Watching the scene, the other little girl just observes from a distance. Moments later, the fountain's water trickled peacefully down the garden wall. Meanwhile, Muen hummed softly as she focused on her drawing. Just behind her, her father watched with a calm smile. He thought that having a daughter wasn't so bad, feeling his soul being healed. Then, he promised himself he would help her escape her dragon mother. Suddenly, the girl ran up to him, showing him the family portrait she had drawn. Looking at the drawing, the man was confused to see two children in it. He asked about the second figure, and she replied that it was her sister. He was completely shocked to learn Muen had a sister. In his mind, he realized he hadn't just hit one target, but two with a single shot. He then remembered the girl he saw in the garden and understood why she was so angry. But the little one explained that her sister wasn't angry, just shy about seeing him. He figured it was normal for them to be unfamiliar, since they had just met. So he concluded it was that woman's fault, and decided he needed to confront her. Far away, in her office, the queen was working at her desk. She then looked up from her reading with a serious expression. Just then, the man burst into the room, calling her name loudly. Unfazed, she calmly asked where Muen was. He replied that his daughter went to play with her sister, and questioned when she had planned on telling him he had another daughter. With a faint smile, the dragon asked if he didn't already know. Right after, he thanked her for giving him two daughters, saying she must have worked very hard. He then promised to write her name on the family tree, which visibly annoyed her. The queen then asked if he knew the reason she hadn't told him about their other daughter. He accused her of being jealous of his relationship with Muen and of hiding Noah on purpose. Surprised, the woman asked if he was really that eager to meet her. The warrior retorted that he wanted to build a good relationship with his daughters, unlike the cold mother she was. With a challenging smile, the sovereign simply warned him not to regret it later. Later, sunlight streamed through the kitchen windows. Then, he appeared holding a knife with a determined smile on his face. While chopping vegetables, he decided to win over his shy daughter with delicious food to make the queen regret her actions. He remembered making this stew often in his battalion, as its sweet flavor is good for children. After tasting it, he proudly confirmed that his cooking skills weren't rusty. In that moment, he imagined Noah would love the food, confident confident that its taste would win his daughter over. Outside, two maids watched the kitchen scene with curiosity. They commented that the prince is a good dragon for cooking for his family, even after recovering from an illness. Suddenly, they were both surprised to see Rosweisa arrive with the two daughters. The queen then dismissed the maids from dinner duty, telling them they could go rest. As soon as they arrived in the dining room, he greeted them, saying they were just in time. Muen ran to her father, praising the good smell, and he told her he had prepared stew and steak especially for them. With a caring look, he wondered if Noah could feel his feelings through the food. However, the girl just turned her face away with disdain, leaving him completely shocked. He was frustrated, wondering why this was so different from what he had imagined. Then, he mentally accused Rosweisa, certain she had predicted this, and had stopped him from meeting Noah for that reason. Firmly, the woman instructed her daughter to formally introduce herself to her father. The girl then introduced herself as Noah K. Melkfe, daughter of the Silver Dragon Queen, Rosweisa. To get closer, the warrior politely introduced himself as Leon Cosmode, her father. The girl's response, however, was one of total indifference. Awkwardly, he wondered if the child held a grudge against him. Noticing the situation, Muen whispered to her sister to talk more so she wouldn't embarrass their daddy. With her arms crossed, Noah doubted he was her father, saying she found him too weak. Those words hit him hard, and he felt the impact of her question. Hurt, he thought he had a wild daughter, and he was now facing his first crisis as a father. The family dinner, which should have been a pleasant occasion, became the most tense moment of Leon's life. Although they looked alike, he observed that his daughters had opposite personalities, with Noah being just like her mother. With a hopeful smile, he asked his older daughter if the food he made was good. Noah said no, complaining that the meat was tough and hard to chew, which hit him hard. Seeing this, the queen couldn't contain a discreet laugh. When Muen asked why she was happy, the woman replied it was because she was seeing the family together. Right after, she teased her companion, asking if he wasn't happy too, and he awkwardly agreed. Muen then wanted to know if her daddy could have dinner with them every day, and he agreed, though reluctant on the inside. But her older sister interrupted the conversation, shouting that she didn't want to. The younger one asked why, and the other explained she wanted to study at the Young Dragons Academy soon. Rosweisa reminded her that the department was for older dragons, and wanted to know why her daughter was so eager. The girl then declared she wanted to start defeating dragon hunters right away, leaving her father astonished. He soon realized with astonishment that the girl wanted to defeat him, her own father. With that, he tried to warn her that those warriors are strong, and that it was dangerous for her. Noah retorted not to be treated like a child, while he thought that she was in fact one. The queen agreed with her daughter's idea, saying the sooner she learns, the faster she'll be able to fight. She then challenged the man to give one reason to stop Noah from going to the academy. Realizing that opposing it would only worsen his image, he decided to change tactics. With that, he reluctantly agreed, saying it was fine by him. In that moment, he understood Rosweisa's true intention. He pictured her as a giant monster, realizing she was using their daughter to attack him mentally. As he vowed to get even, the woman declared that he would help Noah prepare for the test in 1 month. Excited, the girl immediately agreed to her mother's orders. As soon as dinner was over, Muen happily showed her full belly to her sister. After the girls left, he turned to Rosweisa and called her name. Then he said they needed to wash the dishes, leaving her confused by the request. She replied that the servants would take care of it. He explained that the proper way to end a family dinner is for the couple to clean up together. Whispering, he asked if she didn't want to create a harmonious family environment for their daughters, even if it was a lie. Looking back, Rosweisa saw her youngest daughter watching them with a hopeful gaze. Seeing the girl's look, the queen reluctantly agreed to the idea. Hearing her answer, Muen excitedly offered to help too. Noah then firmly took her sister's hand. Then, she pulled Muen away, saying the girl would come with her. With the two of them gone, the kitchen fell silent, with only the dirty dishes left in the sink. Rosweisa turned to her companion and asked when he planned to start helping. With a confident smile, he asked if she had forgotten what he told her 2 years ago. He quickly reminded her of his warning to never be alone with a strong dragon hunter, which surprised her. Suspicious, the queen asked what he was up to. He replied that, unlike last time, he wouldn't let himself be manipulated by her. Furious, the woman attacked him with her tail, questioning if he thought he could escape. However, he easily blocked the blow with just his hand. He grabbed her tail and asked who said he wanted to run. The queen let out a cry of surprise at the sudden, unexpected touch. The pull threw her off balance, making her fall to her knees completely shocked. Then, the man revealed he'd read about the weakness in a dragon's tail, asking with a smile if she was helpless. Right after, he moved closer and commented that dragons are always eager to conquer and control everything. Finally, he asked her if they had ever been controlled, leaving her completely speechless. Despite her heavy breathing, Rosweis remained on the floor, her face completely flushed. She then demanded they let go of her tail. For revenge, Leon reminded her of how she had humiliated him for her own pleasure. With that, he suggested they do something different, which provoked a flood of curses from her. The woman reacted quickly, trying to break free. Meanwhile, two maids wondered if the prince's night was over. Next, they entered the kitchen, amazed at how clean it was, and questioned if the prince was responsible. One of them then smiled, charmed by a perfectly clean plate. Through a crack in the door, the dragon watched the conversation in silence. He immediately silenced her, warning that the maids couldn't see her in that state. Shortly after, the kitchen door closed. The young woman glared at him furiously. He moved closer, stating that now they could begin. His gaze was firm and determined. At that, her eyes looked helpless. 3 days later, in the kingdom's immense castle, curious, Muin asked if her father was dead for sleeping so long, but Noah decided to investigate right away. Then, a small kick hit the sleeping man's face, who felt the pain from the blow. Thus, Noah confirmed he was alive, leaving him stunned by the way he was being treated. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the little one startle upon realizing he was awake. Immediately, the little girl ran to tell Rosweise, while the man tried to figure out when he had passed out. The woman simply asked if he really needed a reminder of what happened. With that, Leon remembered he had been knocked out with a single punch that night. Sitting on the bed, he reflected that any ordinary person would have died from such cruelty. Still, he admitted she was very beautiful and didn't look her age. The girls then asked what was wrong, but Noah said he was just staring at their mother. Discreetly, Rosweise knocked a flower ornament onto the vanity with her hand. The sudden movement made the warrior turn towards him. Next, he picked up the delicate accessory. With a calm gesture, he placed the ornament in her hair, saying it suited her very well. She then asked him how many women had heard that same line before. The dragon replied that, as a boy, all he knew was how to take care of his uncle's donkey. Curious, Muin asked her father what a donkey was. He then described it as an animal with big ears that complains, just like their mother. The comparison made the woman glare at him furiously. Right after, she hit him with a powerful punch to the stomach. His daughters asked if their father was okay, and he answered yes, though still in pain. The matriarch then announced that he would teach the girls to write, causing him to complain about not being consulted. Muin celebrated the news, while Noah claimed she could do it by herself. Soon after, they both ran to the library to find a pencil, and Noah chose the color purple. Alone with the dragon, Rosweise informed him that her sister was coming to visit, and couldn't see the daughters. He then asked why, questioning if her family didn't want to meet them. With that, the woman explained that he was now Leon Cosmode, a dragon who had awakened after 2 years. Finally, she ordered him to memorize the last name in case he ran into her. He simply confirmed that he understood Her Majesty's orders. As he watched her leave, he wondered if the queen truly believed he would obey her. On the contrary, he decided he would make her suffer the greatest humiliation in front of her sister. In the study of the Silver Dragon Temple, the lesson was beginning. Then, Leon showed his daughters how they should write, asking them to pay attention. Right after, he showed them the written names and asked them to memorize the script before practicing. Noah, however, complained that his handwriting was ugly, stating that their mother's was prettier. Muin asked what he was going to do, and the dragon replied that he needed to return something to their mother. As he left, he announced he would be back to check on their assignment, making Noah wonder if he was an idiot. Her sister commented that she seemed happy, but the little silver-haired girl denied it, admitting that at least he wrote fast. Still, she couldn't hide a faint blush on her face. Meanwhile, at the city gate of the Silver Dragon Temple, an important visitor was arriving. The newcomer was Isabel Melkway, the Queen of the Red Dragons. Right after, she hugged Rosweise, happy to see her sister again after so long. The visitor commented that it had been a year since they'd last seen each other, and that her sister looked healthier. With that, she asked why her husband wasn't there, since she'd heard he had awakened. Rosweise lied, saying he wasn't feeling well, and the queen lamented not being able to meet the dragon who had won her sister's heart. Finally, she teased that they must get along well to have had children so quickly. Her sister denied having any feelings for him, stating that the marriage meant nothing. Isabel simply commented that she was still the same proud person she'd always been. Next, the hostess suggested they go to the garden to talk while they walked. In the distance, the two walked together, arm in arm. From a window, the prisoner watched them with a telescope, identifying Rosweise's sister. With a determined look, he decided it was time to test the influence of the dragon's mark. Meanwhile, Isabel was commenting on the recent instability in the Fire Dragon King's territory. Upon hearing this, Rosweise remembered a name, Constantine, as the image of a fire dragon appeared in her mind. She questioned if he wasn't missing, but the others speculated he might be trying to expand his territory. Suddenly, a mark on her chest glowed intensely, causing her a powerful jolt. In that exact moment, she felt a strange connection forming. Isabel asked if something had happened, but the warrior played it off and asked her to continue the conversation. In her thoughts, she cursed Leon, knowing he was the cause of that sensation. Soon after, she suggested reinforcing the border defenses to prepare for any eventuality. With that, She felt the effect of the dragon's mark growing stronger in her body. Her sister noticed she was breaking out in a cold sweat and asked if she was okay. Roswitha then made up an excuse, saying she had to deal with an important matter and would be back in 20 minutes. When Isabel offered to accompany her, she refused, saying it wasn't necessary. The queen understood it was the dragon's mark, commenting on how young people these days play around a lot. Meanwhile, Leon relaxed in his chair, wanting to see how long Roswitha could hold out. Right after, she burst into the room shouting his name, leaving him surprised that she had returned so quickly. She grabbed him and asked if he had made the mark resonate on purpose to embarrass her in front of her sister. The man played innocent, asking if it was his fault for missing her. His words left her completely speechless. The sudden comment left her stunned and blushing deeply. Leon realized the effect was good, as he had at least managed to inflict some damage on her. Roswitha scolded him, telling a prisoner not to be so shameless and to keep his thoughts to himself. In her thoughts, she admitted she had been deceived by his words when she was planning to beat him up. She then warned him that he had saved himself this time, but the dragon just provoked her by making a face. Reflecting, he realized that with just one sentence, he had left the woman speechless, proving the strength of the dragon's mark. However, he wondered why his heart pounded harder every time he thought of her. Immediately, he scolded himself, telling himself to stop thinking such horrible things. Then he remembered the girls were waiting for him, as Muin wondered why he wasn't coming back. At the gates of the city of the Silver Dragon Temple, Roswitha's sister says her goodbyes. With a wave, she signals that she's heading out. Roswitha smiles and tells her to be careful on her journey. Already in her dragon form, the visitor insists on meeting her sister's husband, but Roswitha promises to introduce him next time. Shortly after, she takes flight into the night sky. The Silver Queen watches her leave with a serious expression. Angry, she thinks to herself that she's going to teach that dragon hunter a lesson he won't forget. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Leon suddenly sneezes. Reading a book, he wonders if that dragon woman is talking behind his back. At that moment, he notices that Muen and Noah have already fallen asleep in bed. Carefully, he tucks them in so they won't get cold. He then quietly leaves the room to avoid waking them. Just as he tries to step out, a hand slams the door shut right in front of him. Roswitha blocks his path as he asks if her sister has already left. Irritated, she reminds him that they still have unfinished business for the day. The sovereign drags him down the hallway by force, ignoring the prisoner's desperate protests. Soon after, they arrive at the Silver Dragon Queen's luxurious bedroom. A wooden basin filled with hot water is placed on the floor. Leon brings the water over, asking what she needs it for. The woman replies that she is tired and orders him to help her wash her feet. This unexpected command leaves him completely stunned. Still, she insists he obey, claiming it is punishment for what happened earlier. Reluctantly, the former hunter kneels, feeling humiliated to be serving a dragoness. While holding her foot, he wonders how many hunters she has trampled in the past. Roswitha grows confused, wondering why he's just standing there staring at her feet. She blushes, questioning if he has some kind of foot fetish. Impatient, she demands that he put her foot in the water already. Finally, her feet are submerged in the hot basin. Suddenly, the queen screams that the water is too hot and strikes him in the face with a kick. The impact sends Leon flying backward. She accuses him of trying to get revenge with the boiling water. With a provocative smile, he reminds her that she was the one who asked for his help. Roswitha claims he hasn't learned his lesson yet. Placing her foot on his chest, she asks if he ever thought he'd be stepped on by a dragon. She wonders aloud what would happen if she pressed a specific pressure point. The intense force makes him grimace in pain and discomfort. Leon begs her to stop while feeling a strange mix of shame and pleasure. The dragoness challenges him, wanting to see how long he can hold out. Even so, he decides he won't surrender to her tyranny. With a quick movement, he grabs her foot firmly. Leon then remarks that he has eaten many types of legs, but never a dragon's. The threat leaves Roswitha shocked, unsure of what he will do next. Moments later, he bites her leg, declaring he's going to eat raw dragon claws. A furious scream echoes through the castle as the queen vows to kill Leon Cosmode. The next morning, Muin wakes up in bed, still groggy. Curious, she asks her mother why she is limping, but Roswitha simply says it's nothing. Soon after, she asks Leon about the bandage on his face, receiving the same evasive answer. The little girl's expression turns to confusion at their responses. Then she excitedly concludes it must be a fun game and says she wants to join in too. In the gardens surrounding the Silver Dragon Castle, Leon and Roswitha walk in silence. The woman leads the way with an irritated look while he follows closely behind. From a distance, two maids watch them, thinking the scene looks like a romantic date. However, one of them finds it strange that the queen and the prince don't seem close at all. Roswitha continues her walk without saying a single word. The man also seems bothered by the situation. Finally, he breaks the silence and asks her the reason for this walk. Moments earlier, he had refused to go out with her. The dragoness had explained then that they needed to maintain the facade of a harmonious family for the people. Back in the present, he thinks she's acting strange and wonders what she's plotting. Hidden away, Muin whispers that her father is so slow, He doesn't even know how to hold her mother's hand. Determined, she decides to help, even as Noah tries to stop her. Without hesitation, she runs toward them while her sister begs her to leave them alone. Suddenly, the little one appears behind the couple, and a surprised Leon asks how she got there. Muan grabs one hand from each of them, pulling them together. She explains that if they are going for a walk, they have to hold hands. With that, she announces she's going to play with her sister and runs off, leaving her father deep in thought. Meanwhile, Noah scolds the younger one, who cries and asks to be let go. Leon comments that the situation was unexpected, but Roswisa insists they keep holding hands. Watching from their hiding spot, the girls think the couple is sweet, and Noah concludes that it's their mother who's having trouble adapting. Leon reflects that he didn't expect holding hands to affect Roswisa so much, thinking she simply doesn't know how to get close to the girls. Later, he mentions that they sometimes call her mother, and Roswisa asks if there's a problem with that. He explains that it's more natural to use mommy alongside daddy, as the way they say it sounds distant. The Silver Queen is confused, questioning if there's really such a big difference between the terms. With a smile, the hunter suggests they try to get the girls to call her mommy, so they can feel closer. This suggestion leaves Roswisa completely surprised and speechless. She decides they will try that from now on, while he complains about being pulled along as she picks up the pace. As they walk, Roswisa asks if he misses home, saying she has something to ease his nostalgia. She leads him to a warehouse located behind the castle mountain. Leon asks what the place is, and she replies that she never gave it a name. While unlocking the door, she says he can call it a warehouse or a back room. As the door swings open, she claims the name doesn't matter. Stepping inside, Leon is impressed and asks if this is a dragon's hoard. He spots a bracelet his grandmother gave him, noting it would be worth a fortune in the Empire. Roswisa explains that some items are meaningful to her, while others are just war trophies. He asks about her family, and the Silver Queen reveals that she and her sister were raised by their grandmother. Leon adds that he also grew up in an orphanage and was adopted by his master. Curious, he asks what she really wanted to show him. The woman approaches a chest, claiming the contents will help him forget his worries. When she opens it, Leon is shocked to see his black and gold armor. Roswisa asks if he hasn't always wanted to get that armor back. In disbelief, he wonders if he's dreaming and if she's truly returning it to him. With a mischievous smile, she confirms she is. However, as soon as he touches the armor, a seal of magic runes glows intensely. Leon realizes what the runes mean and laments that his old friend has fallen so low. With a victorious air, Roswisa reveals he has finally fallen into her trap. As the energy enveloped him, Leon angrily asked what Roswisa had done. With a smile, she revealed she had placed a dragon's mark on his armor, set to activate at his touch. Then, the prisoner's hand twitched as the effect began. He clutched his chest, regretting that he had ever trusted that dragon. With a satisfied smirk, the queen commented that the mark's effect would now double. She then grabbed his chin and taunted him, asking if he could handle it. With difficulty, the warrior gritted his teeth, trying to speak her name. With that, he was pushed back, completely losing his balance. Pinned to the floor, he felt an intense urgency take over his body. Roswisa revealed she had been looking for ways to make him lower his guard, as she hadn't expected him to fall so easily. Surprised and speechless, Leon just stared at her with a flushed face. With a victorious air, she then asked if her performance had been good. He asked in shock if everything she said about her family and holding his hand was a lie. As she approached, Roswisa stated that it was all true, but that it didn't change her plans for him. Finally, she touched her own body and reminded him of what he himself had said before. She reminded him that he'd said she liked to be in charge. With a smile, she confirmed that she did indeed enjoy always being in control. She then asked if her dear husband was ready before kissing him, causing him to curse. The large warehouse doors slammed shut, sealing the dragon hunter's fate. After a few hours, he cried in relief, thinking it was finally over. Lying beside him, Roswisa watched him with a satisfied expression. Annoyed, Leon asked what she wanted now. Holding his chin, she commented that his scars had faded, and he had a more mature air about him. The prisoner then protested angrily, stating he wouldn't fall into her trap again. As she got dressed, the woman admitted with a smile that he had gotten smarter too. However, she paused, leaving Leon apprehensive. With a mischievous grin, she finished by saying his body had weakened greatly. Confused, he could only ask what that meant. Her statement that his body had weakened greatly left him in complete shock. The repetition of the phrase left him paralyzed in complete despair. The humiliation continued as the queen's words echoed in the prisoner's mind. The next day, a new dawn broke over the immense castle. Looking exhausted, Leon opened the door and asked who was there. On the other side, Roswisa greeted him with a good morning, while Noah waited in silence. With a teasing smile, she commented that he looked like he hadn't slept well. Leon then asked whose fault that was, but the woman pretended to remember nothing. Watching the scene, the little girl just thought that they had started arguing again. Roswisa then informed him that he needed to tutor Noah for the academy's difficult exam. She then provoked him, saying that after yesterday, he could only prove his worth in other areas. Enraged, Leon protested that he just wasn't in good shape the night before. He then guaranteed he would make Noah pass the exam, but demanded something in return. The silver-haired woman accepted his proposal on the condition that his request wasn't excessive. With a determined look, the dragon agreed to the proposal, sealing the deal. Rosweiss wished them both good luck with their studies, and told him not to overdo it, which irritated him. Noah then asked why he was arguing with Mommy, and Leon replied that it was just their way of talking. Surprised, he asked the girl what she had just called Rosweisse. Innocently, the little girl just repeated the word Mommy, holding her book. He then asked if she preferred to call her that, and Noah shyly confirmed she did. With a satisfied smile, Leon celebrated, having guessed she would like it. Faced with his reaction, the little one just remained silent, a bit embarrassed. Shortly after, she said it was time to study and started walking, making her father ask her to slow down. Inside the study of the Silver Dragon Castle, two figures were present. Nearby, the young man was focused on his studies. However, the Valkyrie approaches and asks why he hasn't gone to sleep yet. Because simple lessons aren't enough for Noah, he explains that he's preparing a special study plan for her. He then states with certainty that the girl will pass the exam with just 1 month of study. To this, the woman replies confidently that the girl takes after her, but he looks at her with a smile and says he highly doubts that. He then boasts about graduating as a genius and winning every award at his school. Furthermore, he asks what awards the queen won, leaving her speechless. Still surprised, the warrior reflects, as she never imagined he was so intelligent in addition to being strong. Even so, she taunts him about how he became her prisoner, making the young man shout that he only lost once. As he laments his misstep, the blonde woman mocks him, saying the queen stepped all over him. Next, she notices a plate of peppers on the table. Curious, she asks what he's going to use them for. The young man replies that he brought them from the kitchen to stay awake. However, she warns him that those are the yellow peppers from the dragon clan and that he won't be able to handle them. Nevertheless, he eats a pepper, and his reaction is immediate. He quickly shouts that it's incredibly spicy. With his mouth on fire, he starts desperately searching the room for water. Then, the woman holds his face to calm him down. He is immediately surprised and frozen by the unexpected touch. A little embarrassed, she explains that she thought her cold hands would make him feel better. At this, the young man realizes her fingertips are cool and pleasant. Feeling her touch, he notes that the coolness is very gentle. Shortly after, he thanks her, saying he's better now, and she pulls away. After the moment passes, they both become visibly embarrassed. Finally, the Valkyrie sends him to bed, warning him not to eat any more peppers. As he watches her leave, he thinks that for a moment he wanted her to touch his face more, but he quickly gets angry, remembering he was tricked by that evil dragon. Even so, he returns to his books, determined to find a way to recover. He then flips through a book, dismissing the red dragon fruit and the Lian Yu herb, until his eyes land on a page describing the dragon big force. With a smile, he realizes he has finally found what he needed. The next day, he informs the girl that he has graded her practice exam, and so she ventures a guess of 50 points. With a smile, he shows her the result: 62 points. A little higher than he expected. Despite this, the little one clenches her fists, visibly dissatisfied. The young man understands that she has high expectations for herself. Still reflecting, he notes that, unlike Muen, the girl chose to study instead of play. To cheer her up, he pats her head and tells her that 62 points is a very good result. She thanks him and says they should now focus on the incorrect answers. Right after that, he has a coughing fit. He apologizes and explains that his throat is irritated from yesterday's peppers. Meanwhile, the blonde woman appears and tells Noah that her father worked all night. She reveals that, to stay awake, he ate super spicy yellow peppers. Next, the girl surprises him by holding out a small container and telling him to take it. Surprised, he asks if it's for him, and the young girl confirms, clarifying that her mother sent it. With a smile, he asks her to thank her mother for him, thinking about how the woman can be so kind. He then cheerfully suggests they continue studying, strengthening the bond between father and daughter. Sometime later, in the kitchen of the Silver Dragon Castle, everything is ready. Soon, two maids enter with all the requested ingredients, and he tells them to leave everything there. Meanwhile, he thinks to himself that he asked for irrelevant items so they wouldn't guess his plan. He also considers that, despite the common ingredients, the potion's success rate is very low. First, he begins the process by grinding and mixing all the necessary components. Then, he adds them in order to a pot to cook. Hours later, he grows frustrated, realizing he has failed again. He laments having followed the book's method several times, always failing at the purification step. The separation method described, using high heat, can easily ruin the medicine. Therefore, he concludes he needs a more effective way to separate the medicinal residues. At that moment, a flash of lightning cuts through the sky outside. Sitting in a chair, he watches the window and remarks that it's going to rain soon. However, as he looks at the flash again, he has a sudden idea. He remembers his alchemy professor saying that electrolysis is sometimes more successful than fire. Excited, he decides to try distilling using his magic, but questions its effectiveness with the little power he's recovered. Even so, He affirms he has enough control to use his magic with precision. Half an hour later, he holds a small pill and celebrates his success. With a satisfied smile, he concludes that preparing dragon remedies was simple. Suddenly, his daughter appears and asks what Daddy is doing. He freezes for a moment, surprised by her presence. Startled, he shouts her name when he sees her. He tries to play it cool, but the little girl asks if Daddy is hiding candy. He quickly explains it's medicine for her mother, making the girl ask if Rosweiss is sick. He reassures her, saying it's just to help her recover from fatigue, even though he made it for himself. Moon then excitedly asks her father to take good care of Mommy. He agrees, thinking he will definitely take care of her once he's fully recovered. Meanwhile, a heavy storm rages over the castle. Back in his room, the alchemist wonders about the supplement's side effects on humans. Frustrated with the situation, he decides to let it go for now. Just then, a sound at the door catches his attention. Surprised, he asks Her Majesty what she is doing in his room. His visitor reveals that she heard from their daughter that he prepared a special medicine for her health. Embarrassed, he thinks about how his little dragon could have tattled so quickly. She then calms him, saying she's surprised he can make potions in such a simple environment. Then she asks to see what he's prepared. He hands over the box, thinking she would have taken it from him anyway. After opening the container, she praises him for perfectly crafting a dragon's strength potion under such poor conditions. He's shocked by the compliment and wonders if she's being serious. Rosweiss says he can keep the medicine, but warns him it can't be consumed now. Desperate, the young man questions her about the prohibition. She explains that the effect is too strong for a human body, making him wonder if the medicine is really that powerful. The queen states she's saying this for his own good, as a human couldn't withstand the effect. Indignant, he declares he has defeated countless dragons and accuses her of underestimating him. Completely ignoring the warning, he puts the pill in his mouth. He then declares that courage is the anthem of humanity, as Rosweiss screams his name in despair. In that same instant, he feels the pill's power course through his body. The warrior rushes to him and scolds him, warning that she's not good with healing magic. She then holds him and says she'll try to undo the medicine's effect first. Even in pain, he struggles as she shouts for him not to move. With his body crackling with energy, he faces the Valkyrie and declares that this is human courage. Under the rain, a vast amount of energy gathers around the palace. Suddenly, the young man screams as blue lightning completely envelops his body. Startled, the queen wonders what he's doing, using lightning magic on himself. Still, he just endures the pain as the electrical energy continues to flow. He then loses consciousness, and she catches him before he hits the bed. With the young man now lying down, Rosweiss asks if he's gone completely insane. She then turns, saying she's going to call for the palace doctor. However, her hand is grabbed before she can pull away. The Valkyrie looks back, surprised by the sudden gesture. In an instant, he grabs her tail with a dazed smile. Annoyed, she demands to know what he's doing now. With a happy expression, he calls her wife and asks where she thinks she's going. Completely shocked, she questions who he's calling that. As she demands he let go, he refuses to let his wife leave. Watching him continue, the warrior wonders if the lightning magic caused mental confusion as a side effect. She concludes that even though he's acting like an idiot, he doesn't seem to be in danger. With his insistence, she finally gives in and asks what he wants so badly. The alchemist then replies with a smile that he wants to have another child with his wife. The unexpected declaration leaves her completely speechless and visibly embarrassed. Even when she scolds him for not taking care of the children they already have, he insists he wants a third. To avoid more trouble, she decides it's better to just play along for now. So, Rosweiss agrees to have more children and even to visit his homeland when they're ready. As he celebrates, she thinks that him acting spoiled is even more annoying than usual. He then calls her the best wife and moves in to kiss her. The queen pushes him away, telling him not to take advantage, while wondering when the medicine's effect will wear off. Right after, she calls him an idiot and punches him in the face. After knocking him out on the bed, she sighs and admits she couldn't help but hit him. Worried, she moves closer and asks if he's okay. Suddenly, he wakes up, saying he feels a little strange. At that moment, the warrior panics as she sees a dark mark appear on his chest. She wonders how the dragon mark on his chest could have activated now. He then firmly grabs her by the shoulder. As he gently pushes her onto the bed, she asks what he thinks he's doing, but the young man just replies that he feels strange. He then describes how his body is very hot and his chest is pounding. The queen then realizes that the dragon mark, combined with the lightning, has intensified his craving for life energy. With that, he hugs her by the tail, saying he loves her, making her think she won't be able to take it if this continues. Annoyed, she pushes him and yells for him to get off as her tail is dragging on the floor. Suddenly, the alchemist stops and brings a finger to her lips. His tone shifts, and he tells her she looks incredibly beautiful tonight. Surprised, she realizes his attitude has changed to an intensity that won't take no for an answer. At that moment, she begins to wonder if she's also unconsciously desiring this. In a soft voice, he asks if his wife can help him with this. Embarrassed, she finally agrees, but warns that it will be for tonight only. In an instant, The two share a quiet, intimate moment, united by the storm outside. The next morning, the sun shines over the palace. Leon finally awakens, feeling the effects of the previous night. Beside him, Roswitha watches him and asks if he's awake yet. Completely startled, he pulls away and asks what she's doing there. Then, he sits up, complaining that his whole body is sore. As he tries to understand what happened, she asks if he doesn't remember anything. With a provocative smile, she shows him the marks on her back, saying a dragon hunter can't forget these things. Shocked, he wonders if he was really responsible for the bite marks. Suddenly, flashes from the night before flood his mind. With the full memory of what happened, Leon screams in embarrassment. She then asks if he now remembers how he begged her last night. As he continues to panic, Roswitha starts repeating the words he said. Desperate, the alchemist cuts her off, saying she doesn't need to continue, as he remembers everything now. He reflects that he created the elixir to improve his health, but he never imagined the effect would be so extreme. Leon admits he overdid it and asks if he hurt her, but she assures him she's fine. With a smirk, he says that now she knows his body well and can no longer claim he's not up to the task. Roswitha just stares at him with an intense expression. Then she moves closer, and he asks what's wrong. With that, she grabs his chin, praising his good performance and saying she expects him to keep it up. Indignant at the comment, Leon asks if he's her employee now. Changing the subject, she mentions the bet they made about the treatments. She then admits defeat and asks if he's thought about what he'll ask for as his prize. Leon replies with a sly smile that he's already decided what he wants. He then asks her to send someone to check on his master and his wife in the Empire. Roswitha explains that a visit is possible, leaving him deeply grateful for her help. Shortly after, he composes himself and thanks her more formally. Elsewhere, in the garden of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, Muin approaches and asks if her father is sick. Surprised, Leon denies it and wants to know why she's asking. Muin then reveals that her mother told her he was the one who took the medicine and that men can't say they're sick. He becomes furious, wondering how Roswitha could say such things to a child and reflecting on his dignity. As the little girl insists on knowing if he's still sick, Leon scolds her and ends up biting his lip, making it bleed. Seeing the blood, Muin panics and begs him not to die, saying she can't live without him. Leon calms her down, assuring her he's fine, while thinking that she really resembles her mother, especially in her frankness. To distract her, he offers to make a new toy, and Muin excitedly celebrates the idea. With that, Leon starts assembling a small, colorful cube with his tools. He then presents the magic cube and explains that she can turn the parts however she wants, making the girl excited. He reflects that he never thought he'd use his knowledge of mechanics to care for children, and wonders if he has a talent for it. Suddenly, his expression changes as he senses something unexpected in the air. He immediately looks intently toward the garden. Muin asks what's wrong, but he plays it off, saying it was nothing. In his thoughts, he recalls sensing a dragon's gaze for a moment, coming from the direction where Noah usually trains. Knowing she probably doesn't want to come closer, he decides to make a toy for the older one as well. Later, Noah peeks through the bedroom door while Muin is already asleep. On the table, she finds a magic cube with a note from Leon, challenging her to try and solve the toy. The girl holds the cube, claiming she doesn't care about childish toys. Even so, she starts turning the pieces with curiosity. A moment later, Noah hugs the gift with a smile and silently thanks her father. Although St. Heath Academy is a school for nobility with strict standards for dragons, a student's family is an important evaluation criterion. For this reason, to maintain the illusion of a united family, Roswitha takes everyone to the floating city. As soon as they reach their destination, the woman lands in her majestic dragon form. Then, Leon approaches and says he'll help Muin get down slowly. As he holds her, the girl asks why he didn't turn into a dragon too. In that moment, he thinks awkwardly that he's great at killing dragons, but not at becoming one. Shortly after, Noah asks suspiciously if he really can't do it. Faced with the question, the man is left completely speechless. So, Roswitha explains that his body hasn't recovered enough to take on his dragon form. Moved, Muin asks her father to get well soon, and he promises to try, although he thinks it's impossible. With the moment behind them, the family heads toward the city gates. Enchanted by the sight of so many dragons, the girl gets excited, but her sister asks her not to walk so fast. At that moment, Leon begins to tremble visibly. Noticing his reaction, Roswitha comments that this is the first time he's seen so many dragons since he woke up. With a teasing smile, she asks if he's scared. However, he denies it and claims that in fact, he's very excited. His eyes sparkle as he thinks that the street is full of prizes and he's going to get rich. That's when the woman realizes she worried for nothing, while he's already calculating his profit. Soon after, the bell on the door of a photo studio rings. An attendant greets them, welcoming the Silver Dragon Queen and her family. As soon as they enter, Muin excitedly points to the many photos of dragons on the wall. Curious, Leon then asks why Roswitha had to come personally, since rulers command their own clans. After hearing the explanation, He teases her, saying her title isn't worth that much after all. Annoyed, the queen hits him with the tip of her shoe. As he winces in pain, she states that her title is still higher than his. The photographer comments that it's an honor, and Rosweise says she was lucky to get an appointment with her. Next, the photographer asks about Leon's tail, but Rosweise asks for a suit with no space for it. She remembers when he refused to wear decorations on his tail, claiming it hurt his dignity. Back in the present, the photographer guides them to try on the clothes, and Muen celebrates that she'll wear a pretty dress. Sometime later, Muen and Noah appear in their new dresses. Soon after, Leon emerges wearing an elegant white suit. Enchanted, Muen immediately compliments her father, saying he looks very handsome. The photographer comments that the suit looks good on him, and the man recalls that the last time he wore one was at his graduation. With a smile, he turns and asks for Noah's opinion. Embarrassed, the girl agrees that he looks handsome. He then compliments his daughter's dresses, saying they look adorable too. At that moment, the curtain of the adjacent fitting room is drawn. As soon as Rosweise appears in a black dress, Muen exclaims that her mother is beautiful. Seeing her, Leon is surprised and completely speechless. When she asks what's wrong, he awkwardly replies that the dress suits her. The woman suggests he would look better with a tail, but the man immediately refuses the idea. Soon the girls call for their parents, asking them to hurry up. At this, the photographer announces it's time for the photo, and asks the couple to get closer. Though reluctant, the two move closer for the picture. The photographer then asks them both to smile and begins the countdown for the photo. Soon, the family photos are developed, showing everyone posing together. Looking at the pictures, the professional compliments the couple, saying they really look good together. Finally, the photographer mentions the photos will take 6 hours and suggests the family explore the city. As they head out, everyone says goodbye to her at the studio door. While walking down the street, Muen calls her sister over to look at a stall. Surprised, Rosweise comments on shopping with her partner, who explains it's a way to relax before Noah's test. Soon, the girls are captivated by the prizes at a game stall. Suddenly, a nearby noise startles the couple. The stall owner encourages the children, telling them they'll hit the mark if they keep trying. Observing the scene, Leon notices the target shooting games, and Muen excitedly calls him over. After watching Noah lose, he thinks to himself that the game is rigged, so the owner always makes money. Rosweise explains that the game is difficult for the girl because it uses remnants of magical energy. At that moment, the owner offers the couple a chance to play and win a teddy bear for their daughters. The hunter turns to the girls and asks if they really want the prize. They both vehemently deny it, but he understands that their answer actually means yes. Without hesitation, he asks the owner for 10 shots, mentioning that Rosweise will be the one paying. Holding the gun, he thanks her and remarks that he hasn't held one since the Hunter Academy. With a quick shot, he hits the bullseye. Meanwhile, the stall owner thinks about how he adjusted the weapon so no one could win. To his surprise, every target is hit in a perfect sequence. Leon celebrates his luck, while the man mutters that it's impossible. Muen screams that her dad is incredible, and his partner admits he wasn't bad at all. The owner hands over the prize to the winner, who accepts it with a victorious smile. He gives the teddy bears to his daughters, who thank him excitedly. Rosweise watches the scene and thinks that when he's dedicated, he has a special charm. Soon, the young man notices her gaze and wonders why he's being stared at. Nearby, a little girl asks her mother if she can also win a stuffed bear. Shortly after, Rosweise finds herself surprised to be holding a giant bear. Seeing this, Leon laughs at the vendor's frustration and excitedly asks the boss for 10 more shots. Despite advice not to waste his time, he responds that he's there to have fun with his daughters. The hunter asks if she didn't like it, and although she says she didn't want it, he insists he can't leave her empty-handed. Even though she thinks the bears are useless, she admits to herself that they are quite cute. Clutching the stuffed bear, Rosweise asks him to come to her room after dinner. This unexpected invitation leaves Leon completely shocked. Later, the castle lights up, setting the scene for the encounter. As he walks down the hallway, he concludes he's been called for an intimate moment. He figures that if he goes, he'll suffer for one night, but if he doesn't, the suffering will last all week. Determined, he decides to face her and rushes toward the bedroom door. To his surprise, he finds it unlocked. He cautiously enters the room and calls for Rosweise. Hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, he deduces she's taking a shower. Looking at the door, he notices her silhouette is visible through the glass. With his heart racing, he convinces himself they really are going to have a night together. He tries to pull himself together to control his anxiety. Moments later, he peeks curiously as the bathroom door opens. Rosweise emerges wearing a nightgown and invites him to begin. Desperate, Leon realizes she plans to drain all of his energy once again. Right at the start, Rosweise asks Leon if he prefers the living room or the balcony. He responds that the balcony would be embarrassing if someone saw them. She agrees to the living room, stating the location doesn't really matter. Leon closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, preparing for whatever comes next. He then shouts that he is ready to start. Suddenly, he throws himself onto the sofa, making her wonder what on earth he is doing. Lying there, The hunter confusedly asks if that wasn't what she wanted. Rosweiss teases him, saying he seems eager, but that will have to wait for another time. As he sits up, he asks about the scroll she is holding. She reveals it's a test from the St. Hiss Academy to evaluate the couple's habits and personalities. She explains they need to coordinate their answers so they don't mess up Noah's evaluation. Leon reads the paper and asks if it isn't just some silly couple's compatibility game. He then asks what her favorite color is. While Rosweiss answers black, he says his is silver. Afterward, they swap papers to check each other's answers. Immediately, they exclaim in embarrassment that everything is just a coincidence. The woman suggests they test how much they actually know about one another, and he agrees. A short time later, Leon announces he has finished his part of the test. Comparing results, he brags that his score is higher than hers. Rosweiss is secretly impressed by the details he got right, like how comfortable her tail is. However, she notices his only mistakes were when he tried to guess her thoughts. She reflects that mistakes are normal since she never opens up to anyone. Given the situation, she considers that maybe she can open up a little more to her partner. Meanwhile, he notices her staring and wonders if she's angry about the score. To break the silence, he laughs and comforts her, saying it's hard to get a high grade with so little time together. He notes that for Noah's sake, they need to try to get to know each other better. Hearing this, Rosweiss becomes completely flustered. She then hits him and tells him to stop stalling and just write down the right answers. They argue about the answer for disappointment, with her hoping he uses his dragon strength at another time. A week later, Leon celebrates their new average while Rosweiss sleeps in his lap. Satisfied with the result, he says goodbye so he can head out. As he gets up, she grabs his clothes and asks him to wait. She then invites him to take a bath in her tub before he leaves. Surprised, Leon asks if she really wants him to bathe in her room. Without giving him time to think, Rosweiss pushes him toward the bathroom, telling him to just go. Once inside, he wonders why she is being so insistent and if she's plotting something. However, he concludes she must just be tense because of the test. He decides to simply enjoy the moment and gets into the tub. He relaxes in the hot water, thinking the sensation is wonderful. Suddenly, he's startled to see Rosweiss enter the bathroom wearing only a towel. She approaches and says she has built up a lot of stress and wants to relieve it now. Hearing this, he thinks to himself that he knew this was going to happen. He shouts for her to find another way to relieve her tension instead of dumping it on him. With a smile, Rosweiss replies that transferring the stress to him is the only way she can relax. As she gets into the tub, she teases him, asking if he didn't come there with that exact same thought. Faced with the question, Leon is left speechless and admits he has no argument. Finally, she warns him that he won't escape and must surrender to his fate. The day of the St. Hiss Academy entrance exam finally arrives. Upon arriving, Leon is impressed by the grandeur of the place. Before the entrance, he and Rosweiss turn serious for a moment. Then, the hunter quietly teases her about the previous night's stress therapy. Annoyed, his companion curses at him under her breath, but he just laughs and tells her to come on inside. Inside, they both observe the crests of the great families. Soon, a receptionist calls for Noah Cosmode Melkawai from the Silver Dragon tribe. The woman is then startled to confirm on her clipboard that the girl is only 1 year and 3 months old. Seeing this, Leon asks if there's a problem, but the receptionist says she's just a little surprised. She explains that while the minimum age is 1, most dragon hatchlings enroll between 4 and 6 years old. Rosweiss then interjects, stating that their daughter is smart and they respect her decision. With that, the employee directs them to the family evaluation on the 4th floor, while Noah heads to her test. They arrive at the meeting room on the designated floor. There, the couple sits on a sofa to wait with 3 other people. In a low voice, Rosweiss asks if he thinks the others will be easy to deal with. Leon whispers that the others look easy to defeat, and that his old self could beat them in 50 moves. As the others notice their presence, he angrily whispers that he'll go after all of them if they fail Noah. Then, a man introduces himself as Vice Director Walter Wilson, in charge of the parental evaluation. They both reply with a smile, though the hunter suspects the evaluator might cause trouble. The Vice Director then begins, asking for their wedding anniversary. Hearing the question, the two exchange a tense look. It was the very question they feared most. In a flashback, Rosweiss worries about how to answer since they aren't married, and Leon suggests using a memorable day. She then begins to state the agreed-upon date, the year 1733 of the creation era. Together, they answer with a smile that it was May 25th, the day they met in the dungeon. The vice director comments on the quickness of their marriage and pregnancy, and the hunter makes up that it was love at first sight. Next, the evaluator asks if they've discovered any flaws or bad habits in each other. To seem more convincing, Leon says yes, while Rosweiss says no, just as they had planned. Pressed to elaborate, Leon begins to explain that he sometimes feels he isn't very important at home. Still, he continues, praising Rosweiss for being very efficient and handling everything perfectly. However, he admits that she bottles up stress, and he wishes he could help more, ending with a mental plea for her to stop taking it out on him. During the interview, The woman asks the dragoness what her husband's greatest charm is. At this, Rosweise describes him as handsome, intelligent, and responsible. She lists several of his qualities. He listens with a forced smile, unsure if he's being praised or just mocked. Then, she takes his hand and asks him not to push himself too hard. Right after, she squeezes it hard, causing him a bit of pain. Seeing this, the interviewers conclude that the two are a deeply passionate couple. The interview continues in a pleasant atmosphere. To wrap up, the evaluator suggests they ask one last question to each other. Rosweise states with a smile that she has no questions, as she already knows everything about her partner. So the interviewer turns to the hunter, who is thinking about how to end this evaluation quickly. Leon surprises everyone by asking if she liked the teddy bear he gave her. The unexpected question leaves Rosweise confused, not understanding the reason for it. Blushing, she shyly admits that she liked the gift very much. Satisfied, he smiles and says he has no more questions. And so, the interviewer concludes the evaluation and thanks the couple for their cooperation. A few days later, a messenger dragon flies in through the window, and Muen announces that the message has arrived. Anxiously, everyone gathers at the table as Leon prepares to open the scroll. The letter reveals that Noah passed the evaluation and must attend the admission ceremony. While the sisters celebrate the acceptance, the parents look at the result in surprise. Then, Moon hugs her sister. She tells her that she and their parents are incredible. Rosweise thanks her partner, but he replies there's no need, as Noah did it all and she's his daughter. With a smile, the woman announces a feast and says he'll help so he won't feel unimportant, causing him to call her petty and spiteful. And so, the day of the St. Hiss Academy entrance ceremony arrives. On stage, the director welcomes the new students, congratulating them on their acceptance. Meanwhile, the audience of families and students watches the speech attentively. Soon, the director announces that the top-ranked student, Noah K. Melkavi, and her family will come up to the stage. Excited, Muen celebrates upon learning that her parents and sister will be giving a speech. Then, Leon, Rosweise, and little Noah walk towards the platform. Along the way, the father remembers being informed about the unexpected speech an hour ago. Once on stage, he accepts that he has no choice but to face the sudden situation. The director then asks the student if she has any tips or feelings to share. To start, the girl says that her mother, a powerful dragon, always supported her and inspired her to be strong. Next, she thanks her sister for always being by her side, which makes Muen very happy. Curious, the man wonders if his daughter will also mention him. Lastly, the young girl thanks her father, who stayed up all night to help her with her studies. At her words, he becomes visibly emotional. The speaker then concludes her speech with a simple thank you. Right after, the director suggests that Leon give Noah a kiss to show his fatherly love. Desperate, the man panics, wondering if the director wants to turn the ceremony into his murder. In his mind, he remembers that just a month ago, the girl wouldn't even let him touch her. Whispering, he suggests they could just hug so as not to overdo it. However, the girl insists that he just kiss her and get it over with. Surprised by her response, the father is stunned for a moment. Since she insists, he then kisses her on the forehead. In the audience, Muen yells that she wants to kiss her sister too, but the maid stops her from going up. Beside them, Rosweise thinks with relief that it's a good thing the suggestion wasn't for her. At this, the director praises the Melkavis. He commends them for showing how a real family interacts. Right after, he questions how Leon could forget his wife after kissing his daughter. Annoyed, the man thinks the director has gone too far, wishing he had confronted him during the evaluation. But looking at Noah, he concludes he can't get flustered by something so small on such an important day. Then, Leon turns to Rosweise with a smile and reminds her that they are the most harmonious family. His wife whispers in disbelief. He replies that he has no choice with their daughters watching. Rosweise wonders how her husband is so calm, since she gets very nervous with physical closeness. Putting her embarrassment aside, she decides to just kiss him and get it over with, but he just gives her a quick kiss on the cheek and then pulls away. The unexpected gesture leaves her completely surprised and speechless. As she touches her face, she's still processing what just happened. Leon turns to the audience and thanks them. Even as the crowd calls for another kiss, he whispers to Rosweise, admitting that he feels relieved now. The woman realizes she was used and thinks angrily that she'd make him pay if they weren't in public. The director then thanks the family and dismisses them so they can rest. Outside, they all say their goodbyes, and Rosweise tells her daughter she'll pick her up on the weekend. In a hug, Muen asks her sister not to forget her, and Noah reassures her. Leon advises her to eat, study, and take care of herself, but the young girl replies that she's not a child anymore. At this, he reveals he was just passing on the advice his wife was too embarrassed to give. In a more serious tone, the father instructs her to fight back if she gets bullied, assuring her she'll have his support. The girl asks if he ever did that, and Leon tells her that he always got a beating from her grandfather when he fought, but he reassures her that, unlike her grandfather, he won't hit her for such nonsense. Noah understands the lesson and clenches her fists, showing her determination. Later, in the queen's office at the Silver Dragon Temple, light fills the room. Meanwhile, Rosweise reads about the blood spell, a forbidden magic that sacrifices the caster's life. As she reflects, she realizes that a small modification could turn the spell into a useful resource. Suddenly, the door opens, and she is surprised to see someone has already returned. Shirley, her trusted handmaiden, kneels and greets her as Your Majesty. The sovereign then asks about the investigation, and Shirley regrets not having found the whereabouts of Tiger Lawrence and his wife. When asked about their disappearance, she hears they covered their tracks very carefully. Given this, Rosweiss concludes that Leon's master doesn't seem to be a simple farmer like he claimed. For this reason, she orders her servant to continue the investigation and report any news. Moments later, the hunter makes a strike while training with a staff. He encourages little Muen to strike downwards with all her might. The girl then unleashes several moves at once, surprising her father. From a distance, Rosweiss watches the two of them train. As soon as she sees her mother, the little girl calls out to her joyfully. The man then asks if she's finished her patrol, and she confirms she has. Next, Rosweiss asks if their daughter behaved well with her father, and the child confirms she was very obedient. She then announces they'll be having steak for dinner and asks the girl to change her clothes first. Muen gets very excited, as she loves steak. Quickly, the maid takes her away, and the little one leaves, singing happily about dinner. After her daughter leaves, the queen turns to speak to her husband. Suddenly, he points the branch he was using for training at her face. She then asks if he's finally decided to attack her, reminding him that would be treason. Leon replies that it's just a branch and questions if she really calls that a weapon. Even so, the woman retorts that in his hands, the strongest hunter, the branch would be a deadly weapon. The man just turns his face away and sighs in response. He then asks her to praise him properly, without sarcasm, but she denies him any praise. Admitting his intention, he says he wanted to scare her, while Rosweiss doubts a branch could hurt her in her current state. Later, she mentions that Noah wrote a letter saying everything is fine at the academy. Leon thinks it's not much, but his partner explains it's rare for their daughter to write just to reassure them. With that, he agrees and comments that, in that respect, the young woman is a lot like her mother. Rosweiss stares at him with a serious expression, about to say something. She then comments that despite his serious face, he is pleasant, and their daughter greatly admires him for his strength. She explains that, in the girl's mind, he's like a star student she needs to surpass at the academy. Leon smiles in relief, as he thought his daughter saw him as just a weak bookworm. At this, Rosweiss reveals that Noah visited him frequently while he was unconscious, and he laughs at her stubbornness. She continues, recalling that when their daughters were babies, only their father could calm them down. The memory shows Leon sleeping peacefully with the two little ones by his side. Even so, he admits the idea of blood ties still feels a bit foreign to him. He then recalls his childhood as an orphan, never having understood what a family was. At age 5, his master and his wife adopted him, treating him like a son. For the first time, he had the idea of a home, but sometimes he felt a void when he saw other families. Back then, he believed everything would be perfect if his masters were his real parents. His master's wife then comforted him, saying that in the future, he too would become a father. She explained they would be people for him to love and protect, a family united by blood ties. With this memory, Leon reinforces his determination, understanding that they are his most precious family. Rosweiss pulls him from his thoughts, saying it's time to go home. He thanks her for the information and suggests they should get going. Then, the woman moves her foot toward her shoe on the ground. Seeing his hesitation, she asks him to help her put on her shoes as a way of thanks. Leon is completely confused by the unexpected request. Despite Rosweiss's insistence, Leon refuses to help her put on her shoes. He complains that it was already humiliating to wash her feet, and he doesn't intend to lose his dignity. The queen then kicks him in the face, reminding him he still owes her for the ceremony kiss. Firmly, she orders him to stop complaining and get it over with so they can leave. With no other choice, Leon agrees to help and starts putting on her shoe. Rosweiss comments that her husband's body obeys quickly, but he grumbles that the task is difficult. The comparison infuriates his wife. In an instant, she attacks him to knock him to the ground. Leon then starts running, saying she won't catch him, but Rosweiss furiously threatens him. Days later, Muen excitedly announces someone's arrival to her parents. Immediately after, a huge dragon descends from the sky before them. The hunter notes that the Leviathan dragon is much larger than Rosweiss in her transformed state. Even so, she explains that despite its size, the Leviathan is weak in combat and has a calm temperament. As he questions the animal's temperament, she explains that the Academy uses it to transport hatchlings. Immediately, a beam of blue light envelops Noah, levitating her off the ground. From within the light, the girl says she has returned to her mother. Rosweiss welcomes her back, while Muen hugs her sister, having missed her. Afterward, Noah hesitates to call Leon father, and he comments that she's still not used to it. As they walk, the man says that he and his wife prepared a lot of food for their daughter. On the table, the girl's report cards are visible, showing top marks and first place in several subjects. The queen smiles with pride while Muen looks at the results, impressed. Noah then hands over a paper and apologizes for not getting first place in the physical fitness test. Her mother comforts her, saying she doesn't need to apologize, while her sister insists she's the best. Seeing this, Leon thinks he needs to step in, as one daughter doesn't express herself well, and the other exaggerates. So, he analyzes the test and says it's normal for a young person to have less stamina than older dragons. He then points out on the paper that she had the highest win rate in her class, being better at strategy. Noah whispers that she heard her mother always got top marks in school. To reassure her, Leon reveals that he wasn't first in his class when he started either, but he got there through hard work. He encourages her not to get discouraged, as he knows she can do better, and Muen agrees. Muen then asks who would win if their father, being so strong, fought their mother, surprising them both. Simultaneously, the couple confidently answers that they would win the fight. Immediately after, they glare at each other, annoyed, and question each other's answers. Leon then boasts that no one could beat him in combat training, making him clearly the strongest. With disdain, Rosweise claims she would beat him no matter what, even if he had won more awards. The hunter teases that she married him because she lost to him, but his wife retorts it was the other way around, and that's why they had their daughters. With that, he challenges her to settle the dispute outside, something he's wanted for a long time. While Muen asks if they're going to fight, Noah decides the two of them should follow. A short while later, the couple stretches for the fight while their daughters watch from a seated position. Muen expresses her curiosity about the winner, and her sister justifies it by saying that watching veterans train improves her skills. Rosweise then taunts her husband, questioning if his body has recovered enough for a fight. Leon replies that he doesn't care, as it's a rare chance to fight the Silver Dragon Queen. Seeing her partner's determination, Rosweise suggests they make a bet, piquing his curiosity. She proposes that if he wins, she won't touch him for a month, but if she wins, he will grant her a wish. The hunter becomes thoughtful, considering the possibility of winning the bet. He immediately imagines he could take a month off, something that would normally be unthinkable. Excited by the possibility, Leon points at her and accepts the bet. Then, the two face each other with challenging smiles, ready to begin the fight. Leon and Rosweise stand in silence, facing each other. Meanwhile, Muen watches excitedly, eating popcorn on a bench. Suddenly, her fidgeting causes her juice to spill on the floor. The sudden noise startles the couple, breaking their concentration. As Muen laments over the spilled juice, Noah urges them to start already. At the call, the hunter takes the lead and lunges forward with a punch wrapped in blue energy. However, the queen blocks the blow with ease using only one hand. She immediately counters with a swift strike from her tail. Leon manages to dodge the attack with a backflip, narrowly escaping. Bracing himself on the ground with one hand, he springs forward for a new attack. He delivers a powerful kick that is blocked by his opponent's arm. Even though it was defended, the impact of the blow pushes her back a few meters. She concludes that she is at a disadvantage in close combat and needs distance. Noticing his opponent's intention as she pulls away and releases magical energy, he follows her with a watchful eye. The woman then states that the method doesn't matter as long as she wins, while preparing a long-range attack. With that, Rosweise fires a blast of energy that the hunter dodges easily. Muen worries that her father will lose, but her sister explains that each is using their best strategy. Based on the analysis, the younger one concludes that their mother lacks the confidence to fight up close. Impressed, she praises her sister, who says she learned that in class from her teacher. Shortly after, Rosweise challenges her partner to see if he can dodge her next attack. Amidst the magic, he responds that he is not just fast, but also very resilient. With a confident smile, the dragoness concentrates her energy for a stronger strike. Suddenly, Leon finds himself surrounded by two massive waves of magic. A huge explosion of energy occurs right where he was standing. The smoke slowly dissipates across the battlefield. Unexpectedly, he emerges from the dust shrouded in lightning, saying the attack was too slow. Rosweise is shocked to realize her husband used lightning magic to strengthen his body. Determined, Leon shouts that no one will take away his well-deserved month of vacation. He then charges at high speed and attacks his opponent's magical defenses. Seeing the situation, she thinks she needs to end the fight quickly, as what he's doing is madness. Noticing an opening in his rival's guard, the hunter smiles confidently. With that, he advances quickly and uses a leg sweep to trip her. Surprised by the unexpected move, Rosweise loses her balance in the air. Immediately after, Leon celebrates his victory with his fist raised. However, as he prepares for the final blow, he sees his partner falling backward. In a swift motion, he grabs her arm to stop the fall. He pulls her firmly, bringing her back close. Thus, Leon holds her in his arms, halting the combat. As the two stare at each other in embarrassment, she whispers his name. Suddenly, he is startled to notice a dragon flame has appeared on his chest. The man panics and screams in desperation that it's burning. Confused, he looks down, not understanding what happened. Rosweise then scolds him for getting distracted in the middle of battle as the flame dies out. Soon after, the daughters approach, and Muen asks who won the fight after all. Leon sighs and admits that because he let his guard down, he lost. His wife admits her partner is strong for fighting without his gear, but he boasts that he would beat her at full strength. With a victorious smile, she reminds him that since he admitted defeat, he must not forget their bet. Remembering the deal, he collapses to the ground in despair, realizing he forgot that part. The girls then ask if their father died, but Weisse calms them, saying he just overexerted himself and will be fine soon. At night, in the children's room of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, Leon says his goodbyes. He then asks Noah to take care of Muin and instructs the younger one to behave. Shortly after, he gets emotional and expresses his worry about leaving his daughters alone. Noah questions her father's drama, reminding him it will only be one night with their mother. In a panic, he replies that being tortured by his wife all night is much worse than an execution. With that, Muin excitedly concludes that their mother is going to eat their father. She explains she saw in a book that females eat the males, while her father worries about her joy. At that moment, Weisse appears and scolds him for saying such things to the girls. Immediately after, she tucks them both into bed and says she will only discuss interesting things with their father. While the daughters wonder what those interesting things could be, the adults give vague and conflicting answers. Losing patience, Weisse drags him away, saying that's enough, but he asks for a moment for his final words. As he is led off, Leon screams that he will always love his daughters, but Noah comments that adults are immature. In the Silver Dragon Queen's room, 2 bottles of wine and glasses are prepared. She offers a glass of wine to her partner, but he refuses the drink. After the refusal, the woman stares at her wine glass in silence. She questions him, reminding him that he promised to grant her request after losing the challenge. Leon says he isn't in the mood, thinking he needs to stay sober to avoid being manipulated. Unexpectedly, Weisse confesses that she actually wanted him to win the fight. Confused by the revelation, he asks why she wanted that. She explains that if he had won, he would have had a month to recover and perhaps become more interesting. Suspicious, Leon then asks why she didn't just surrender. As she approaches him, the queen says that, in the moment, she had an idea for a fun game. She then begins to tilt her wine glass. With a smile, she pours the drink over her own body, saying she loves his expression when he loses. Shocked and nervous, he asks what she is doing. Weisse then seductively orders him to drink it all. He thinks the aroma of the wine mixed with her perfume is a marvelous sight. To him, that moment becomes simply irresistible. On impulse, Leon leans in and begins to drink the wine directly. The unexpected action makes Weisse gasp in surprise. After he drinks, she asks with a flushed face if that was good enough. With a smile, he responds that it clearly isn't enough for her. Then, Weisse orders him to open his mouth. Shortly after, she bites her own lip, making it bleed. With that, the woman leans in and lets a drop of her blood fall into his mouth. Startled, the hunter realizes that what he received in his mouth is blood. He then pushes her away and nervously asks what she thinks she's doing. Feeling something strange, Leon accuses her of casting a forbidden spell on him. She confirms it is the blood curse he is already familiar with. With that, the man's eyes begin to glow intensely red. As he asks why, Weisse reveals she was bothered by the sensation of the spell he had cast on her. Leon then asks if she knows the price to be paid for that spell. With a smile, she replies that she modified the incantation to leave only the enchantment effect. Under the effect of the spell, he says his body is on fire, and his mind is blank. Weisse then touches his chest and confesses she always forced him to stay with her, even against his will. She then whispers that now she wants him to obey her and beg to stay with her. With a wicked laugh, the woman declares that the game is just beginning for her delicious prey, Leon. Even though his hand was on his chest, he let out a breathless laugh. Right after, Weisse taunts him, asking if the brave dragon hunter can no longer control himself. Then, she shows him a magic artifact bought in the Sky City, capable of recording images for a time. Under pressure, he admits he wants to kiss her. For an instant, the boy freezes, managed to say only one word. With a smile, she asks him to repeat what he said, but louder. Immediately, he yells that he wants to kiss her, but then denies that's what he intended to say. Holding his face in her hand, Weisse comments on how pathetic he's become, abandoning his pride to beg for a kiss. Then, she states that she won't give him what he asked for. Facing her refusal, the young man remains silent and unresponsive. In a sudden movement, he lunges and pins her down while calling her name. Thus, the hunter traps her on the floor, completely out of breath. Even in that position, she comments that impatience is not typical behavior for him. While holding her hand, he confesses that he wants to kiss and hold her. Finally, he says he desires to make love to her, and Weisse realizes this reaction is the effect of the blood curse. With a smile, she states that it seems today she finally finished him. At that, she agrees to yield, since he is begging so persistently. Then, she calls him a puppy and asks him to show his true face when it's all over. Soon after, the scene pulls back, revealing the grand castle where they are. Shortly after, only the young woman's hair is seen on the pillow. Suddenly, he wakes up in bed next to her. Holding his head, he laments that last night he fell into the same trap again. Then, he concludes that the blood curse made him abandon his hunter's pride and beg for her. Gritting his teeth, he realizes this is another humiliation that crosses his limits. Meanwhile, he observes that the cause of it all sleeps peacefully after having had her fun. So, he touches her face, noticing how completely defenseless she looks. Suddenly, the boy is startled by his own action. He wonders what he's doing and why he instinctively started caressing the woman's face. He tries to convince himself that he just wanted to wake her up and that his gesture had no other meaning. However, he finds the lack of reaction strange and wonders if she's just pretending to sleep. With that, he orders her to stop pretending. Next, he questions her, asking why she isn't waking up since she's always so disciplined. Standing now, he wonders if the reason she isn't waking up is the blood curse. So, he deduces that having the healthy body of a dragon queen, Rosweise will remain unconscious for at least a week. The young man observes her in bed while silently thinking about the situation. Soon he realizes that this is the best time to escape. Opening a drawer, he concludes that with the ebony and gold combat car, his escape is totally possible. Already dressed, he plans to combine potions to run at maximum speed back to human territory. In front of the bed, he celebrates, stating that when she wakes up, it will already be too late. He laughs out loud, certain of his victory. However, the laughter stops midway. Soon after, he bends forward with his head down. While grabbing a vial, he reflects that it's already been 2 years since he left the Empire. He decides to be more cautious, because returning hastily would be dangerous with so many mysteries surrounding his capture. Finally, he considers that it might be better to wait, as he asked Rosweise to investigate his master. At that moment, he realizes there is something much more important. In a memory, he sees Muen warning that she's going to catch the butterfly, while Noah warns her not to fall. With this in mind, he states that he can't just leave the two behind. Crossing his arms, he concludes that for now, he will have to remain in the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. Looking at the sleeping girl, he thinks about taking revenge for what happened last night. Then, he taunts her, asking if she doesn't agree with that. Meanwhile, Rosweise continues sleeping soundly. Beside the bed, Muen asks if Mommy is okay because she slept all day. At that moment, Noah turns to him and asks what the two of them did during the night. With a smile, the young man invents that they were talking on the balcony and that she ended up catching a cold. He then turns to the maid and asks if the young woman's condition is nothing serious. In response, Anna reassures him, explaining that the doctor has already examined her and that, despite the weakness, everything is normal. The maid offers to take care of internal matters, and the hunter agrees for her to do what is necessary. Beside the bed, Muen asks for her mother to recover soon, promising not to upset her anymore. Observing the situation, he notices that Rosweise is sweating a lot and decides he should clean her later. Suspicious, Noah questions him if he intends to take advantage of the situation to pull something. Immediately, he denies it, saying she's overthinking and that he only wants to take care of the patient. Facing this, Noah calls Muen for them to leave, warning that they will return to see Mommy the next day. Already at the door, the little one says goodbye with a "Good night, Daddy," and he replies to the greeting. Alone with the sleeping woman again, he ponders what to do now. Right after, he decides that he will get some water. After returning, he wrings out a wet cloth in a basin. While cleaning her, the boy warns that he is doing this so she doesn't catch a cold, asking not to be misunderstood. He then notes that she is so weak that she can't even show the great tail she always displays. Upon finishing, he considers that maybe he should change the young lady's clothes too. Opening the wardrobe, he realizes there are many options, and decides that he can choose the one that pleases him most. Thus, he begins assembling an outfit with bare shoulders, a cleavage, and stockings. Soon, he finds clothes to replace what is necessary, but wonders what to do about the ears. Grabbing her hair, he considers that maybe he can tie it up to solve the problem. With a satisfied smile, he announces that everything is all ready. The young man then presents his creation, Rosweise in her bunny version. However, he admits to himself that he didn't expect it, but she turned out very beautiful. Suddenly, a mark on his chest begins to glow. Holding his shirt, he wonders why the dragon mark is glowing just now. He remembers the explanation he received, that the mark reacts when one of the bearers desires the other. Desperate, he denies having these thoughts while he is lucid, blaming the bunny costume for the reaction. To control himself, he decides to recite the dragon hunter's code of honor 10 times. Relieved, he admits he almost made a mistake, but laments that dressing Rosweise like this will leave no memory. Meanwhile, she remains asleep in bed in the costume. Suddenly, he remembers that there was a camera somewhere around there. Quickly, he begins searching for the object. Soon after, he finds the camera he was looking for. While taking several photos, he celebrates, saying that now she is the one at a disadvantage. He then adjusts the girl's face with his finger, asking for his dear to smile for the photo. With the camera in hand, he states that he will make sure to keep those photos very well. At that moment, Rosweise stirs and mumbles in her sleep. Seeing the movement, the boy panics, wondering if she woke up too fast. So, he leans in to check, but the young woman remains completely asleep. Hand on chest, He sighs upon realizing it was just a false alarm. Looking outside, he decides it's better to change her back into her pajamas and continue his revenge plan tomorrow. The next day, Muen runs down the hall while calling for her sister. Crossing her arms, Noah asks what happened and tells the little one to speak up. In response, Muen explains that her magic cube broke, and, when looking for Daddy to fix it, she couldn't find him anywhere. At this, Noah wonders if he took advantage of the fact that their mother is unconscious to escape. To reassure the younger one, she states there's no need to worry and guarantees that they will look for him together. Thus, the two run down the castle hallway, calling out to find where Daddy is. Searching an empty room, Muen's voice calls out, asking where Daddy is. When they check their mother's room, the girl comments that he doesn't seem to be there. Soon after, they check another room, with Muen confirming he isn't there either. The little one even peeks inside a large barrel, calling for her father. Seeing this, Noah questions how he could possibly be in there. At this, the younger sister wonders if he got lost, since they've looked everywhere. Then, Noah explains that good people always end up leaving sooner or later, just like last time. Confused, Muen asks what she means by last time. Facing the question, Noah states that if her guess is correct, that man is already gone. He finally managed to escape, just like he always wanted. In her mind, the girl reflects that she always felt her family seemed harmonious, but it was actually full of falsehoods. She remembers that for as long as she can recall, her father was always sleeping, and her mother only said he was their progenitor. The young woman recalls that on the day he woke up, he tried to escape, but was brought back. Since then, she felt he wasn't staying there of his own free will. After that, Noah remembers he started to get closer, trying to please her, and teach her things to act like a good father. However, she wonders if he did it all out of love, or if he just wanted them to let their guard down so he could find a chance to escape. The girl reflects that when love hides unknown factors, she'd rather not receive it than become a tool. She understands he doesn't belong in that place, and that sooner or later, he will leave them and disappear. Crying, Muen laments that mommy won't wake up and daddy doesn't love them, asking her sister what they'll do now. Then, Noah holds the little one's face and comforts her, promising that her big sister will protect her. At this, Muen hugs her and starts to cry. As she holds her in her arms, Noah firmly declares they will hold a farewell ceremony for that man. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the mountains behind the Silver Dragon's sanctuary. With a map in hand, he comments that the place has a beautiful landscape and that the maid didn't lie. The scene cuts back to an earlier moment when Leon asked Anna about the places Her Majesty frequented most. In the memory, the maid offers to send an escort, but he refuses and just asks her to mark the locations on the map. He plans to take advantage of his unrestricted mobility to explore the terrain and prepare a surprise for Rosweise. He then reveals that investigating her favorite places is just a cover for his revenge plan. Ultimately, the boy decides his real plan is to humiliate her in her favorite spot, taking advantage of the fact she'll wake up weak. Approaching a large tree, he comments that it looks thick enough. Imagining the scene, he concludes that position is simply perfect. Assessing the spot, he notes the ground isn't soft, but spreading flower petals will solve that problem. Observing the view, he remarks that you can see the dragon sanctuary on the mountain from there, which isn't bad at all. As he studies the map, he decides to add this forest to his list of locations. With everything ready, he states that now all he has to do is wait for the woman to wake up before he acts. Then, he declares with a smile that this time, she won't beat him. Back in the sanctuary courtyard, the boy hears the sound of crying coming from near a bonfire. As he gets closer, he finds the maids and asks what's happening and why there's such a commotion. One of them then explains that their highnesses asked them to hold a funeral and prepare a bonfire. In front of a portrait, Muen cries, offering a steak and asking him to come back and see them. Beside the little one, Noah tells her sister to just accept that he's already gone. Watching the scene, the young man wonders if they're playing house and decides to play along for a bit. With that, he approaches, saying, "Excuse me," which startles the maids, who recognize him as the prince. Facing the girls, he asks who they are honoring and offers to play an instrument. Looking at the portrait on the table, the boy is shocked to realize the person in the picture is himself. With a satisfied smile, he comments that he looks very handsome in the photo. A moment later, it sinks in, and he screams in desperation, not understanding why this is happening. Surprised, Muen points at him and shouts that Daddy has appeared. Casually, Leon tells his dear daughters that a funeral was a bit of an exaggeration since he was only gone for a day. With eyes full of tears, the girl can only call out his name. She then runs into his arms, shouting that Daddy is back. Still in his embrace, Muen says she thought he didn't want her anymore. Stroking her head, he asks what nonsense that is, and how he could possibly not want them both. Then, Noah explains that they searched the entire sanctuary for him and thought he had already left. With that, she realizes she accused him unjustly. Picking Muen up, he tells everyone it's over and they can go. In her father's arms, The little one asks if she can eat her offerings now. As soon as he puts her down, she runs excitedly towards the table, while he reflects that she definitely inherited his gluttony. Right after, Noah approaches and asks him to let them know next time before he goes out alone. She adds that Muen was very worried about him. He apologizes for worrying her, while thinking that the older one is worried too, but is too embarrassed to say it. Finally, Noah admits that in any case, it was her fault for not trusting him. The apology takes him completely by surprise. At this, Leon realizes the farewell ceremony was just a misunderstanding that arose from her mistrust. He then understands that this all happened because, deep down, he hadn't given her enough security. He begins to understand that Noah craves affection, but will never make the first move, and wouldn't believe in promises. So, he decides that as a father, the only way to prove himself is by showing it through actions little by little. Stroking the girl's head, he reassures her, tells her they'll have dinner together, and promises he will always be with them. The next day, in the queen's room, Rosweisa begins to stir in her sleep. Slowly, the woman's eyes start to open. Seeing her awake, Muen celebrates, shouting that mommy has finally woken up. Joyfully, she explains that she slept for a very long time and that she was very worried. With a smile, Rosweisa apologizes to her daughter for making her worry. Right after, she realizes she is completely powerless and can't feel the flow of her magic. She then deduces that her Dragon Queen body is weak because she used her power to save him from the curse's effects. Beside the bed, Muen comments that, knowing his personality, he has surely escaped by now. Rosweisa then asks how long she was unconscious, and the little one replies that it was for 2 whole days. While thinking there's still time to capture him, Rosweisa invites Muen to have fish for dinner that night. Suddenly, Leon enters the room with a huge fish, announcing he just caught it in the mountains. Enthusiastically, he asks if Daddy isn't amazing, and his daughter agrees, saying he's super amazing. In that same instant, the boy turns and notices the queen is awake. Surprised, she asks why he's still there, and he remarks that she's finally awake. With a smile, he explains he just went to get some fresh air and took the opportunity to catch a fish for his dear wife. As she asks who this dear might be, Muen comments that her father is shameless. Then, Leon gives his daughter the mission of taking the fish to the kitchen. Excited, the little one tells him to leave it to her and enthusiastically accepts the task. As Muen leaves, the young man tells her to have dinner first, as he and her mommy have things to talk about. Alone with him, Rosweisa says she thought he would take advantage of her being unconscious to abandon his daughters and run away. Removing his gloves, he questions how he could possibly escape, since they still have a lot of unfinished business. Confused, she asks what unfinished business he's referring to. He then reminds her of what she did when he woke up a month ago. With a panicked look on her face, Rosweisa begs him not to say he intends to do that. With a victorious smile, he confirms it's exactly what she's thinking. Rosweisa warns him not to think he can take advantage of her just because she's weak, telling him not to do anything crazy. Soon, Leon questions her about the word weak. He then reminds her that he was also weakened at the time, because she marked him with the dragon seal without giving him a chance to refuse. At this, the woman warns that when she recovers her strength, he will pay, so it's better not to do anything he might regret. The young man just denies that he will regret it, while calling her his dear wife. While carrying her in his lap, he states that this is the rightest decision he has ever made in his entire life. Next, he declares that now it's her turn to be the prisoner of war. As he carries her through the cherry blossom grove on the mountain, Rosweisa orders him to put her down immediately. Even with her struggling, he warns her to stop moving, or she'll end up falling. Rosweisa then declares that if she had already recovered her strength, he would have flown with a single punch. Leon finally puts her on the ground, under a huge cherry tree. As soon as she sits down, the woman asks why she was brought to that place. He explains that he researched the places she most liked to visit while she was unconscious, and that this is the first destination of the night. With that, she questions him about being the first destination, asking if he will still take her to other places. Finally, the young man shows the shrine in the distance, explaining that from there it is possible to see everything perfectly. Rosweisa then asks if he wants revenge for what happened in his homeland. At this, he confirms and questions if giving back in kind is not an exclusive right of dragons. In response, the seal on his chest begins to glow. Leon then states that, although he is human, he also has a strong sense of revenge and symbolism. Next, he holds her and asks her to look straight ahead. Soon, he points to the palace in the distance, describing it as the source of all her pride and dignity. He concludes by saying that now, all she can do is let herself be manipulated by him. As soon as he pushes her forward, he asks how she feels about being defeated by a fallen dragon hunter. As he approaches, he states that this is exactly what she did to him before. Rosweisa then admits to herself that she wants to resist, but her body cannot help but want more. Decided, she thinks to herself, if it must be so. Suddenly, her tail wraps around the young man's body. Surprised, he questions how she still has the strength to use this limb. The woman then challenges him to enjoy control while he still has it, and do his best to make her feel humiliated. Finally, Finally, she warns him that after this, she will take revenge in an even worse way. With that, Leon responds for her not to talk about the future, because he has always lived for now. Then he declares that the night is long, and that the revenge party is just beginning for Her Majesty. The next morning, the scene takes place in the Silver Dragon Queen's bedroom. Upon waking in bed next to her, he celebrates that he is finally back. Soon, he reflects that he is exhausted after spending the whole night tormenting her from place to place. However, he observes that the night seems to have left her satisfied, since she continues to sleep soundly. Next, he questions himself about her being satisfied, remembering that he did not come here for revenge. Then, he convinced himself that she felt firsthand what it is like to be dominated, and that in any case, his revenge was a success. Beside him, the woman remains asleep. With this, he decides he needs to return to his own room before the maidens wake up, because they are not a couple that sleeps together. As soon as he tries to get up, he feels his hand being held while she murmurs something. Almost asleep, she complains that she is cold. Leon thinks it is just the instinct of a living being seeking warmth, and that he cannot let himself be fooled again. Even so, his hand rests upon hers. Finally, he concludes that compared to returning to the cold bed in his room, it seems much warmer here. Upon waking, Muen wonders if her mother has not awakened yet. Outside, birds enjoy the morning sun at the window. With this, the girl remembers that she was taught to apply medicine in case of an insect bite. Soon after, she announces that she found the ointment. Then, she runs towards the bed. Upon arriving near, she asks her mother to wake up, because the sun has already risen. Still sleepy, Rosweise tells her daughter to go play with Daddy. Then Muen tries to wake her father, warning him that the sun is already hitting his bottom. Leon just grumbles that it's toasty and asks to sleep a little more. For this reason, the girl gets irritated and asks who is going to play with her if the two stay all cuddled up. With that, he kisses his wife's forehead as they hug. Muen observes and comments that it is the first time she sees the two so affectionate. Right after, she asks why they have so many little red dots on their bodies. Suddenly, she concludes they must be insect bites. Finally, she declares for them not to worry, because in her sister's absence, she herself will take good care of them. Thus, she begins to apply the ointment, warning that she is going to put a little more on Daddy. Sometime later, Rosweise calls her husband and asks him to wake up. As soon as he wakes up, he asks why he is feeling his face so wet. Soon he realizes that both are covered by a green ointment. Then he starts to laugh and asks what happened to her face. Muen proudly explains that she put the medicine on them, since they were full of little red bite marks from insects. While Rosweise questions about the little marks, Leon states that there are things children should not know. With that, Muen asks if she wasn't amazing for having helped them. The young man congratulates her, saying she did a good job. While the girl promises that she will apply medicine again, the two conclude that next time, they need to close the door well. Later, Leon appears with a bowl of food. He then offers a spoonful of food to his wife. Without understanding the action, she asks what it was. He insists that she eat something, reminding her that it has been days and that even being a dragon, she must be hungry. Even so, Rosweise states that she does not need to be fed and that she can eat by herself. After tasting, she admits that the flavor of the food is not bad. With that, he responds that of course, because it is fried rice made with all his love. Then, she asks why he is also eating, but he explains that he is only helping, and she demands another spoonful. Right after they finish all the food in the bowl, Leon then remembers that on these days, he took care of her, helping her bathe, making food, and even feeding her. With this, Rosweise questions him if he refers to the bath or the torment in bed, admitting that in the end, everything was a little exaggerated. Leon denies that that is torture, stating that it is just the affectionate care of a husband. While he says goodbye, Rosweise warns him that each time he acts like an idiot, she will have one more reason to humiliate him in the future. Alone in the room, she calls him a damned dragon hunter, admitting that he really has a talent for tormenting her. Next, she forcefully punches the headboard of the bed. The impact makes the wood of the furniture crack instantly. Surprised, she observes the damage she just caused. Suddenly, she realizes that her strength has finally returned. Meanwhile, Leon calmly washes dishes in the kitchen. He then hopes that the dragoness does not recover so quickly so he can have fun for a few more days, without having a sense of the gravity of the situation. Later, at the palace, the maid Anna apologized to Her Majesty. Next, she handed over a medicine prescribed by the doctor, explaining that it would help recover her strength. However, the woman refused, stating that her body had already recovered, and she no longer needed to take it. With that, the servant noticed the crack in the headboard, and asked what that was. Rosweise admitted to overdoing it a bit with the force, and asked them to call someone to fix it the next day. Just as the maid turned to leave, she was called back. Hiding behind a book, the sovereign asked her not to tell Leon about her recovery, as she wanted him to take care of her for a few more days. Anna reacted with a look of surprise. With a smile, the employee replied that she got the message. The dragoness then thought that her husband's days of tranquility were numbered. 2 days later, Muen ran up to her father and asked to learn how to make her body glow. Leon asked if she was referring to the magic he and her mother demonstrated on the training field. With that, he questioned his daughter about the reason for wanting to learn magic all of a sudden. The girl explained that her sister had learned many things at school and she didn't want to fall behind. The man understood and confirmed that she also wanted to learn something, to which Muen excitedly agreed. Reflecting on this, he concluded that the competition between his daughters was an advantage, as the youngest liked her sister so much she didn't want to be apart. Given this, the father excitedly agreed to teach magic, explaining that they would start with the basics of mana channeling. Sometime later, the little one exerted herself to follow the training instructions. Leon was impressed, because in a few hours his daughter was already channeling mana without difficulties, and perhaps soon would awaken her power. Facing this progress, he wondered if his girl was a genius. Then, he was interrupted when she announced that she was hungry and had no strength. Leon then decided that it wasn't necessary to rush the training. Soon, he announced that they would end for today and go eat something, while Muen celebrated that Daddy was the best. Back in the room, Anna delivered what had been requested, and Rosweiss just told her to leave it in a corner. As soon as Leon arrived announcing his presence, the wife dismissed the maid. He then thought that, according to Anna, Rosweiss would still take 5 days to recover, which would give him time to torment her. With that, he approached and offered a massage, in case she still felt pain. The warrior challenged him, questioning why he didn't show his power and called him a disappointment for not being able to last more than 2 days. Surprised, he questioned her about what he had just heard. Then he called her Mama Dragon and said he thought about letting her rest, but it seems he was mistaken. While holding her by the chin, Leon supposed that if she talked so tough, her body must also be tough. While taking off his shirt, Leon warned her that she would regret that. With a smile on her face, the woman replied that she never regretted. Suddenly, Rosweiss's tail wrapped around his waist, catching him by surprise. With a quick movement, she threw him forcefully onto the bed using her tail. While immobilizing him, her husband was astonished by the strength she displayed. With that, he finally realized and questioned her if she had already completely recovered. Rosweiss then silenced him, saying that a prisoner should know how to be quiet. Beside the bed, a set of restraint items was already prepared on a tray. Surprised, he asked when she had prepared all that. With his wrists and ankles bound, he began to wonder if he had just fallen into the wolf's mouth. While observing him, the dragoness warned him not to try and resist. With that, Leon questioned if she planned to torture him for information. Restrained on the bed, Leon warned her that he went through specialized training and would never give himself up, but Rosweiss just questioned if he was sure. With that, a recording from the magic crystal displayed a memory in which he declared he wanted to kiss her. Upon realizing what it was about, he begged for her to hand over the object. The woman then teased him, asking who was that begging for her. In the recording, Leon's version continued to stammer her name. With that, he desperately denied it, stating that that couldn't be him and that they only looked alike. Rosweiss then asked if he wanted to see the scene up closer. Soon, the image proceeded, with the young man saying he wanted to hug her, kiss her, and become one with her. At this, the prisoner surrendered and said he didn't need to see anymore, as he remembered everything. The dragoness commented that it was good he remembered, and picked up a whip beside the bed. Next, she ordered him to repeat several times what he had said in the recording. She teased him once more, offering a summary as his teacher, in case he didn't remember. The scene showed the silhouette of the two behind a partition. The light from the lamp illuminated the room during the night. Moments later, Leon appeared lying in bed, completely exhausted. While he rested, Rosweiss received a letter brought by a messenger dragon. Soon, her husband asked if the letter was from the academy, and why a messenger had been sent so late. With that, she informed that the academy had requested their presence there the next day. Then, she revealed that Noah had gotten into a fight with someone, leaving her companion completely surprised at the news. Already in Vice Principal Wilson's office, Noah waited in silence. On the other side, 3 boys with horns appeared injured and with bandages. The vice principal then explained that he had called them to talk about the incident involving the girl's fight with her classmates. With that, Rosweiss began questioning him about what he meant by that. She also wanted to know if those 3 young dragons had teamed up to bother her daughter. While Leon examined her worriedly, Noah stated that she had no injuries and was fine. The educator then clarified the situation, revealing that, in fact, it was their daughter who beat up the 3 boys. Upon hearing the truth, Rosweiss had just asked if that was all. At the revelation, father and daughter stood in silence side by side. Right after, Leon congratulated Noah on the good work, confirming that she was his daughter. Finally, the vice principal explained that the incident, despite being small, revealed tensions between cocoon-born and womb-born dragons. He proceeded by saying that dragons reproduced in these 2 ways, and although there was no difference in adulthood, skills varied in youth. The principal continued, explaining that cocoon-borns inherited their mother's strength, while womb-borns needed to learn, which made the former stronger at the same age. With that, he concluded that, Even being womb-born, the girl had faced 3 older cocoon-born opponents, which made her future very promising. Suddenly, the father of one of the boys arrived and offered to pay medical expenses, minimizing the situation. However, as soon as he saw his son's condition, the man questioned him about how he had ended up like that. At this, the boy ran crying to his father's arms. While Rosweiss whispered that the boy belonged to the Crimson Dragon King's family, Leon replied in a low voice that he had already killed so many dragons of that clan they could surround the academy twice. The noble then turned to the queen and questioned her about how she allowed her daughter to bully other dragons. Leon immediately interfered, provoking him by saying that because they weren't strong, they sent their small children to bother his. With that, the student's father demanded an apology, but the other challenged him, stating that his hands were itching to fight. In response, the vice principal banged on the desk and ordered everyone to be silent. Next, he asked for the parents to calm down and hear the full story. He then reported that, in the cafeteria, the student Laurel and his friends had argued with Noah after her tray stained his clothes. Continuing, he explained that, when returning to the dormitories, the 3 boys surrounded the girl in the courtyard, and a fight began. After concluding the explanation, the educator asked if the boys wanted to say anything, but they just denied in silence. At that moment, Noah raised her hand and told the principal she had something to declare. Vice Principal Wilson turned to the girl and asked if Noah wanted to say anything. Noah then explained that Laurel had provoked her on purpose in the cafeteria and later attacked her in the courtyard, stating she had only defended herself. She then stared at the boy and demanded he confirm if that wasn't true. As Laurel silently agreed, his father questioned why he was so afraid of her. Suddenly, Leon intervened and told his daughter he thought she had made a mistake. The girl just watched him in silence, waiting for his next words. Her father advised her to aim for the opponent's knee the next time something like this happened, making Noah ask why. He explained that a crimson dragon who injures their knee on the battlefield only gets a beating, and she quickly took note of the advice. Outraged, Laurel's father accused Leon of teaching his daughter to bully his son in front of everyone. He then demanded that a violent student like her be expelled immediately. The vice principal urged them to calm down, stating that only the academy had the authority to decide on a student's expulsion. Wilson then revealed that several students had reported Laurel's habit of bothering others, and that witnesses confirmed he had provoked Noah first. The boy's father shouted, questioning if the academy wouldn't punish the girl and would instead blame his son for the situation. Leon confronted him, asking what he was complaining about when his daughter, who was only 1 year and 2 months old, had beaten his son. At that, Laurel interrupted the argument to reveal he was 7 years and 11 months old. The man then commented that if something so humiliating happened to him, he would dig a 3,000-meter hole and bury himself so no one would know. Laurel's father retorted that someone who doesn't have the courage to show their own tale has no right to talk about his son. He then pointed towards Rosweiss and Noah, stating that their entire family was nothing but trash. Leon then grabbed the man's hand, saying he would let the insult slide if it were just about him, but not about his wife and daughter. Watching the scene, Rosweiss commented that her husband was very protective of his family. The nobleman then questioned how he dared to lay hands on him, and if he knew who he was talking to. The man then grew agitated, declaring he was a duke of the Crimson Dragon clan, while Leon stared at him mockingly. At that moment, Rosweiss turned to Leon and called out, "Dear husband." She warned that this was just a minor squabble between students, and that bringing family status and position into it wouldn't help at all. Rosweiss told the vice principal she trusted the academy's decision and would accept whatever the outcome was. The educator then warned the man that if he insisted on causing a scene, he would only make the situation worse. Wilson added that it was possible his son could lose the right to study at the academy. At this, Laurel pulled his father's arm and asked him to drop it, as he wanted to stay in school. The man finally gave in, admitting he had lost his temper and would accept whatever the school decided. Finally, he glared at the group and warned that he would leave for now, but this wasn't over. The vice principal summarized that Laurel had provoked her first, and Noah had defended herself, although she had overreacted in her response. With that, he determined that the girl would receive a verbal warning from her teacher and should reflect on her actions. As for Laurel and his friends, they would have to write a self-criticism report and handle classroom cleaning duties. That was the final decision. Noah said goodbye, stating she was going back to class, and her mother allowed her to leave. As she walked away, Leon shouted for her to hit their knees first if they bothered her again. Suddenly, the vice principal appeared behind him and called his name, making him jump in surprise. Leon turned around and asked if Wilson needed anything. The educator then commented that he'd always had a question about him, since he had never shown his own tail. The question left him speechless for a moment. Then, Wilson asked which dragon clan he belonged to, if it wasn't too much trouble to answer. Roswisa intervened, stating her husband was a common dragon, and Leon agreed, saying he was just a simple commoner. The vice principal accepted the answer and remarked that, in that case, it was a miracle they had a daughter with so much talent. He then stated that the academy welcomed children like her, and suggested the couple should have more kids. The vice principal continued his speech, stating he was absolutely certain that when Noah graduated, she would lead the dragons to defeat even more hunters, to which her father simply said thanks. From a distance, Laurel's father watched the trio talking in the hallway. He then turned to his entourage and ordered them to leave. At the academy entrance, Leon and Roswisa were leaving peacefully. As they left, Laurel's father intercepted them and called out to the Queen of the Silver Dragons. Roswisa faced him and asked if he still had something to say. The man replied that the agreement in the office was just a formality to avoid trouble with the academy. He then announced that, now that they were outside, they would settle things the dragon way. With that, the nobleman pointed at Leon and challenged him to a duel right there. The Queen considered that refusing the challenge would spread rumors that the Silver Dragons were weak. Their rival taunted them, asking if they were going to decline the challenge. In a low voice, Roswisa asked her husband if he really wanted to accept the fight. Leon replied that since the man himself had offered, he would certainly accept. His wife agreed with the decision, but asked him to please not kill the man. Meanwhile, other students rushed to the entrance, saying they had heard about a duel and had to watch. Hearing about the fight, Noah suspected it might have something to do with her parents. Up on a balcony, a group of students pointed at the scene, wondering who was involved. The challenger sized Leon up as someone weak, who only knew how to boast and didn't even have the courage to show his own tail. He then declared that since his son had lost, he would beat up the girl's father to restore the family's honor. Then he turned to his opponent and proposed that if he could withstand 3 rounds, he would consider the fight lost. Leon cut him off with disdain and told him to get to the point. He then taunted him to start already, making the other man angry. The man shouted that this was too much. With that, he lunged forward with a flaming fist aimed at Leon. While blocking the attack, Leon thought that the man was much weaker than the dragons he had faced before. Leon then recalled with a smile that there were still 2 rounds left. His adversary got angry seeing him back away and accused him of running. He then taunted him, asking if he was from the cowardly Turtle Clan as he punched the ground. Leon leaped into the air to dodge the impact. Immediately, the nobleman launched a blast of fire in his direction. Leon faced the approaching fire attack without flinching. However, he easily dodged it and reappeared beside his opponent. Leon then announced that it was his turn to attack. He landed a direct kick to the nobleman's knee, who cried out from the blow. Kneeling on the ground, the man stared at him, unable to believe what had just happened. Without giving him time to recover, Leon moved in with a ready fist. He then landed a powerful blow to his rival's face. The punch was so strong, it sent the man flying. Leon then dusted off his hands and stated that for someone of that level, he didn't even need to use magic. In desperation, the nobleman's servants shouted Duke Lael's name. At this, Leon turned to the pair and asked if they wanted to have a go too. The two immediately refused, saying they didn't want to fight at all. Leon then ordered them to take the Duke and get out of there, sending a message for his son to stop bothering his daughter. Satisfied, he turned and said they could leave now. However, he was surprised to see Noah standing there and asked when she had arrived. The girl replied she was just passing by when she saw the commotion. Noah then offered a box to her parents, saying it was for them. Opening the gift, Roswisa found a large, heart-shaped cookie. Her daughter explained that she made the cookies in cooking class, and since she came in second place, they might not be that good, but she asked them to try them. Roswisa disagreed and said they were very good, insisting that Leon try a piece too. Her husband agreed that anything made by his daughter couldn't be anything but delicious, assuring her she would win first place next time. Then, Noah turned to him and praised him, saying he was amazing just now. The unexpected compliment left Leon completely speechless for a moment. Soon, he was visibly thrilled by his daughter's comment. Regaining his composure, he showed off and replied that of course her dad was amazing. While stroking Noah's head, he offered to teach her any fighting technique she wanted to learn. Hearing this, Roswisa just watched him in silence with a serious expression. Sometime later, Leon was sitting on a sofa, reading a book peacefully. Then, Roswisa came over and asked if his hand wasn't hurt, making him look up in surprise. He glanced at the wound and replied that it was just a small thing that would heal in a few days. The woman then prepared a cotton ball with medicine to treat the wound. As she came closer, the hunter reflected that, as someone who fights dragons, he had many scars and used to treat them carelessly. He then realized this was the first time someone had tended to him with such care. In that moment, he noticed how soft and warm her hand was as she treated him. Roswisa thanked him for protecting her, but he replied it was what he had to do, since in front of others, she was still his wife. Soon after, she mentioned her sister had invited them, and upon hearing they could settle some scores, he changed his mind and accepted the invitation. With that, they set off, and soon arrived at the great territory of the Red Dragons. As soon as they reached their destination, Leon, holding Muen, announced their arrival and asked the girl to wake up. Soon, the older sister approached and greeted his dragon form, calling him Xiaoluo. Next, she commented that her dragon form was still incredible. Suddenly, Rosweise appeared in her human form and was hugged by her sister, who praised her while she complained it tickled. Then, Rosweise introduced her husband, who was greeted enthusiastically, with the sister saying it was a pleasure to finally meet him awake. Next, the hostess hugged one of the girls and guessed she was Muen and the other Noah, with the little one confirming her aunt was right. Right after, the aunt turned to Noah and asked if she could hug her too. Excited, she celebrated, saying that being able to hug two little dragon girls at the same time was pure joy. The hostess then turned to Leon and thanked him for his efforts, mentioning she heard he took care of the girls most of the time. At this, Rosweise claimed she was sure the girls got along better with her, but he immediately retorted that it made no sense. As she challenged him, her husband gave in, and their sister commented on how well the two got along. His wife then shyly agreed they got along, but just a little. Soon after, the sister invited them inside, saying they must be tired after such a long journey. Suddenly, Muen excitedly shouted that she wanted to see what her aunt had to show, while Rosweise reacted in shock. She then demanded her sister hand over the photos she was keeping. Her sister teased her back, saying she looked embarrassed, and so, the hostess ran through the hall, chased by her sister who wanted to get the photos back. Leon remarks that he never expected to see this side of his beloved, and the girls excitedly ask to see the picture too. He shows them the photo and teases the Valkyrie, saying how energetic she looked while studying. He then reveals it's a picture of her giving a speech as the star student. Afterward, he asks her how she became so cold and distant, then yelps as she snatches the photo back. In a low voice, the blonde warns him not to get too cocky, because he might be the next person her sister decides to tease. Their aunt then reveals she still has lots of photos from when their mother was a little girl and encourages them to keep looking. Looking at the baby pictures, one of the girls comments on how tiny their mom was, while Muen says she wants to squeeze her too. The young man joins them, remarking that mommy looks super stylish in one of the photos, as Muen moves closer, asking to see. Then, her sister explains that the picture is from the day Rosweise inherited the title of Queen of the Silver Dragons. At this, Leon is impressed by the scene and admits she looks truly incredible. When they realize it's the last page, Muen sadly notes that there are no more pictures of their mom to look at. Rosweise then takes the album, telling her sister to put it away safely since they're finished. However, her sister reveals they aren't done yet and asks if they know what she's holding. Without hesitation, Leon excitedly answers that he knows what it is, saying it's a recording stone. Next, their aunt asks the girls if they want to see moving pictures of their mother, and they both excitedly say yes. Rosweise begs her sister not to show what's on the stone, pleading with her as the younger sibling. Leon immediately begs his sister-in-law to show them what's on it, concluding that the Valkyrie's protest means it must be something embarrassing. The blonde shouts her sister's name in protest, while the other just stares back with a smirk. Making up her mind, the sister says that since it's Leon's first time visiting, she'll grant his request and indulge her younger sister next time. The young man celebrates the decision, while Rosweise warns him she won't bring him here again. With that, the recording stone is activated. As the projection begins, her sister announces that this is a very precious video. The Valkyrie immediately recognizes the place in the recording. She tries to cover Leon's eyes, shouting for him not to look, but he insists on knowing what it is. In the recording, her sister asks a young Rosweise how she'll choose a husband in the future, making her blush. In response, the girl says that, first, the person must have better grades than her and have won first place many times. She continues, saying the person also needs to be responsible and not dislike children, which makes one of the daughters note that's what their mom used to say about their dad. Then, the recording reveals the husband must be powerful without abusing his power, making Leon boast that she's definitely talking about him. Her sister then comments that those three qualities are very hard to find, since many people are corrupted by power. At the end of the recording, young Rosweise declares that if someone like that doesn't exist, she won't force herself to get married. The recording ends with her firm declaration that if she ever marries, it will only be to someone like that. Leon is visibly touched hearing the last line of the video. He realizes this was her idea of perfection from the very beginning. Still, Rosweise insists it was just something silly she said when she was younger, but he reassures her that she has no reason to be embarrassed. Next, her sister gets curious and asks who pursued whom first. Immediately, they both point at each other and yell that the other one did the chasing. She then dares him to say that again if he has the guts. Faced with the challenge, Leon quickly changes his story, admitting she pursued him first, but then he regretted it and went after her. Seeing this, their host comments that, just as she thought, the two get along great, which they both deny in unison. The older sister then offers to show them the love letters Rosweisse used to get, making her ask why she saved those too. Unable to hold back, the Valkyrie screams, demanding they let her burn all those letters immediately. Later, in a low voice, Leon says there's no getting around it and that they'll have to share a room tonight. When they enter the room, they're met with completely unexpected and romantic decorations. Completely shocked by what they see, they both wonder what is going on. As soon as she enters the room, Rosweisse asks her sister what happened to the place. In response, she says she prepared the guest room, especially for them to stay for a few days. The Valkyrie then asks if there's another room available, but her sister insists they shouldn't be shy. After all, they're married. With that, the girl realizes she let her guard down, and that dealing with her sister is no easy task. Next, the hostess reveals her plan to lock them in so they can fulfill their mission of reviving their race. Immediately, Leon declares he wants out and tries to escape the room. However, his sister-in-law appears behind him and stops him, asking where he thinks he's going. The young man tries to use their daughters as an excuse, but the woman reassures him, stating she's prepared a room full of toys for them. Meanwhile, Muen and Noah are having fun in their own space, putting together a puzzle. Then, the sister locks the couple in, telling them to rest well inside. Alone in the room, they both sigh, defeated by the situation. Faced with this, Leon concludes they have no choice but to sleep there, admitting his sister-in-law is very strategic. While opening a closet, the Valkyrie comments that her sister has always been this way, and that he'll understand better with time. Suddenly, she slams the closet shut, leaving the young man confused by her sudden reaction. Rosweisse then informs him that since there's only one bed, he'll have to sleep in the bathtub. Upset, Leon questions why he's the one who has to take the bathtub. He then points out that the drain is plugged and the tub is full, proving his sister-in-law wants them to sleep together. As he approaches the bed, the young man notices it looks different from usual. He then wonders if it might be a waterbed. Without thinking, he throws himself onto the mattress, exclaiming how soft and springy it is while being watched closely. With that, he declares he won't let her enjoy the bed alone and suggests they sleep together. Suspicious, she asks why he's had a change of heart, and if he's planning something. Impatient, the Valkyrie just asks if he wants to sleep or not. She then suggests they play with the items from the closet, making the young man back away and say that won't be necessary. She decides to take a bath first and warns him not to peek, to which he replies that he has no desire to. Not believing him, the girl tells him to take a walk before bed and kicks him out of the room. Outside on the balcony, Leon comments that he's seen her so many times she doesn't even catch his eye anymore. Suddenly, he senses a presence. It was Rosweisse's sister, watching him in silence. His sister-in-law asks why he came out, and Leon replies that his wife is in the bath and he just came out for some fresh air. Then she approaches with a bottle of wine and invites him for a drink. With a smile, Leon readily accepts the invitation. As she pours the drink, she comments that this is the Valkyrie's favorite wine. He thanks her as he receives the offered glass. The young man then remarks that the two of them seem to get along very well, and the sister confirms it, saying they used to drink and talk there. She goes on to say she watched Rosweisse grow up, and that after she became queen, they communicated through letters until the announcement of her marriage and pregnancy. The woman continues, explaining that even after getting married, it was possible to sense her sister's sadness through the letters. She then reveals that Rosweisse told her that her husband was sick and slept a lot, leaving her alone during the difficult twin pregnancy. Hearing this, Leon realizes how hard it must have been for his partner to face everything without him, having only her sister to confide in. The hostess confesses that, back then, she thought her sister had married a lazy and irresponsible dragon. He laughs and asks if he really looks like that type of dragon. The woman then admits that after spending some time with him, she realized he's not a scumbag and that perhaps there's a reason behind everything. She concludes by saying that this only confirms that the queen really likes him a lot. The young man stops his sip, processing what he just heard. Right after, Leon wonders if Rosweisse really likes him that much. Still, he dismisses the idea, stating it's impossible for that dragon mother to like him. His sister-in-law teases him, asking if he's feeling sorry for himself, but Leon retorts that she doesn't know her own sister at all. Despite that, he admits they have to pretend to get along in front of her. He then changes his tone and declares to the hostess that their love is real. She replies that she already knew that from the way they treat each other. She then explains that Rosweisse is terrible at showing her feelings, and that he's the first person she's ever treated that way. Next, she reminds the young man of his responsibility as a man, making him conclude that he'll be killed if he refuses. Still, Leon reassures her, promising that he wasn't by his wife's side for the first pregnancy, but he will be if there's a second one. The young man then vows to protect his partner and daughters with his own life. The sister just says she hopes he truly keeps his promise. She then tells him to stop bragging and go back to the room before his wife gets impatient. Before he leaves, his sister-in-law calls out to him to say one more thing. Curious, Leon turns and asks what else she has to say. Finally, she advises him not to hold back that night, as the soundproofing in the room is incredible. The phrase, incredible soundproofing, leaves him completely speechless. He then just shuts his eyes tightly, not knowing how to respond. As the castle is shown at night, Leon silently expresses his gratitude for her help. He then quietly returns to the room, finding Roswitha already asleep in bed. As he gets closer, he wonders if she's really asleep already. He concludes that he won't suffer tonight, admitting she looks very beautiful while sleeping. The Valkyrie remains lying down, apparently in a deep sleep. Suddenly, something on the bed catches his attention. He then wonders why her chest is glowing from under the blanket. He immediately questions if the dragon seal might have been activated somehow. However, he notices his own seal isn't reacting and tries to understand what's happening. With no other option, he reaches out his hand to investigate the light under the sheet. To his surprise, Roswitha opens her eyes and greets him with a simple, "Hello." Startled, Leon asks why she scared him by hiding that lamp under the blanket. She then reveals she found the item among the toys and just wanted to play a little prank. The woman then teases him, stating that judging by his reaction, he didn't seem disappointed at all. The young man immediately denies the accusation, insisting that's not true. He then covers himself up and says he's going to sleep, telling her not to talk to him anymore. Roswitha then warns him not to regret it and attack her in the middle of the night. Suddenly, a spider stops right in front of her, leaving her confused about what it is. As soon as she realizes what it is, she starts screaming. At the scream, Leon sits up, startled, and asks what happened. The next moment, Roswitha leaps into his arms, leaving him confused. Still clinging to him, the girl tells him there's a spider in the room. The young man then remembers seeing a photo in an album of her crying because of a spider, and he wonders if it's a childhood trauma. With that, he concludes that even the queen of the silver dragons is afraid of something. He then says there's no other way and that he'll get the bug, while the Valkyrie tells him to hurry. As he gets closer, the young man picks up the spider with his hand. Holding it, he realizes it's not what it seems. Showing her the object, Leon explains that it's just a toy spider and she doesn't need to be afraid. Even so, Roswitha refuses to listen and orders him to get rid of it immediately, real or not. Seeing her reaction, he tells her to calm down and promises to throw the toy away right now. With that, he tosses the spider out the window. He then turns to his companion and says, "The threat is gone," asking if she can sleep now. He then wonders if that spider was also part of his sister-in-law's plan. He deduces that the intention was to make Roswitha show her more fragile and vulnerable side. Now calmer, she asks if she can sleep on the inside of the bed while he stays on the outside. Leon agrees without hesitation, saying she can sleep wherever she wants. Soon, they both lie down on the same bed, each facing away from the other. After a moment, he turns over and asks if she wants to hold his hand if she's still scared. The Valkyrie stares at him for a moment without an immediate answer. She then accepts the offer, saying she'll do it since he's insisting. With that, her hand finds his under the covers. He then asks if just holding his pinky will make her feel safe, and she asks how it should be. He calls her an idiot and shows her the right way is to interlace their fingers. Then, they lie in silence, just looking at each other while their hands are joined. She wonders how he can hold her hand so naturally, questioning if she's the only one feeling this way. The young woman then scolds herself, reminding herself she is the Dragon Queen, and there's nothing shameful about holding a hand. He then asks why her hand is so cold, but noticing it's sweating, Roswitha reveals that his is the nervous hand. As she feels his touch, she notices his hand has the calluses and scars of someone who wields a sword. It's rough, but warm. She then realizes that where their fingers intertwine, it feels like a current is running through her skin. The girl remains silent, just reacting to the sensation of his touch. As the night goes on, Leon asks about her criteria for a partner, but she says she was kidding and now has none. With that, the night continues, and the two remain lying in silence. Even though he tries, he realizes he can't sleep at all. He then looks to his side and wonders if Roswitha has fallen asleep yet. Soon, he notices his fingers are going numb from being in the same position and decides to move them a little. Pretending to sleep, Roswitha wonders why, instead of just holding her hand, he's now poking it. Finally, she concludes that this prisoner dares to touch his owner. Decided, she thinks, very well, then I'll touch him too. The next moment, he startles at her touch. Confused, he wonders what's happening and why the Valkyrie is caressing his hand. He realizes her body is very soft, and where they touch, he feels a pleasant sensation. With that, a strange desire begins to grow rapidly within him. At the same time, the desire becomes mutual, and they both think the same thing. Soon, the thought evolves, and they both feel they want to go beyond that simple touch. Next, their faces slowly draw closer as they stare at each other in silence. Leon then takes the initiative and moves on top of her, pulling the blanket over them both. Before kissing her, he thinks he'll give in to the moment, just for tonight. Then, the boy positions himself over Roswitha on the bed, ready to move forward. Meanwhile, she just whispers his name. In response, Leon agrees with a low hum, getting closer to her. Even knowing what's about to happen, he finds it strange that his dragon mark isn't reacting at all. It's soon revealed that the mark only spices things up and doesn't activate when two people genuinely like each other. However, the moment is interrupted when the toy spider falls right between them. With the scream echoing through the house, he quickly reassures her not to be afraid, as he's already caught the spider. Outside, Rossweiss's sister concludes they must have already found the little surprise she prepared. Back in the room, Leon hugs and reassures her, saying there's no reason to be scared, as everything is fine now. While the spider rests in the garden, he states he's checked everything, and there are no more contraptions. With that, he just continues to hug her gently in silence. Nestled against his chest, the Valkyrie comments that his heart is beating very fast. He then confesses that he's also afraid of spiders. After hearing his confession, she decides she won't do this kind of thing to him anymore. Finally, he asks her not to talk about what happened, and Rossweiss assures him she understands. When morning comes, sunlight streams through the bedroom window. Suddenly, she opens her eyes. Sitting up in bed, she wonders when she fell asleep. Next, she questions if that guy would have woken up so early. Even so, she concludes it's better that he's already gone. The girl then admits that after what happened, she doesn't know how she'll face him. As she gets up, she reflects that it was the first time she broke her own principles. While dressing, she laments showing weakness to a human and sleeping in his arms. Fully ready, she decides this is too embarrassing and she can't tell anyone. As soon as she opens the door, her sister surprises her, asking if she's awake yet. Right after, her sister asks how her exciting night was. Rossweisser replies that it was very exciting, but she doesn't want it to happen again. Her sister then whispers, asking if they use the toys, but she quickly denies it. With that, her sister promises to pack some toys for them to practice with and already asks about the next baby heir. Awkwardly, Rossweisser pulls her by the arm, saying they don't need to worry about that, and invites her for breakfast. In the Red Dragon Sanctuary's dining hall, Leon spends time with his daughters while they wait for their meal. He gently pinches Muen's cheeks, who opens her mouth in reaction. As soon as Rossweisser and her sister enter the dining hall, Muen announces that Mommy and Auntie have arrived. Right after, the little girl excitedly asks if they can start eating now. Then, the whole family sits at the table to have breakfast in silence. While they eat, the couple avoids eye contact. As he chews, Leon thinks about how embarrassing this whole situation is. He remembers that last night, caught up in the mood, he almost kissed her and ended up sleeping while holding her. With this, his conscience is divided, one side accusing him of betraying his country, and the other reminding him they're married. While the argument rages in his head, he just notices the bread tastes a bit bland. He decides he'll spread some peanut butter on it to make it taste better. However, just as he moves his hand toward the jar, Rossweisser stops him by placing her hand on his. The sudden touch leaves them both surprised, not understanding each other's reaction. Her sister then reveals the bed's secret, explaining that she created the waterbed to help the couple get their hearts racing. She continues, saying that on the edges of the bed there are buttons that, when pressed, make toy spiders fall to scare Rossweisser. Finally, the sister-in-law explains that the mechanism only deactivates if they hug, leaving Rossweisser furious at the unnecessary plan. During the meal, Leon insists that Rossweisser help herself first, and she agrees to the suggestion. Right after, her sister approaches and asks why they are blushing. Quickly, the warrior agrees that the place is quite hot, and the young man also states it's true. So, the relative suggests they go back to the room for a bath, but both deny the idea immediately. For Rossweiss's sister, no matter how many times she teases them, the couple's reactions are always funny. Changing the subject, she asks Leon if it's true they had a disagreement with the Crimson Dragon clan. Next, the woman tells how Noah defended herself from the Duke's son, while her partner brags about having easily defeated the Duke afterward. At this, the sister praises Noah, saying she is really incredible. Next, she mentions that the Duke went straight to leader Constantine, exaggerated the facts, and Rossweisser called him a bastard. Then, Leon remembers reading in dragon history that Constantine is a hero who expanded the clan's territories. The sister warns them that Constantine has been trying to expand his territory and might use the incident as an excuse to create conflict. Soon, Rossweisser starts declaring what will happen if he dares to attack her sanctuary because of a duke. Then, she concludes that she won't mind giving the Crimson Dragon clan a good lesson. The group then arrives at the main entrance of the Red Dragon sanctuary. Saying goodbye, the sister asks them to return carefully, and Rossweisser promises they will visit her again another day. Immediately after, she hands over a farewell gift and asks them to open it only when they are at home, while the warrior expresses her thanks. She also tells the twins to eat plenty of meat to grow fast and come back to play again. Muen promptly states that she is going to eat much more, but Noah just nods. Lastly, the sister turns to Leon to give him a final message. She reminds him not to forget the promise he made, and the young man guarantees he will keep it. Rossweisser observes the conversation without understanding what it is about. The girls say goodbye to their aunt as they fly away, and the sister wishes them a good trip. Back inside, she walks through the now empty empty hall. While walking, she comments to herself how adorable the little dragons are. Soon after, she wonders when the couple's next offspring will be born. Suddenly, a spider descends from the ceiling, stopping right in front of her. Holding the creature, she realizes that Leon really protects his wife with great courage. Far from there, he suddenly sneezes for no apparent reason. With the girl sleeping on his lap, he wonders if her sister has already discovered the surprise he left for her. At that instant, he reflects that Rosweise and her sister are completely different from the Dragon Kings he met before. He continues his reflection, realizing that they value family above all and demonstrate sincere love. In a low voice, he admits he can hardly believe the trust her sister placed in him. Already in the air, Rosweise starts questioning him about what happened when they were leaving. Soon after, she asks directly what he promised her sister, but Leon only replies provokingly if she really wants to know. Next, he states that he won't tell, leaving his partner furious with him. At nightfall, they finally arrive back at their sanctuary. The twins are already sleeping peacefully in their bed. Leaving the room, Rosweise closes the door and finds Leon waiting for her outside. Seeing the scene, she hesitates for a moment, and he just encourages her to continue. Immediately after, he reveals his revenge plan and asks her to do the embarrassing video presentation from the previous day live. With this, he starts imitating the video scene, in which a young Rosweise sang that she loved taking a bath and scrubbing her tail. Facing the provocation, the warrior can only shout his name. Meanwhile, in the Red Dragon Sanctuary, her sister invites Muen to watch more videos of Rosweise, and the girl promptly agrees. Soon after, the aunt calls Muen in a low voice and asks her to follow. The little one follows her aunt to a door that emits a light. On the other side, her mother starts singing that she loves taking a bath and that her body feels incredible. She continues the song about scrubbing her tail and blowing bubbles, while the recording displays an image of a young Rosweise in the bath. Leon ironically praises his wife's voice, comparing it to the beautiful song of a lark. The woman yells that she needs to destroy the recording, but her sister stops her, stating that she will keep everything as a family inheritance. The sister's gift rests on the table, and Leon comments with relief that the box finally survived. Leon simply laughs at the situation and says it's all a big nonsense. At the same time, Rosweise glares at him and states that one can see he is quite bored. Next, she grabs the young man by the collar and calls him by name, indicating there will be serious consequences. Suddenly, she suggests that they should continue from where they left off that night. Thus, he realizes the provocation went too far. Soon, he decides it's time to escape, but his partner yells for him to stop immediately. Upon trying to escape, he discovers that the bedroom door is blocked. Rosweise appears in the doorway and gives him 10 minutes to come to her room after a bath. She then warns that she will show the consequences of teasing her with those embarrassing videos. The young man stands still in front of the door, processing what just happened. At this, he laments that his own tongue always ends up getting him into trouble. He reflects that he didn't expect her to react that way. However, he concludes that this only confirms that the warrior's dark past is her greatest weakness. Out loud, he declares that even if he suffers physically, that is the price to pay for the noble cause of hunting dragons. With tears in his eyes, he accepts his fate, stating that his body can break if necessary. Thinking of Rosweise, he concludes that it's all worth it, as long as it makes the Silver Dragon Queen suffer. Meanwhile, she takes her own bath, thinking it is her duty to punish him. Already prepared, Leon warns for her to prepare for what is to come. 10 minutes later, as soon as he enters the room, a scream is heard from inside. Lying in bed, he then asks Rosweise to go easy. With a whip in hand, she introduces herself and orders him to call her master. Surprised by the scene, the young man teases her, calling her a true actress. Rosweise just calls him an idiot in response. Next, she strikes him with the whip, making him scream. She then warns him that he spoke wrong again, as he still doesn't seem to understand his own situation. With that, he reflects that the whip doesn't hurt that much, but it causes a strange sensation. Suddenly, he realizes her goal is just to embarrass him with that role play. He understands the scenario. Rosweise plays the teacher, and he is the rebellious student who made mistakes. To continue the game, she questions him if he already knows where he went wrong. Entering the role, the young man apologizes to his master and promises that from now on he will obey and not make mistakes anymore. Rosweise then questions him if he is ready to turn in his assignment. Not understanding, he asks what assignment that is. She reprimands him, questioning how he can promise to study if he doesn't even know what the assignment is. Then, he asks for his master to tell him what the assignment is, and she states that he is lucky that she is so understanding. Right after, she reveals that today's assignment is to make the master's dragon mark glow. Next, She warns that the punishment will be worse if he fails, and Leon promptly accepts the challenge. With that, he places his hand on her to begin the assignment. He then reflects that, after so many nights together, he already knows every sensitive point of her body. Soon, his touch begins to have the expected effect. Rosweisse then praises him, commenting that he learned very quickly. Next, the two continue the assignment in an intimate moment. The lesson between the two continues intensely in the bedroom. Soon, Leon asks if the assignment is over and if he's done enough. Rosweisse replies that it was just a warm-up exercise before the real class. She then reminds him that he hasn't even turned in his homework yet. Surprised, the young man asks if that was also part of the assignment. He then laments, knowing she wouldn't leave him alone, defeated once again by the dragoness's claws. He then wonders if all of this is happening because of the dragon mark on his chest. He also notices his mouth is getting drier and drier. His body grows restless with the situation, and he holds her tighter. With that, their game on the bed intensifies even more. Rosweisse then comments that Leon is being very naughty. In response, he asks if that wasn't exactly what the teacher wanted. She then encourages him to continue, telling him to go faster. The two lock hands tightly during the moment. After a while, Leon finally gets a moment to breathe. After the long night, he reflects that their game is finally over. As he gets dressed, he asks the teacher if he can leave now that he's turned in his lesson. However, as he's about to leave, Rosweisse grabs his clothes to stop him. She then informs him that he's only completed the assignment for one subject and that there are still 6 more to go. Confused, the young man can only ask what she meant by that. A scream of despair echoes through the starry night. Leon accuses the teacher of being addicted to work, but she just orders him to get ready to spend the whole night doing lessons. Rosweisse simply watches the situation with a smile. The next morning, she walks in completely refreshed, while the young man stumbles with dark circles under his eyes and shaky steps. The twins soon find him, and Noah asks why he looks like he didn't sleep, while Muen points to his huge dark circles. He then explains that he stayed up late writing his lesson. Muen asks if adults have homework too, and Rosweisse confirms that they have adult homework, just as children have theirs. The answer leaves the two girls silent for a moment. Suddenly, Muen exclaims that she's discovered a super powerful rule. She then explains her theory. When mommy is doing well, daddy gets weak, and when daddy is doing well, mommy is the one who gets weak. Leon praises Muen, saying she's very smart for noticing a truth most people miss. He then promises to be the first to defend her if anyone says she's all just for show. Hearing the conversation, Noah watches the scene with her arms crossed. Soon after, she looks at the sky and announces that he has arrived. She then says goodbye to her mother and younger sister. While Rosweisse tells her to be careful, Muen asks her sister to come back soon to play. Leon also says goodbye, asking Noah to study hard and that they'll see each other next weekend. The girl just nods in response. Soon, she announces she's leaving and is enveloped by a teleportation energy. As Muen says goodbye to her sister and the dragon, the family watches her depart. Soon after, the father asks the little one what they'll do now that her sister has gone to school. Muen reflects that her daddy is always tired, and mommy seems very worried about it. She then declares that since her sister isn't here, she'll make sure her daddy trains and gets strong. With that, she pulls his arm and invites him to run on the training field, and he accepts the suggestion. Rosweisse watches the scene and reflects that this is interesting, and that she'll keep an eye on what happens. As Leon leads the count for the exercise, little Muen asks why they have to do that. He then explains the importance of warming up before exercising, and the little girl confirms she understands. Suddenly, Rosweisse approaches and says she wants to join them. Seeing her mother, Muen celebrates that she's going to run with them too. Rosweisse then tells her daughter she won't go easy on her, and Muen replies that she won't go easy on her mother either. Then, Leon warns her to be careful and not twist her ankle, since she sits in her office all day. The warrior teases him, reminding him of the last contest she won, but he retorts that he wasn't even using his full strength. At this, the little one gets excited and shouts for her mom and dad to fight again. The man quickly covers his daughter's mouth, saying a child shouldn't talk about fighting. Still, Muen asks why her dad can't beat her mom, and he wonders how she already learned how to attack for real. To answer her question, he explains that he doesn't want to hurt his wife, so he lets her win. From a distance, Rosweisse calls him stubborn, and proposes a new contest to see who can run the longest. With determination, Leon accepts the challenge and declares that the endurance match isn't over yet. As the three of them get ready for the race, Muen declares that she won't lose either. With that, the maid raises her arm to start the race and makes an announcement. The maid then gives the signal and yells, "Go!" starting the race between the three of them. As they run, Leon asks his partner if her tail doesn't get in her way. She promptly replies that her tail actually helps her keep her balance, something he can't manage. Even while ahead, Rosweisse teases him to show his, but he retorts that he doesn't need any tail to win. After 2 laps, little Muen collapses on the ground, exhausted, saying she can't run anymore. The maid approaches to comfort her, saying that Princess Muen was amazing just for participating. With that, the maid invites her to cheer for the queen and prince together from the sidelines. Running, Leon realizes he doesn't have much of an advantage, since the silver dragon people are naturally fast. Still, he stands by his decision that there's no turning back once you're at the starting line. With his honor as a dragon slayer on the line, he tells himself he can't lose to her here. In a final effort, he shouts and remembers one of the slayer's codes: born to fight, only to rest in death. 20 minutes later, Leon is seen lying on the ground, completely out of breath. Then, Rosweise approaches and asks if he'll accept defeat, but Leon, from the ground, replies that he doesn't. With a smile, the woman challenges him, asking if he wants to keep running since he won't accept it. Determined, Leon asks for 2 days to train, guaranteeing that he'll definitely be able to beat her. Tauntingly, she says that not even 2 years would be enough for him, but still on the ground, he retorts that he can do it. Then, Rosweise approaches and asks him if, now that he's been defeated, he's going to show her what he can do. With a serious expression, the Slayer deflects, stating that he loves taking baths because they make him feel good. He then warns her that holding a grudge will only bring her trouble, even though she's the kind to do it anyway. Soon, Rosweise calls for little Muin and declares that her father is a bit weak, and they're going to exercise together now. The little one then says her father really is a bit weak, and that's why he needs to exercise more. Paralyzed, Leon is left speechless by his own daughter's comment. As she holds Muin's hand, Rosweise walks away, and from a distance, he advises her not to underestimate a father who seems weak, because things can change over time. Later, a special meal is served at the table to replenish the family's energy. Affectionately, little Muin asks her father to open his mouth so she can feed him. He obliges, opening his mouth to receive the food from his daughter. Right after eating, the man collapses onto the table. Rosweise advises him not to push his rusty body so hard next time. Still lying on the table, he grumbles that he only lost because of last night's task. Otherwise, he definitely would have beaten her. Rosweise then teases him, asking if he wants to continue the task tonight as well. At her suggestion, he abruptly shoots up from the table. Quickly, the warrior scoops Muin into his arms and announces he'll stay with her tonight to tell a new story. As the little girl asks if they had agreed to that, he replies that the agreement starts now. Rosweise agrees, on the condition that they don't stay up late and get to bed early. With that, the little one happily agrees with her mother while being held in his arms. Then, Rosweise leaves and walks alone down a long hallway. Suddenly, she stops and orders the person hiding to come out. Her subordinate emerges from the shadows and greets her as Your Majesty. Without beating around the bush, the woman asks directly if there is any news for her. The informant reports that she found the secret residence where Tig Lawrence lived, but they moved over a year ago and are no longer in the Empire. She adds that they donated all their assets, and Rosweise immediately asks what the one exception was. Promptly, the subordinate replies that the only thing not donated was a donkey. She explains that the neighbor said the couple was very fond of the animal and made a point of taking it with them. With that, Rosweise orders her to continue tracking Taiju's whereabouts, and the woman leaves to carry out the order. As soon as the informant disappears, Her Majesty remains silent for a moment. Then she wonders about Leon's master and why he would have left the Empire. Elsewhere, a distant voice reacts with surprise to unexpected news. The information surprises the couple, and he asks if he heard right about a family sports day. Muin then confirms that the Academy is organizing the event next week. Rosweise comments that in her day, parents didn't have to participate, and her daughter explains that it's a new initiative. Curious, the little one asks her mother what place she got when she participated in the games. Proudly, the woman answers that she got first place, which amazes her daughters. Then, the girl asks about her father, and he reveals he didn't place at all, leading her to ask why. With a smile, the warrior explains that he had such an advantage that the Academy thought he was cheating and didn't release his results. Hearing the story, Noah asks if that means their father is a cheater. Leon denies it and explains the Academy gave him a medal in secret, but he melted it down to make a bracelet for his grandmother. At this, Rosweise questions how he, who values honor so much, could melt the medal. The man replies that he'd rather not have an honor he can't display with pride. Next, she asks him if he's really going to participate in the sports day. Noah then explains that the event is more for fun and doesn't affect their grades. With determination, the girl reveals that she still really wants to win first place. Realizing this, Leon understands his daughter inherited his competitive spirit and has a great obsession with being the best. With that, he and Rosweise exchange a knowing glance. Then they both announce they'll participate in the event with her. Excited, Muin says she wants to participate too, but Noah explains that registration is limited to just 3 people. To cheer her up, her father says the little one can be in charge of the cheering squad and that her support will be essential for their victory. The little girl readily agrees and promises to cheer for the family with all her might. With the family united, he declares that if everyone gives it their all, winning sports day will be a piece of cake. To prepare, Leon begins intensive training early for the sports day, which is a week away. While exercising, he watches Rosweise stretching in the distance. The warrior reflects that dragonesses like her are true models, and that everything they wear looks good on them. Then, the woman approaches and suggests a run to warm up since the kids aren't awake yet, and he readily accepts. As they run, Leon asks about the event's competitions, and Rosweiss lists the triathlon, running and jumping events from when she participated. Hearing her answer, he comments that it's not so different from his own sports days, but she warns him not to be fooled by competitions between dragons. In response, the hunter retorts that dragon hunters aren't as easy as she thinks either. With a teasing smile, Rosweiss recalls that just a few days ago, someone collapsed, exhausted, after only a few laps. The taunt clearly annoys him. At that, he yells that it was her fault for making him pull an all-nighter with that task. Hearing his complaint, Rosweiss stops and asks if he wants some motivation. She then proposes that if they get first place on sports day, he'll get a week off. Excited, Leon asks if she's serious, and she confirms the offer. Full of determination, the man declares that this tournament will belong to their family. With that, he yells, "Let's go!" and dashes off to train, leaving his partner behind. Watching the scene, Rosweiss concludes that her motivation technique really works. At the end of the warm-up, she approaches and asks if he can feel his muscles and joints all fired up. Leon jumps up, full of energy, saying it feels like he's taken a stimulant. Next, Rosweiss grabs a rope and mentions that since it's a family event, the competitions will probably be different. Therefore, she warns that besides physical strength, they also need to practice their coordination as a pair. He backs away and asks what the rope is for, questioning if she wants to practice tying him up after the teacher's game. Rosweiss scolds him and asks if he's never heard of a three-legged race. Embarrassed, Leon confirms he's seen that type of race once at the Dragon Hunters Academy. With that, the woman declares that the basic coordination test will now begin, and he hesitantly agrees. As soon as their legs are tied together, Leon finds the proximity uncomfortable. To break the tension, he suggests they'd better start training right away. Leon then hurries her, asking why she's just standing there and telling her to get a move on. However, Rosweiss retorts that he didn't say where to go. The warrior points to the lawn, explaining that the fall will hurt less there. Right at the start, they both lose their balance. His partner tells him not to push her, and he replies that she's the one pushing him. Trying to take charge, Leon warns her not to mess up his rhythm, but Rosweiss thanks him for the morning joke. To coordinate their steps, he starts a countdown to begin. As soon as he finishes, the woman yells, "Run!" and takes off at high speed. The sudden sprint catches him completely by surprise. With that, the hunter is dragged into the air, screaming desperately. He yells at her to stop immediately. Lying on the ground, he starts untying the rope while his partner asks if he even knows what cooperation is. She teases him for not being able to keep up with her pace, but he retorts that he won't stoop to her level. To solve the problem, Leon suggests a counting system for each leg, and she agrees. Suddenly, he touches her side, which startles her. As she reacts, the young man explains that this way, they'll be able to move more in sync. Flustered, Rosweiss agrees to continue with the training. With the new tactic, their sync starts to improve as they move away to the sound of his count. Later, the woman makes him do push-ups with her on his back, and he complains that she really knows how to enjoy the show. The training continues until Leon's body is so exhausted he can barely hold himself up. To motivate him, Rosweiss threatens to give him a kiss if he can't take it, but he yells that he'll never allow that. And so, with the extra motivation, the day's 500 push-ups are finally completed. Time flew by, and just as scheduled, the St. Hiss Academy's family sports competition finally began. On a podium, Vice Principal Wilson officially announced the start of the institution's first-ever family sports competition. In the stands, little Muen shouted words of encouragement for her father, mother, and sister. Soon after, the commentator Xiao Luo introduced herself and announced she would be narrating the entire competition. With that, she announced that the first round would be the relay race, with each family sending 3 participants. She then explained that the race would be 3,000 meters in total, and the team that completed the course in the shortest time would win. One of the organizers then instructed the groups to get their numbers and head to their respective starting points. After receiving their numbers, Noah decided her mother would run the first leg, and she would run the second, with Leon readily agreeing. With that, the young girl turned to her father and assigned him to run the third and final leg of the race. He confidently replied with an "of course," confirming the trio's strategy. Rosweiss then announced that the race was about to start at her starting point, and that everyone could get into position. With everything settled, the two exchanged one last look before the race began. Down on the track, the woman reassured her daughter, telling her not to be nervous since she would be the first one to pass her the baton. Meanwhile, her father and the girl waited at their respective posts for their turns to start. Soon, an organizer called the second leg runners to gather in the waiting area. Before they separated, he told his daughter he'd be waiting for her at the third leg and asked her to be careful. He then approached the little one and asked if she would cheer for her daddy during the race. With a nod, the little girl agreed and said, "Okay." With that, the two fist bumped in a gesture of mutual trust. The commentator then announced that the relay race was about to begin and asked the first leg athletes to take their positions. From the stands, Muen shouted with pom-poms, cheering for her mother. On the track, the organizer gave the command for everyone to take their marks and get set. As soon as the signal sounded, Rosweisa shot ahead, baton in hand. The narrator commented that competitor number 7 from the Silver Dragon clan had taken the lead, leaving her opponents behind. She then pointed out that competitor number 10, Misty, from the Electric Dragon clan, was closing in fast. Next to Leon, one of the fathers commented that it's not just the Silver Dragons who are fast. With that, the hunter reflected that the Electric Dragon clan are masters of evasion and feint attacks on the battlefield. The commentator informed that number 7 had overtaken number 10 and had already opened up a 2-body-length lead. The narrator asked President Duncan who he thought would win the relay, but he replied that nothing is decided until the very end. The other father bragged to Leon that his wife was so far ahead the outcome was obvious, and he simply agreed that his wife was incredible. With a smile, the rival father confirmed there was no doubt his partner was impressive. However, Leon interrupted him with a "but," which made the other man realize something was off. He then finished his sentence, stating that his wife was even more incredible. With that, Rosweisa unleashed a new burst of speed on the track, picking up the pace. Surprised, the opposing competitor wondered where she was still getting that final explosive power from. As she ran, the woman reflected on the immense wind resistance from being in the lead the whole time. Soon, her rival realized she could no longer keep up with the pace. The commentator narrated that number 7 was using her opponent's body to reduce wind resistance and accelerate in the final meters. With this maneuver, the narrator confirmed she was the first to hand off the baton to the next runner. The commentator then reported that competitor number 10 had also made the exchange and questioned whether the new runner could catch up to Noah. Watching her daughter start, Rosweisa reacted with a slight jolt of concern. From a distance, her husband gave her a thumbs up to reassure her. Clenching her fist, she now placed her trust in the next runners. Back on the track, the narrator informed that the second leg runners were already off, while one of the competitors complained about the leader's speed. The commentator then announced that, at the moment, competitor Noah and runner Dean were leading the race. As he passed the girl, Dean taunted her, saying, "Bye-bye, little legs." With a determined look, she thought to herself that she couldn't let him get too far ahead. From the stands, Muen shouted words of support, saying she believed in her sister. The commentator asked if Dean's lead would be decisive, but the president insisted that until the very last moment, nothing was decided. Soon after, the narrator reported that both competitors had just come out of the final turn and were approaching the home stretch. The commentator highlighted that the two dragons were running side by side, neither giving an inch. With that, the narrator questioned who would manage to hand off the baton first for the final leg of the race. The commentator then confirmed that Dean handed off the baton with a slight advantage, and Noah also successfully completed the exchange. As soon as she finished her part, she apologized to her mother for losing the lead she had built. Rosweisa comforted her, saying she did great and that her opponent had a physical advantage for being older. Then, her mother invited her to go to the finish line together to cheer for her dad. Back in the stands, Muen shouted that her daddy needed strength and that he was the best. Down on the track, the rival runner warned Leon to pay attention, because he was about to build a 5-second lead. As he shot ahead, the opponent laughed loudly, taunting him mercilessly. With that, Leon thought to himself that his rival shouldn't underestimate his obsession with getting a vacation. With the race heating up, the commentator narrated that Gordon and the Silver Dragon clan's representative were still accelerating, while the president repeated that nothing was decided. Watching the race, Noah whispered a word of encouragement for her father. Suddenly, Leon heard his daughter's cheer, which caught him by surprise. Motivated, he told himself that he couldn't lose now that Noah had called him Dad. With newfound motivation, he sped up and drew even with the rival runner. The opposing father realized that if this kept up, he'd be overtaken. Determined, he warned that in that case, he would make him taste defeat. Suddenly, the rival tried to trip him, and Leon was surprised by the move. Dodging it, he warned him that if he was going to use dirty tricks, he couldn't blame him for the consequences. With that, the rival runner stumbled over obstacles created on the ground. The commentator narrated that competitor Gordon had fallen right on the final stretch of the race. With a clear path, she announced that Leon crossed the finish line in first place. The narrator then congratulated the Malkerway family for winning the relay race. After the victory, the father approached Noah and asked her about what she had just said. With a shy look, the little girl called him Dad. With that, Leon asked her to say it again, but Noah said she would only repeat it when they won first place in the games. Rosweis came over and asked if he was hurt, and the warrior assured her he was fine. Suddenly, the rival father approached the judges and accused Leon of cheating by throwing dirt at him at the end of the race. In response, he retorted, questioning how the aggressor now wanted to play the victim. He then pointed to his opponent's clothes and said that he had tried to attack him, and the proof was the shock marks on his shoulder. Feigning innocence, Leon told the judges that he ran with all his might and might have kicked up some dust by accident, claiming it wasn't his fault. One of the organizers asked the runner to cooperate with an inspection, but his wife stopped him from getting closer. Before the couple could understand the reason for the interruption, someone approached and asked what was happening there. The rival father then recognized the arrival of the clan chief, revealed to be Thor, leader of the Electric Dragons and chairman of the arbitration committee. Leon asks if that old man is also part of the Electric Dragon clan, and Rosweiss confirms. With that, the rival father smiles, confident that the leader, being from the same clan, will surely take their side. Then, Thor announces that after reviewing the video, the evidence of Gordon's cheating is clear. He cancels his family's participation and invalidates their results. The rival family reacts in shock to the leader's decision. Not knowing what to do, the accused can only stammer the clan leader's title. With a shout, Thor orders him to be quiet. Soon after, the leader approaches the protagonist's family and apologizes for someone from his clan causing trouble. The silver-haired woman replies that she hopes he knows how to discipline them well. She then adds that, luckily, her husband was smart enough not to get hurt, as a simple apology wouldn't have been enough. With that, Thor assures them they will be disciplined at the clan's headquarters, which frightens the rival runner. The young man then praises Rosweiss for commanding respect, and she replies that she can handle other dragons as long as they aren't arrogant like the scarlet ones. She then scolds him for calling her his wife, but he defends himself, saying it was just a compliment. The commentator announces the end of the first competition and informs everyone that the broadcast will now switch to the locations of the next activities. Next, the narrator explains that this year's event will use a total scoring system for each family. With that, the 2-in-1 challenge for adult dragons over 50 years old is introduced. The narrator explains that each competition is worth points, and the better a family's ranking, the more points they earn. In the end, the 3 families with the most points will win luxury prizes offered by the Academy. And so, the sports day activities continue throughout the Academy's stadium. Soon, one of the organizers welcomes the couple to the final stage of the 2-in-1 challenge, called the Kitchen of Love. She then explains that the rules are simple. They must prepare a traditional family dish, which will be chosen by a random draw. The organizer continues, stating that the time limit is 1 hour, and the result will be judged by a panel of judges. With a smile, she adds the most important rule. During preparation, they cannot remove the rope from their ankles. Finally, the organizer wishes that the love between them flows through the rope that binds them. As he prepares for the draw, Leon hopes that it's something simple to make. Upon drawing the paper, they discover the chosen dish is cream puffs. The young man asks if she knows how to make them, but his partner says no, just as the organizers prepare to hand out the recipe. With their aprons on, Leon declares it's time to get their hands dirty. As he gives instructions on how to mix the ingredients, Rosweiss helps him by passing the butter. On a large screen, the narrator reports that the balloon battle royale has reached its peak, with only 4 dragon hatchlings left in the arena. The narrator details that 2 are from the Sharp Claw clan, 1 from the Ice Dragon clan, and the other from the Silver Dragon clan. The narrator explains that for some reason, 3 of the competitors have formed an alliance to attack little Noah. With that, the commentator wonders if the young competitor, facing 3 larger hatchlings, will be able to get past them. Despite being at a disadvantage, the little girl skillfully dodges her opponent's combined attacks. In a moment of carelessness, the boys realize they're cornered and lose their balloons. She then keeps a determined gaze on her remaining opponents. With a swift move, she manages to pop the last remaining balloon. The commentator announces that the winner is Noah, the youngest of the group, who managed to defeat 3 opponents all by herself. In the stands, little Muen celebrates with a young man, saying that's her sister and she's super strong. Back at the cooking challenge, the father celebrates his daughter's good work, stating he knew Noah could do it. Proudly, the silver-haired woman laughs and asks whose daughter he thought she was. Suddenly, her partner's gaze fixes on her face. He then gets closer and says there's something on his partner's face, touching her nose to wipe it clean. The scene catches the audience's attention, who comment on what a charming couple they make. The commentator points out that even during the intense competition, the Malkerway family still cares for one another. With this, one of the judges comments that a family dish needs to be made with love, which makes him even more curious about the result. The commentator then asks everyone to applaud this exemplary dragon couple. In a low voice, Leon wonders which dragon he has to slaughter for the competition to end, and Rosweiss suggests he slaughter everyone watching. A while later, the cream puffs are finished and presented on a plate. They present the cream puffs to the judges, asking them to please enjoy. Upon tasting them, a judge praises the appearance and texture of the puffs, describing the crispy shell and smooth cream. Then, one of the judges asks if they often make these at home. Promptly, the competitor answers yes because his wife loves cream puffs and enjoys the process of making them together. As he speaks, Leon has a brief mental fantasy where the woman provocatively says she got dirty. He then scolds himself, thinking that the cream puffs are pure and it's the human heart that's dirty. One of the judges laughs and comments that their private life seems lively, asking if there's a secret recipe in the puffs. With a smile, the young man replies implies that the secret recipe is love, as the puffs are filled with their deepest affection. The commentator announces that the judges were satisfied and gave high scores, securing them the highest points for the challenge. With this result, Leon realizes that securing first place in the overall score is almost a sure thing. With an excited shout, the enthusiastic dragon celebrates the arrival of his 7-day vacation. Soon, the narrator announces the end of the competitions and that the final scores are now available on the scoreboard. Next, the commentator announces that third place goes to the Alex family, who receive a voucher for 10 boxes of pasta. With that, second place is announced for the Ross family, who win a Class B magic grimoire as their prize. The narrator then reveals that first place goes to the Malkerwife family, and that their prize is special. The prize is then revealed, a 7-day trip to the hot springs. Upon realizing what the prize means, Leon reacts with complete horror. Ross Weiss ignores his reaction and asks Noah if she wants to go on vacation, and the little girl readily agrees. Desperate, the father wonders why no one told him that was the first place prize. Later, night falls over the academy, marking the end of the sports event. With that, the family gathers for a toast, with everyone raising their glasses and shouting, "Cheers!" During the celebration, little Muan celebrates everyone's victory and asks if she did well too, and her mother confirms they saw everything. Next, Noah thanks them for winning the school events championship. Ross Weiser replies that the most important thing was her daughter's own effort, and Leon agrees that her mother is right. Observing her husband, the woman wonders why he's been so down since finding out about the prize. Then, Noah begins to speak hesitantly, wanting to make a request. The little one then asks everyone to close their eyes for a moment. Soon, Muan hugs her sister with a smile on her face. Afterward, the little girl turns and warmly hugs Ross Weiser. Not understanding, the father wonders if she wants to give them a surprise. Suddenly, Noah runs and hugs him tightly. In a low voice, the little girl thanks her father, which makes him realize it was a thank you hug. With that, she surprises him with a kiss on the cheek. Then, Noah tells them they can open their eyes again. She explains that she promised to call him Dad if they won, and the gesture was to thank him for his support. Even so, the little girl confesses she would have called him that even if they hadn't won, which moves Leon. At the table, Muan notices her sister's face is red, but Noah changes the subject and tells her to just eat. As the dragon celebrates, wanting wine, Ross Weiser reminds him about the next day's shopping, but he asks her not to spoil his drink. The next day in Sky City, Leon mourns his lost vacation. He then writes the word vacation on a fogged-up window. Lying on a table, he regrets winning the championship. Outside, a little girl points him out to her mother, who tells her not to look. Leon then dramatically bids farewell to his vacation. Ross Weiss asks what he thinks of an outfit, and he says it's fine without even looking. She then questions why he didn't turn his head to give his opinion. He turns, gives a thumbs up, and assures her she looks good in anything, but she complains that the piece has too much fabric and is tight in the chest. She walks over to a rack with other clothes. Next, she picks up a black bikini and asks about it. Ross Weiser then strikes a pose in the new swimsuit, winking at him. At this, Leon gets a sudden, violent nosebleed. He composes himself and says he doesn't think it's a good idea for her to wear that. Ross Weiser then remarks that she thought he liked it. A woman then appears and reveals she has already prepared swimsuits for the girls. Ross Weiser asks if he's unhappy with the situation, but Leon denies it. Then, she reminds him that the date for the hot springs trip can't be changed. She adds that his daughters are looking forward to it, and their happiness will make him happy too. With that, Leon forces a laugh and says he's very happy about the trip. To cheer him up, Ross Weiser proposes not to touch him for the next 7 days, but Leon doubts her promise, saying she already touches him everywhere. She then swears on her reputation as the Silver Dragon Queen that she'll keep her word. He nervously accepts the deal. Then, she whispers that he shouldn't blame her if he can't control himself. Leon retorts that he can control himself and wouldn't touch her without a reason. She warns him that if his dragon pattern appears, he's lost, but he accepts the challenge. The next day, they arrive at the Floating Clouds Valley. In the hotel lobby, a receptionist identifies them as the Academy's model champion family. Leon simply confirms this for the woman. The receptionist informs them that the Academy will cover all expenses, and Muen comments that the fish in the aquarium look delicious, but Noah corrects her. She then hands the room key card to Leon, who thanks her. He asks why there are only 2 rooms, and the woman asks if he's dissatisfied with the arrangement. The receptionist offers a special honeymoon suite, but Leon immediately refuses. He calls for Noah and Moon to go, while the woman wishes them all a happy holiday. Then, the family walks down the hotel hallway. Leon realizes he'll have to share a room with Ross Weiss again, and needs to find a way to avoid it. He then asks his daughters if they want to share a room with him, but they say they want to sleep together. Muen explains that Aunt Issa said everyone should have their own space so as not to bother others. He then laments that his daughter just destroyed his last chance of survival. Noah states she can take good care of Muin, suggesting they enjoy their own little world for two. Rosweisa hands the room key card to Noah and tells them to call if they need anything. Muin then calls her sister, excited to open their room door. Leon laments that the kids have grown up and don't need him anymore. Rosweisa hurries him along as he realizes the real test is just beginning. Once in the room, Rosweisa admires the view from the window. Leon enters carrying the suitcase, and she comments that the scenery here is beautiful. He then asks her if she's ever been to this place before, but she denies it, explaining that she's been too busy with clan affairs to go out with the children. She continues, saying that's why she brought a camera to take some souvenir photos. Leon is startled by the word camera, wondering if it's the same one he used before. Opening the suitcase, he finds the camera, and she confirms it's the prize she won at the school's sports event. He then panics as he remembers the camera contains photos he secretly took of Rosweisa in a bunny girl outfit. Rosweisa then approaches from behind and asks for the camera. He protects the object and offers to take the pictures, claiming to be a super professional. She asks him when he became a photographer, and he replies that he's been photographing his master's donkey since he was a child. She then agrees and invites him for a walk before the barbecue and fireworks at night, and he accepts. The family strolls through the garden, and Leon announces he will be the day's photographer, much to the girls' delight. Next, the two little girls pose together for a photo in front of a large statue. Noah approaches a small deer and offers it a carrot to eat. The children comment on Rosweisa's beauty as she poses surrounded by deer. Then, Muin points to a carousel and calls for her mother to go play. The woman then tries her luck at a claw machine to win a prize. Leon seizes the moment to take a picture, praising her expression. He celebrates having managed to capture an image of Rosweisa smiling. Then, he looks at the photo he just took on the camera's display. She admits the photo turned out well, and Leon boasts that he shouldn't be underestimated. Later, in line to buy drinks, she questions him for following her. She then turns around, holding a small teddy bear. Leon stares at her, not understanding the situation. Rosweisa offers him the bear, asking if he didn't give her one back in Sky City. He smiles and explains that the one he gave her was the Bear King, while this one is just a cub. The woman then gets annoyed by his comment. She asks if he doesn't want the gift, but Leon quickly says he didn't say that. Meanwhile, sitting on a bench, Muin complains about her parents taking so long to bring her drink. Noah then confesses that, actually, she sometimes feels jealous of Muin. Her sister, surprised, asks why she would be jealous. The little girl explains she's jealous because Muin can say anything to their parents without hesitation. Muin says she can do that too, but Noah denies it, saying she can't. She justifies it by saying she's a big girl now and can't just say whatever she wants. A narration explains that Noah wasn't always like this, having been born just 20 minutes before her sister. The two grew up together under their mother's care, exploring the world and learning. To them, their mother was always the most powerful and omnipotent being that existed. But one day, Noah saw her mother next to her unconscious father and realized her fragile side. The little girl then wondered if she could share the responsibilities with her mother when she grew up. Since then, the desire to care for her family grew in her heart, and she began to act like an adult. Noah forced herself to mature quickly, becoming independent and getting good grades. All of this was done to prevent her mother from being as sad as she was that day. Back in the present, Muin says she doesn't understand complicated things, but that she's also very jealous of her sister. Noah is surprised and asks why she would be jealous. Noah questions how her sister could possibly envy her, but Muin stands up and tells her she's wrong. She explains that her sister is smart, always looking after her like an adult and winning numerous awards. She declares that she wants to become someone like her in the future, which leaves Noah stunned. Noah responds that her sister has no idea what she'll actually be like in the future. Muin then asks her what she wants to become. She answers that she'll probably be whatever is expected of her. Leon approaches, joking that Muin is just like her sister. He hands drinks to his daughters, who thank him. Later that night, fireworks light up the sky. The two sisters watch the light show intently. Sitting on a bench, the parents agree the trip was worth it, just to see their daughters' reactions. Leon holds the teddy bear, stating that as a father, he wants to record every single moment. He suddenly realizes something. Rosweisa appears with the camera, asking when he took it to look at the photos. He remembers trying to develop them earlier, but the resort studio didn't offer the service. Rosweisa asks when the photo with the deer was taken, and he realizes the secret photos are next in the roll. Desperate, Leon squeezes the teddy bear and thinks of a way out. He offers Rosweisa a sweet he bought earlier, and she opens her mouth. He opens the wrapper and leans in to place the candy in her mouth. She is startled by his sudden proximity. She asks why he's so close, and he defends himself, saying she asked to be fed. Rosweisa notices he's been taking pictures all day, but hasn't taken taken any of himself. She grabs the camera and suggests they take a photo together. Leon agrees, but plays it off, saying it's just so their daughters won't ask why they don't have a picture together. He tells her to move closer to fit in the frame and teases her for making a peace sign. They take a selfie together, making the same gesture. Later, a sparkler is lit. Rossweisse and Noah have fun playing with the lights. Sitting down, Leon watches them, noting how rare it is to see them having this much fun. He asks Muen, who is sleeping in his lap, why she isn't playing, but the little girl replies that she's tired. Muen explains she wanted to give her mother and sister more time together, since they rarely play. Leon tells her she's really grown up. The little girl insists she hasn't, and just wants to see her family happy. He's moved by the thought that despite their different personalities, both daughters love their family. He offers to take her to the room, but realizes she's already fallen fast asleep. The young girl sleeps soundly in his lap. Rossweisse approaches with Noah and whispers, asking if she's asleep. He stands up with Muen in his arms and says it's time to head back. The two watch the scene in silence. Then, Rossweisse turns to Noah and offers to carry her too. The girl looks at her mother, surprised by the offer. A moment later, she accepts with a smile. The family returns, but the first day of the trip hasn't ended happily yet. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a hot spring. Leon suggests they all bathe together. Back in the room, the girls wish their parents good night and close the door. Leon collapses onto the bed, relieved to finally rest. But Rossweisse asks if he's sleeping with her, and he immediately denies it. He makes up an excuse about going to the hot springs, and tells her to go to sleep first. The hot spring bubbles peacefully under the starry sky. Leon relaxes in the water, reflecting on how rewarding the day was. He starts thinking of an excuse to avoid sharing a bed with her later. Suddenly, a figure approaches from behind. He's startled to see Rossweisse and asks why she's there, but she questions why he's being so suspicious. She explains the finale of the fireworks is about to start and asks for the camera. Nervously, he remembers the camera is nearby. Rossweisse spots it on a chair and notices he brought it to the bath. She moves to grab the camera while he watches in a panic. He realizes he cannot let her take it no matter what. Leon stands up quickly in the water and shouts for her to wait. To stop her from reaching the camera, Leon invites her to join him in the hot spring. Surprised, she asks what he just said. He repeats the invitation for them to bathe together. Rossweisse stares at him in silence for a moment. She warns him that she brought a swimsuit and tells him not to lose control. Leon guarantees that a good dragon hunter can resist any temptation. She tells him to remember those words and heads to the locker room to change. Alone, he tries to calm down, telling himself nothing wrong can happen. Leon is filled with determination to protect those photos at any cost. While waiting, he decides to recite the dragon hunter's honors to distract himself. Soon after, he hears a noise and realizes she's returning. A woman in a purple dress appears at the door. The outfit covers her body completely. Rossweisse enters, but she isn't wearing the swimsuit she mentioned. Leon turns to her, completely shocked by what he sees. Leon mocks her outfit, claiming his dragon mark won't glow for that. She glares at him and calls him cocky. Rossweisse enters the water and explains the clothes were a gift from her sister. Leon laughs at the explanation. An awkward silence settles between them in the hot spring. He turns away, relieved that her swimsuit is so conservative. But she teases him, asking if he's afraid of activating his dragon mark. Leon turns back and claims there's nothing to fear. Suddenly, he points at her in shock and screams about her swimsuit. The fabric of the outfit dissolves in the water, revealing a bikini underneath. She laments that she didn't realize her sister's gift had a surprise hidden in it, but immediately after, she looks at him and says, the situation is perfect. She approaches him and asks if he likes the surprise. Leon asks why she didn't just change before coming back. Rossweisse teases him, asking how the great dragon hunter feels now. He realizes he's being manipulated and needs to find a way to break the stalemate. Leon recognizes she's following her usual pattern. Her routine starts with step 1, provocation. Next, step 2 is flirting with him. Finally, step 3 is shifting all the responsibility to him. So, Leon decides he needs to use the situation to his advantage. He claims he isn't afraid and challenges her, asking how she'd react if he revealed his dragon pattern first. Rossweisse stares him down. She guarantees she can perfectly control her desires and never loses control. Leon dares her to accept the bet to prove her confidence. Rossweisse accepts without hesitation, but he asks what will happen if she loses. So, she promises that if he wins, she'll give him another 7 days off. He accepts the deal, certain the female dragon has taken the bait. Suddenly, Leon points to the fireworks and suggests they watch them first. Rossweisse asks if one of the fireworks looks like her dragon pattern, but he says no. To avoid any visual stimulation, he decides not to look at her. Suddenly, he wonders why she started singing out of nowhere. Rossweisse explains that the dragon pattern is like little stars. She asks what he thought of the song, but Leon replies it's no better than his bath time music. Then Rossweisse shouts that her dragon pattern is glowing. Leon is shocked, not understanding how that's possible, but she reveals it was a lie and that the pattern didn't actually light up. He realizes Rosweise has already started trying to seduce him. With that, he decides he can't be left behind, and his tail emerges from the water. Leon lifts his tail out of the water, and she stares at him, confused. Rosweise asks what he's doing. He explains that if he can't hold her hand to watch the show, then he can hold her tail. She demands he let go immediately. Rosweise yells again for him to let go, but Leon refuses to obey. She grabs him and warns that the tail is an extremely sensitive part and that she will defeat him. In that same instant, she reacts to his touch. Rosweise realizes he's trying to force her to take the initiative. So, she asks what's wrong with holding hands to watch the fireworks and holds out her hand to him. Leon hesitates, wondering why his heart is beating so fast. He considers that small, ambiguous move to be a game changer. Their hands join. Leon feels it's impossible to defend against that move. Rosweise whispers for him to give in and let the dragon pattern light up to end the challenge, but he pulls his hand away and states he won't be charmed by her. Leon agrees that enduring the situation isn't pleasant. He taunts her, saying she's also doing her best to hold back. Suddenly, a pattern on his back begins to glow. Then, the two of them kiss under the fireworks. The next day, Noah knocks on the door and yells for her parents to wake up. Muin comes over and asks her sister what's going on. Noah says it's supposed to be their mom's turn to be weak, and Muin wonders where their dad went. Then Muin asks if they need to offer a tribute for him to show up, but her sister accuses her of just wanting steak. Noah decides to go eat first and says she can take her sister if their parents don't show up. Meanwhile, Leon and Rosweise are sleeping together in bed. He slowly opens his eyes. Leon sits up in bed. He remembers that last night they both failed the dragon pattern challenge. With that, he recalls kissing Rosweise during the moment of confusion. Leon then realizes that was their first real kiss. He touches his own lips. Leon gets out of bed. He wonders why he started such an over-the-top challenge. At the same time, Rosweise pretends to be asleep. Rosweise wonders why he touched his lips, remembering last night. She recalls finally kissing the dragon hunter, and that it was her first kiss. Then, she wraps herself in the blanket and denies she wanted to kiss him. Rosweise blames the dragon mark for everything that happened. Later, everyone is at a large water park. Muin appears in the pool holding a toy gun. She shoots water at Noah. Then, Muin shows her sister her splash attack. Noah gets annoyed as her sister keeps splashing water on her. Rosweise asks Leon why he won't go play with them. Rosweise starts talking about the previous night, but is interrupted by a voice. A couple approaches and asks if they're the children's parents. Yuna introduces herself along with her husband, Zay, and asks if they can talk for a bit. So Rosweise also introduces herself and introduces Leon as her husband. Yuna explains they're newlyweds and came here to avoid a dragon dispute. Rosweise reflects that she needs to keep an eye on Constantine's movements. Yuna comments that they seem to have a good relationship, and Rosweise replies that many dragons have said the same. Leon notes that even with two children, they only kissed for the first time last night. Yuna says she envies their family for having two lovely children. She reveals she's thinking about having children and asks them for advice. Rosweise replies that she just agreed with him without giving it much thought. Leon notes that the female dragon is very good at making up stories. He advises that this kind of thing happens naturally and that there's no reason to be afraid. Zay asks how Leon handles their fights, and Yuna admits she's a bit dominant sometimes. Leon is at a loss for how to answer the question. He teases her, saying that despite her appearance, she likes to act cute. Then, Rosweise tickles him, saying he's embarrassing her. Zay watches their interaction. Leon explains that every woman, no matter how strong, will still show her fragile side. He finishes by saying that in those moments, a man must stand up and protect his wife. He concludes that this is what it means to be a good and responsible man. With the 7-day trip over, life returns to normal at the Silver Dragon Castle. Rosweise asks a servant if she found the tigers, and the woman confirms it. She reports finding their hideout on the outskirts of the Empire, a secret location protected by barriers. Rosweise wonders why they would hide there and how they reached such a high altitude. Her servant warns her that the human known as Tiger is incredibly powerful and could easily kill her. Rosweise reflects that despite Shirley's weak combat skills, she is one of her trusted confidants. Given such a high evaluation, she concludes that Leon's master is no ordinary person. Shirley then reveals she was discovered, but they let her go to deliver a message. She informs Rosweise that he wishes to see her. Rosweise faces the situation head-on. Deciding they must meet, she sets off, flying with her dragons. A few hours later, they arrive at a waterfall. Shirley points toward it, saying the couple is waiting inside, but she must go alone. Rosweise instructs her on what to do if she doesn't return within the hour. Protected by a barrier, she passes through the waterfall as someone prepares tea. Rosweise stares at him. She recognizes him as Leon's master. He invites her to sit, and she remarks that Leon was the only dragon hunter she found difficult to face. She notes that the man before her possesses the same pressure as Leon, perhaps even greater. Rosweise reveals she has waited waited 2 years for a chance to find him. She asks directly about Leon's condition. The master responds that he is still alive. She mentions he was her prisoner, and the man admits relief that his stubborn pupil is breathing. He claims Leon paid the price so someone could find his whereabouts. The master asks her to prevent Leon from escaping back to the Empire next year. Rosweiss asks why, wondering why he wouldn't want to rescue his disciple. He explains that 2 years ago, the return of defeated dragon hunters caused great fury in the Empire. Consequently, the Empire blamed a traitor within the army for the war's failure. Rosweiss understands that with his location unknown, Leon became the perfect scapegoat. The master confirms it's better for him to stay with her and survive, as he'll die if he returns now. Rosweiss agrees to keep him under her watch, but sets one condition. She demands all information on Leon, especially his dark childhood history. His master finds the request quite peculiar. He hands her a chest, explaining it contains all the love letters Leon ever received. He says the letters were meant for Leon's future wife, so the final decision on what to do with them is hers. Rosweiss smiles, stating that Leon's day has finally come. The master watches her, questioning her sudden interest in the captive. She then finds a drawing among the letters. He explains that at age 6, Leon liked tall, silver-haired girls with a cold appearance. He reacts to the coincidence of his own description. Her features correspond exactly to the girl Leon described. Rosweiss asks for more information, but the master says he can no longer betray his apprentice. She then shows him a recent photo of his beloved disciple. He asks her to wait, saying he will show her Leon's first love. Rosweiss wonders what Leon's first love could possibly be. Leon's master arrives with a donkey, apologizing for the delay and explaining the animal woke up cranky. Rosweiss asks in shock if Leon's first love is a donkey. He laughs and confirms it. He explains that Leon could never tame the animal, which followed him all day and considered him its childhood sweetheart. Leon's master reveals the boy has marks on his nose from a kick the donkey gave him. Rosweiss sighs with relief at the story. She realizes she felt relieved. Staring at the animal, she concludes there's no reason to be nervous. She turns away, stating she'll leave the photos and head out. However, she asks the master for proof that Leon is still alive. Rosweiss throws a letter to him, saying Leon will understand the message. She says goodbye, declaring this might be their first and last meeting. She asserts that for Leon's sake, she doesn't want just 1 year of his life. Then, she vanishes in a flash of energy. Leon's master watches the spot, questioning the meaning of her words. He notices the letter left a piece of metal behind and is startled by the object. A woman approaches as he laments Leon's name. Charlotte Poseidon, his wife, appears and asks if the boy is all right. He hands her the photos, saying Leon's life is better than words can describe. Charlotte looks at the family photo and remarks the boy is living better than his master. She asks if he has made a decision. Tiger grabs his weapon, affirming it's time to restore his apprentice's reputation. He declares it will be a gift for his granddaughters. At the Silver Dragon Castle, the night deepens. Leon thinks Rosweiss is acting strange, having vanished for 2 days without a word. He asks a servant about her whereabouts, and she replies that Her Majesty went away on business. Back in the present, he hears she will personally prepare dinner upon her arrival. Rosweiss appears with the meal, but he senses something is off. She invites him to eat together. Muin is excited, seeing that her mother's steak looks delicious. But Leon is stunned, questioning why his plate is full of carrots. Rosweiss informs him it's a vegetable salad. He shouts that there are only carrots, and she corrects him, calling it a carrot salad. Muin asks if Daddy doesn't like carrots, leaving him speechless. Rosweiss reminds him that he always tells Muin not to be a picky eater. Leon claims he'll eat everything. He eats suspiciously, wondering if she discovered his weakness. Suddenly, Rosweiss remembers something. She announces she will sleep in his room tonight, leaving him shocked. Later, the bedroom door opens. Rosweiss enters the room. Leon hides behind a book as she approaches. She stands by the bed and asks if he's anxious, but he denies it. Then, the woman sits down and calls him over. She insists he come closer. Leon takes off his robe and asks if she missed him after not seeing him for 2 days. Rosweiss nods and asks him to turn off the lights. Then, the lamplight goes out. They lie down side by side on the bed, but half an hour later, nothing has happened. He hides under the blanket, wondering what's going on. He then whispers, asking if she's really just sleeping. With one eye half open, she asks what else he was expecting. He turns away and replies that he just wants to sleep. Leon decides to conserve his energy, planning to counterattack when she least expects it. The clock on the nightstand marks the passing of time. Suddenly, Rosweiss opens her eyes. She sits up in bed and picks up the clock. She remembers her master's advice. At 2:30 in the morning, Leon might reveal his thoughts in his sleep. Rosweiss moves closer to him and decides to run a simple test first. So, She asks for the name of his youngest daughter. Leon answers Muen in his sleep, and she confirms the plan is working. She asks him what kind of girl he likes, and he replies that he prefers tall girls with silver hair. Next, she asks why he rejected girls who look like that in school, and he says he didn't like her. Rossweisse gets annoyed, as he hesitated for 5 seconds before rejecting her. She presses him to know what else he likes, and Leon replies that he prefers mature women and bunny girls. Rossweisse asks if he'd like to see his classmates dressed as bunny girls, but he says no. She then pressures him to say who he would like to see in that outfit. With a smile, he whispers the name Rossweisse. She is completely stunned by his answer, and reacts with embarrassment to the unexpected confession. Rossweisse wakes him up and demands to know why he wants to see her in a bunny outfit. He starts to explain why, but falls fast asleep. She realizes he fell back asleep at the crucial moment. Rossweisse warns him that next time, she'll make him embarrass himself while sleepwalking. The next afternoon, Muen is playing outside the Silver Dragon Castle. Leon then asks Rossweisse when she left the previous night, and she says it was after he fell asleep. She teases him, asking if he's disappointed by that, but he replies that the castle is hers and she can sleep wherever she wants. Rossweisse reveals she heard him sleep-talking, and he asks, startled, what he said. She lies, saying he seemed to regret not accepting a classmate's confession. Leon denies it all, explaining he was too focused on serving his country to think about love. She suggests that dreams can reveal true feelings, but he keeps denying it. Muen, who was picking flowers, reacts to a sound. She then calls for her sister and runs toward a pillar of light, as Leon tells her to slow down. Noah appears with Muen and announces she's back. Leon notices an object in Noah's hand and asks what it is. Noah explains that it's homework from her academy. They read the assignment, write an 800-word essay about family and happiness. Rossweisse is surprised to learn it's a competition, and Noah says the other families are dragons and cocoons. The girl then states she wants to use her family's unique advantage as live-bearing dragons. Muen asks what that advantage would be, and Noah gets ready to tell her. Then she shouts that the advantage is mommy and daddy's love, leaving them both shocked. Leon and Rossweisse look at each other, questioning their love. Noah asks for help finding material and inspiration, and Muen gets excited to watch. Leon agrees to help, and Rossweisse asks Noah how they should cooperate. The girl then orders them to go on a date in Sky City the next day. The next day in Sky City, the two of them wear matching couple outfits prepared by their daughters. Leon suggests they start the date, and she agrees. He questions if Noah even knows what a date is, but Rossweisse claims she's a child who knows a lot. Next, he asks if she's ever been on a date, and she replies she's been busy for hundreds of years. Leon also reflects that he spent his life focused on his studies, career, and raising his daughters. They both then realize they have no dating experience, but Rossweisse confidently states she already prepared the night before. Leon is horrified to realize she only read romance novels. He then admits he also looked up information and listed common activities for couples. Rossweisse shows him a list of activities that don't involve excessive physical contact. Leon then gets fired up and declares they will give Noah the perfect material for the date. At the zoo, Noah jots down notes while Muen eats ice cream. Later, they browse a clothing market under the watchful eyes of their daughters. During a musical, Leon and Rossweisse fall asleep, but the girls keep watching. Suddenly, the show's host picks them from the audience. As part of the attraction, Leon gets on one knee and proposes to her. He places the ring on her finger as their daughters watch the scene. Next, the couple arrives at a fortune-telling tent. A fortune teller introduces herself and asks Rossweisse if she's a Scorpio. Surprised, she confirms her birthday is October 25th and asks how the woman knew. The fortune teller explains that Scorpio girls are passionate and intense, despite seeming cold on the outside. Leon whispers that it's just a trick to fool kids, but she adds that for them, love is a matter of life and death. Then, the woman turns to him and asks if his sign is Leo, and he confirms. She shakes her head, stating that their signs are very incompatible. Leon has a sudden realization. He calls her master, and concludes that their sign's incompatibility is the reason they fight. The fortune teller advises him to give Rossweisse more security and express his love more. Leon then reflects on the idea of expressing his love for her. Suddenly, they both start to feel warm, and the fortune teller confirms that was her intention. Afterward, she offers to use her crystal ball to predict their near future. She asks him to place his hand on the crystal ball, and Leon agrees. He then places his hands on the object. The psychic claims she sees iron bars and weeds in her crystal ball. Then, she reveals he's been in prison, leaving him shocked, while Rossweisse laughs at the situation. She offers to help him escape this prison for 100 gold coins. Leon is suspicious, but Rossweisse offers financial support to help him avoid disaster. He tells her they should leave, saying they shouldn't fall for this kind of trick. The psychic tries to stop them from leaving leaving, revealing they will have children in the future. She insists she isn't joking and that they will indeed have many children. Once outside, Rosweiss asks why he didn't want to continue with the reading. Leon questions the possibility of them having children, and she agrees it's truly impossible, but he admits he experienced a lot of new things that day, and that it felt good. Rosweiss agrees, saying it was as if they were actually dating. Leon replies that he's happy if she enjoyed the experience. Then she asks what their next destination is, and he announces that the last stop is the beach to watch the sunset. They arrive at a beach not far from Sky City. Leon excitedly declares that the last stop of their date today is the beach. Rosweiss looks around and asks if he doesn't find the atmosphere a bit cheesy as they watch other couples on the beach. Leon then agrees that the place is a date paradise and suggests they go somewhere with fewer people. They walk along the shore at sunset. He notices the sunlight has dyed Rosweiss's hair a golden color. She catches him staring. Then, the woman asks him why he's staring at her. He looks away and replies that he was just looking at the sun. Rosweiss calls him stubborn, but Leon declares he's only in a relationship with her. Suddenly, he seems to understand the situation, and he accuses her of being jealous. She quickly covers his mouth and denies the accusation. Then, she whispers that he said a lot of bombshell things that night and asks if he wants to hear them. He shakes his head no, scared by the suggestion. She laughs, says she won't tell, and runs off, while he chases after her, asking what else he said in his sleep. Hiding nearby, Moon notes how happy her mother looks, while Noah regrets not having her camera. Then, the maid says it's actually not a pity, and the girl asks why. She explains that fleeting beauty is more meaningful for Her Majesty, and that they should cherish the moment in their hearts. The girls watch their mother smiling and agree. Rosweiss splashes water at Leon, who warns her to wait. She keeps running through the water. Suddenly, she slips and screams. Leon runs towards her and yells for her to be careful. Then, he holds her tightly in his arms. The two of them stare at each other for a moment. The closeness causes a reaction in Leon. Rosweiss moves closer to him and kisses him. They kiss on the beach during the sunset. The maid then covers the girl's eyes and says that children can't see this page. Leon reflects for a moment on the beach. Rosweiss then states that the perfection of a story depends on its ending. She holds out her hand, asking if he dares to hold the hand of the least compatible Scorpio. He smiles at the taunt. Then, he takes her hand and says, "There's nothing to fear." Hand in hand, they walk along the beach as their date ends with the sunset. Sometime later, Noah wins the essay contest by describing her parents as a loving and strange couple. That night, a light is on in the bedroom. Leon is looking for something under the bed. He then gets up from the floor and reveals that he secretly printed some bunny girl photos and needs to hide them well. He sits on the floor, wondering where he should hide the last photo. Suddenly, someone enters the room. Leon turns around, startled by the sound, and quickly hides the photos in a drawer. He hurries back to his spot. Rosweiss enters the room and finds him reading on the sofa. Leon then asks if she wants to sleep in his room tonight. She smiles and asks if that's not possible. He agrees, telling her to do whatever she wants. Leon thinks that he now has the upper hand to deal with any of her tricks. She sits next to him and asks if he likes bunny girls. Startled, he yells and wonders if his secret photo collection has been discovered. Rosweiss then reveals that he talked in his sleep about wanting to see his classmates dressed as bunny girls. Leon denies it and declares that if he were to ask, he would ask her to wear the outfit. She is surprised to realize he took the chance to reveal his true feelings, but she decides to tease him a bit more and states that he can dream on because she will never wear a bunny outfit for him. He concludes that since she didn't find the photos, he still has the upper hand. Then, Leon smiles and asks what she would do if she wore the bunny outfit. Rosweiss warns him that if he plans to use magic to force her, his tricks won't escape her notice. And then she challenges him, saying that if he succeeds, he can do whatever he wants with her. Leon stares at her and asks if she's serious. She confirms, but reminds him to think about the consequences if his little plan fails. Then, he stands up from the sofa and states that he doesn't need tricks as he opens a secret compartment. Leon explains that he has already taken care of everything. He then throws a photo of her in a bunny outfit on the table, calling it a masterpiece. Rosweiss glares at him as he reveals another photo, calling it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He spreads several photos on the table, declaring the last one the final art. An aura of energy surrounds her. She asks when the photos were taken, and Leon realizes the dragoness is furious. He tells her to calm down and reminds her of the days she was unconscious due to the blood curse. With a dark expression, she asks if he's going to threaten her with that. Rosweiss grabs him by the collar and asks if he's going to threaten her with this. Leon denies the threat, reminding her that she promised to do whatever he wanted if she wore the bunny costume. So, sitting on the couch, she lets him go and asks what he wants her to do. He reminds her that she said she'd never wear a bunny costume and proposes she put one on for him now. Rosweiss then asks what will happen if she doesn't agree. He replies that it's no problem, but the next time she visits her sister, he could show the photo to her whole family. She asks how many copies of the photo exist, and Leon reveals there are actually 4. Then he tells her to be a good girl since she wouldn't want her sister to know about the copy. costume. He asks if she's going to run, but Rosweiser replies that she'll go get the clothes, and Leon gives her until 7 o'clock. With his arms crossed, he states that it's finally his turn to be in charge. At 7 o'clock, Leon walks to her room, peeks through the door, and asks if she's dressed yet. Covered by a sheet, she says she couldn't find the ears, and he decides to be more lenient since it's the first time. Rosweiser agrees to cooperate, but demands that he destroy the copies of the photos afterward. He replies that it depends on his mood as he unties the sash of her robe. Rosweiser warns him not to let her find the photo first, or else, then, the robe falls, revealing her in the costume. He comments on how exciting it is to combine his favorite outfit with the most annoying creature. Rosweiser glares at him and asks if he's seen enough. Leon replies that of course not, as they still have things to do. She then asks him what else he wants. He tells Rosweiser to sit down so they can begin the lesson. On her knees, she realizes he's getting revenge for the lesson she gave him last time. Leon instructs the dragon-slaying teacher to recite the 3 honors and 3 shames until she has memorized them. She raises her hand and reminds him that she's actually a dragon, not a slayer. He moves closer and tells Rosweiser to watch her attitude and just do as the teacher says. She replies, "Yes, teacher." Leon then dictates the first rule about being loyal to the Empire, and Rosweiser repeats it in a low voice. Next, he strikes her with the whip. Rosweiser turns and asks why he's hitting her and if she didn't read it correctly. He states that she's speaking too softly and orders her to read it aloud again. So, she repeats the phrase aloud, vowing to herself that she'll make that dragon slayer pay for what he's done. Time passes and he comments that Rosweiser is very smart and can now recite everything fluently. She asks the teacher if it isn't time to end the class, and he agrees. He starts taking off his shirt, leaving her confused. Leon then announces that it's time for the cultural appreciation class. Leon holds her and says that today, they will learn about tolerance and the absorption of foreign cultures. She repeats his words questioningly. He gets closer and whispers that her dragon mark is glowing, asking if she understands what that means. Leon comments that Rosweiser has been naughty and asks how she dares to flirt with the teacher. The two then kiss. The mark on her chest is shown. Through the window, the two are seen together in bed. During the kiss, he asks Rosweiser to turn around. Leon hugs her from behind and orders her to recite the 3 honors and 3 shames he just taught her. She asks, surprised, if he wants her to recite it now. He simply replies, yes. She begins to recite about taking pride in being loyal to the Empire and shame in conspiring with the Dragon Clan. He praises her recitation and asks what's next while whispering in her ear. She turns around and says she won't memorize anymore, stating that he can just punish her then. Leon just replies that she said it herself. He explains that since she's already learned to tolerate, now she must learn to absorb foreign cultures. Leon says she did a great job and that the lesson is over for today. He tells her he's going back to his room and that she should get some rest. She then swears he's a dead man the moment she finds those photos. The next day, Leon is seen outside with Muen and Noah. Meanwhile, Rosweiser frantically searches the room, wondering where he hid the photos. She states that only by finding the photos can she regain control and protect her position in the family. Leon walks with Muen and says he has other things to do, asking her to look for Anna, and the girl agrees. Muen turns to look at her father, who is standing behind her. Upon entering his room, Leon notices the door is open, remembering he had closed it when he left. He observes that the furniture is exactly as he left it. Then, he notices a faint fragrance in the air. Leon concludes that Rosweiser couldn't resist and came to look for the photos. He then announces that he forgot his favorite coat in the garden and needs to go get it. She decides to leave and come back quickly before he returns. But as she opens the door, she comes face to face with Leon standing right in front of her. He stands there, arms crossed, waiting for her. He then asks what Melkvi planned to steal by sneaking into the teacher's room, and she realizes she's been tricked. Leon knocks on the bathroom door and asks what Rosweiser is doing, but she denies being eager for the class. He then announces that Mr. Cosmode created a song for her with a message about her great bunny costume. From outside, he sings for the little bunny to open the door, but Rosweiser shouts that she won't open it no matter what. Leon warns her that he'll count to 3, and if the door doesn't open, her sister will receive the photo in 3 hours. But before he finishes counting, the door opens, and Rosweiser appears before him. He smiles and says that this is much better. She backs away and asks what he intends to do. Then, she runs to the shower door and locks it. Leon faces her and starts to say what he wants to do. He finishes the sentence by saying he's going to rectify the law right there. Lying next to Leon, she calls him a scoundrel and complains that he didn't go easy on her. Then, she observes that even the strongest dragon slayer is defenseless while sleeping and asks where he hid the photos. She notices there's no response, concluding that last time she was just lucky to hear his true feelings. So, she decides that maybe she should try another method this time. She places her hand on his head and orders him to take her to where the photos are hidden. She realizes it worked when he sits up in bed. He gets up and starts walking down the hall, and Rosweiser follows him closely. She tells herself that when that man wakes up, Everything will be back to square one. They arrive at the back mountain of the Silver Dragon Castle. Rosweiss calls him a cunning dragon slayer, realizing that finding the photos there would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. But she feels that the route he made her follow was a bit strange. She then remembers that the places they passed were all the ones he took her to that night. Rosweiss asks if they've arrived, and he turns to face her. Then she realizes she's fallen into his trap, and that he was pretending to be asleep the whole time. Rosweiss says he doesn't need to pretend anymore, as she knows he's awake. Leon then confirms that her charm spell clearly didn't work. She wonders if he hasn't realized yet that he might be a sleepwalker. He asks Melkvi if she's familiar with the places they passed and which one was her favorite. She yells that she doesn't like any of them, especially that one. Then she asks him if he's not going to do that right there. He pulls her close and confirms they'll have their final lesson right there. Her scream echoes through the forest during the night. Sitting in her chair, Rosweiss complains that Bastard has been torturing her in every way possible for the last 2 weeks. She decides she needs to do something to get out of this situation. She turns to a drawer, remembering she had planned to use that letter to manipulate Leon. Given the situation, she decides she'll have to use the letter early and pulls it from the drawer. After a knock on the door, she tells the person to come in. Leon asks what Her Majesty wants from him. Rosweiss holds the letter and says he must be anxious to know how his master is doing after more than 2 years. She then reveals that it's the letter he wrote and asks if Leon would like to see it. Then, she proposes they make a deal using the backup photos. Leon questions how he can be sure it's not a blank piece of paper, and she replies that this is his only chance. She threatens to burn the letter if he doesn't want it. Leon knows that even if he hands over the 2 copies she knows about, he'll still have 2 more stashed away. He figures that either way, he'll still have the upper hand. Leon tells Rosweiss to wait, as he'll go get the photos now. A short time later, he returns and places the backup photos on the table. Rosweiss then hands over the letter and takes the photos in exchange. She knows that if her sister saw those photos, her Silver Dragon Castle would know no peace. But she notices there's a group photo among them. She decides that keeping one isn't necessarily a bad thing and burns the others. Seeing his reaction, she asks what his master wrote that moved him so much. He shows her the note, which says, "Kid, don't worry about the donkey," and complains that he shouldn't have traded the photos for this. He then wonders if his master is worried about something dangerous that's preventing him from returning. Rosweiss recalls that Tiger told Leon not to return to the Empire for a year, and she doesn't want him to leave either. She suggests that perhaps his master finds him lacking and wants him to gain more experience here, leaving Leon shocked. He boasts about being #1 in the Dragon Hunter rankings and holding all the physical records at the academy. Then Rosweiss teases him, saying he's more of a champion at getting captured than at handling his homework. Leon challenges her to another fight outside, but she reminds him that her win rate against him is 100%. She simply advises him to get more practice first. Then, Leon vows that she'll see. Months later, he reflects that although his health has recovered, his magical power remains depleted. Leon explains that his magic attribute is lightning, a highly offensive element. He states that no matter how strong he is, without the help of magic, he can't defeat an opponent on the Dragon King's level. As he tries to use his magic, he confirms that, as expected, it's still the same. He concludes that he needs to figure out why his magic is depleted to defeat Rosweiss, and Muen asks what he's doing. Leon explains that he's practicing lightning magic, and she asks if she can use it too. The little one then questions him about what kind of magic she will awaken. It's explained that upon awakening, everyone manifests a type of magical element that represents their origin power. With study and training, it's possible to learn other types, but nothing compares to the naturally awakened element. But there are some rare geniuses who can awaken 2 magical elements, who are almost impossible to find. Sitting at her desk, Rosweiss asks if he wants to go to her private library. Leon explains that Muen will be going through her magical awakening soon, and he'd like to get some manuals to study. So, Rosweiss opens a drawer and takes out the keys. She tosses the keys to him and tells him to take whatever he wants, and Leon thanks her. He celebrates getting the key because last time he found nothing about magic depletion and needs to search her books. But Rosweiss calls him back and asks him to wait. He turns and asks what's wrong, hoping she hasn't changed her mind. She then questions him about which element he manifested when he went through his magical awakening. Leon replies that it was the lightning element, and Rosweiss says hers was fire, like most dragons. He claims he already studied up on it and was just asking. Then Leon asks what element a human-dragon hybrid would awaken. Rosweiss then asks what element Noah awakened when she went through her magical awakening. He answers that it was lightning, and she repeats the word in a whisper. Then, she stands up and yells that the element Noah awakened is the same as his. Leon simply says it's normal for a daughter to inherit her father's powers. He suggests that maybe Muen will also awaken the lightning element, but Rosweiss bets it will be fire. Leon insists it will be lightning, and she retorts that it will be fire. She then says they'll see who's right, and turns to leave the room. Alone, Leon goes to Rosweiss Weiss's private library on the 4th floor. Muen runs through the library, excited by the number of books, and shows him a book her sister has already read. Leon encourages her to follow in her sister's footsteps and study hard. In front of a blackboard, he explains that magic is a combined force of the user's physical energy and mental strength. Guided by the body's magic circuits, the magic is finally released to produce the desired effect. Muen asks her father what mental strength is, and he explains it's like a very intense thought directed toward a goal. He picks up a book as an example and asks if he isn't using a bit of strength, and she agrees. He continues the explanation, saying that the combination of physical strength with the intention to pick up the book allows the action. Muen then questions if he couldn't just pick up the book anyway, if his will wasn't strong enough. Leon confirms she's not wrong, but that in more complex things like controlling magic, mental strength has a huge impact. He proposes a scenario with 2 dragons, and Muen replies that the one who likes magic would release the more powerful flame. When asked why, she explains that with physical energy being equal, mental strength determines the final effect of the magic. He praises how quickly Muen learns, but reminds her that physical energy is also a very important part. He comments that it's great she has been training her body a lot lately. The little one states she doesn't want to fall too far behind her sister, and Leon praises her for trying so hard, saying she'll surpass all the other dragon kings for him. Then, he asks her to do her homework while he looks for some materials, and Muen agrees. While flipping through a book, he reflects that he can rule out physical energy and mental strength as causes for his depletion. He picks up a book on magical circuits and cycles, questioning if the problem could be in his own circuits. Leon concludes that it's going to be a very long investigation. After dinner, Muen leans back and says she can't eat another bite because her stomach is completely full. Noah scolds her for eating so much and lying down right away, but the younger sister replies that Mommy's steak was just too good. The older twin suggests they go for a walk to help with digestion, and Muen gets excited about the stroll. They say goodbye to their mother, and Weisse tells her daughters to be careful. In the kitchen, she brings the last plate to Leon, who tells her she can just leave it there. Leon asks if next Tuesday is her birthday. Weisse confirms that October 25th is indeed the day she was born. She explains that dragons celebrate birthdays every 10 years, but decides not to tell him that there are still 2 years left until the next one. She then asks why he remembered, and if he's going to give her a gift, but Leon immediately denies it. He retorts by asking since when does a prisoner give a birthday present to the person who defeated him. Weisse steps closer and says that since he isn't giving her a gift, he could at least show another form of affection. He asks what she means by that. Weisse suggests he could organize a birthday party for her, and Leon asks if she's really talking about him. He argues that as the queen of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, she wouldn't need him to organize it. Weisse reminds him that last year he was in a coma, and the children begged for a celebration, questioning if he won't make it up to them. Leon reflects that he doesn't want to disappoint his daughter, but that doesn't mean he wants to plan a party for a dragon mother. She approaches and says an exemplary husband would organize his wife's birthday, so others don't think they have relationship problems. She then asks what would happen if she spoke less politely. With an intimidating look, Weisse reminds him that he is just a prisoner who must obey her. Leon then agrees, promising to give her a human birthday she'll never forget. She blinks and says that's fine, but if she isn't satisfied in the end, he'll have to settle it another way. He grabs her arm and guarantees she can bet she'll like it. Meanwhile, Noah studies the combination of different magic circles to achieve various types of spells. Leon ends today's lesson and asks if there are any questions. Muen replies that she understood everything. It is explained that since Noah doesn't like overly serious classes, he started teaching her using methods that spark her interest. She considers him the best father in the world, and decides that when vacation comes, she'll ask him to teach her lightning magic too. Leon asks Muen and Noah if they know what Mommy usually likes. Muen raises her hand excitedly and exclaims that Mommy likes Daddy very much. Leon is left speechless, realizing that in their minds, they are the most passionate couple of all. Little Muen asks why he didn't say anything, and if she said something wrong. He reassures her, explaining he just wants to know what else Mommy likes besides him. Noah then explains that Mommy used to say dragons' lives are too long, and even the most beautiful things come to an end. Because of this, for her, beautiful and fleeting moments gain even more value in memory. Leon reflects on the idea of a beautiful, quick, and fleeting moment. He finally has an idea and exclaims that he knows exactly what to prepare for her. He ends the lesson and says he needs to get some things ready, asking them to read a bit more. The girls watch him leave, and Noah comments that Daddy looks excited, betting he went to find something Mommy likes. Weisse walks through the Silver Dragon Sanctuary carrying a pile of gifts, wondering where he went since he didn't show up all day to help with the party. Opening the door, she calls for Leon and asks what he's doing there. Leon appears holding a cake and wishes a happy birthday to his dragoness. She comments that the gift would be better if he used her name instead, and he promises to do so next time. Weisse praises him for the work and asks if humans always light candles and eat cake on birthdays. She tastes a bit of the frosting tasting and says the flavor isn't bad. But he interrupts her, reminding her that the birthday person needs to blow out the candles and make a wish first. She accuses him of putting so many candles just to tease her. Leon denies it, explaining it's a human custom to put the number of candles corresponding to one's age. She decides that if he wants to provoke her, he won't get away scot-free either. Rosweiss grabs him and declares he will blow out the candles with her, and he asks why he would do that on her birthday. She retorts that it should be an honor, and while he agrees, she thinks to herself that he's dug his own grave. Together, the two of them blow out the candles on the cake. However, their breath kicks up a cloud of smoke from the wicks. Rosweiss comments that humans are strange, and Leon explains that normally there are at most 20 candles. He then hurries her to make a wish since the candles are already out. Leon wonders what a dragon who, as queen, gets everything she wants easily, would wish for. With hands joined and eyes closed, she begins to state her wish. She wishes that her prisoner will never be able to escape, leaving him stunned. Leon complains that's not how you use a wish, but she retorts that it's her birthday and his problem. He agrees not to argue and sits down to cut the cake. He hands her a piece and she thanks him. Rosweiss asks why he took the exact piece with her name on it, and he replies he just wanted a taste of her. He tries the cake and says that Rosweiss, meaning the cake, is delicious. She then swears that on his birthday, she'll cut a piece named Leon and shove it in his face until he's stuffed. Holding a plate of cake, he wonders why he feels like this won't end well. Leon then says it's time and that he has another gift for her. He pulls her out of the room and leads her to the balcony. She looks around and says there's nothing there. The young man simply tells her not to be in a hurry. A message saying, "Happy birthday, Rosweiss," forms in the night sky. Leon explains he did that using a lightning magic circle that lasts only a few seconds. She asks if he doesn't think the things that last only an instant are the ones that leave the most longing. He asks if Her Majesty is satisfied now, and she admits she didn't imagine he'd be so good at preparing birthdays. He then brags, saying he has practice from organizing all the birthdays for the donkey back home, leaving her irritated. Leon approaches with the leftover cake from yesterday and asks why she can't stop yawning. She replies that it's nothing. She's just been a bit sleepy lately. Then she notices her belly has gotten a little bigger, even though she's been watching her diet and exercising. The only thing that's changed is how often she fulfills her duties with him. He teases her, saying that even the queen knows how to be lazy, and here he thought she was a workaholic. She retorts that she works all year and asks what's the problem with wanting a little more sleep. He backs off, telling her to rest. Suddenly, Rosweiss feels dizzy, and Leon rushes to catch her, asking if she's really feeling sick. He then checks her forehead and says she doesn't have a fever. She insists she's fine. She just stood up too fast and felt a little dizzy. Then he suggests she drink more hot water, but she gets annoyed. Leon then grabs the cake box and runs out the door. Days later, Noah asks her father if he's looking for something. Leon replies that it's nothing, he's just looking around to pass the time. He decides it's better not to tell them about his magic depletion to avoid worrying them for no reason. Besides, if Rosweiss found out, she would mock his weakness. Leon asks if Noah has finished her homework, and she replies not yet, but she's almost done. Leon then asks Noah if she thinks her sister will awaken lightning or fire, and she replies that she'd try to awaken fire to make her mom happy. He laughs and says that awakening an element isn't something you can decide with effort alone. Noah then changes the subject and starts talking about the lightning element. She asks if, when vacation comes, he can teach her lightning magic to make the next semester easier. Leon realizes this isn't good, as he has no way of showing her powerful spells in his current state. He tries to summon celestial lightning, but the result is very weak. Noah consoles him, saying he actually looks kind of cute like that. She then says that if he stays like this, she'll just ask her mom to teach her, making him desperate. Leon stands up, declaring that absolutely can't happen. He decides that his place in the family and in his daughter's heart must be won by force. Noah asks if it would be a bother and suggests they forget about it, but he denies it, assuring her he'll teach her properly when the time comes. She asks if he's for real, and Leon promises he is. Noah hugs him. She then says she's going to see her sister and runs off. Determined, he swears that for his daughter's sake, he must recover his magic before the vacation. He reflects that in the last 2 weeks, he hasn't made any progress and wonders if he's researching the wrong way. Then he hypothesizes that the problem isn't him, but some external factor. He remembers that the only new thing in his body since he became a prisoner is the dragon mark. Touching the mark on his chest, he finally wonders if it's the one draining his magic. It's explained that the dragon's mark is an auxiliary magic used to seal the bond between draconic couples. Normally, the mark is almost invisible, but it turns a deep purple when the couple unites physically. In front of the mirror, Leon reflects that Rosweiss would have definitely taken advantage of the situation if she knew the mark was stealing his magic. Then, he decides to run a test. His magic flows through his body and finally reaches his chest. As expected, The magic vanishes upon reaching his chest, but he notices the mark only absorbed a minimal amount. It's explained that any magic user can concentrate and store energy in their magic circuit. Leon realizes that something inside him is stealing the magic that passes through his circuit, preventing him from storing energy. He wonders when this magic thief appeared and why it's sucking his magic like that. Looking at his reflection, he notes he hasn't shown any strange symptoms, so it should be fine. He then theorizes that since the mark's magic isn't absorbed, he could store a portion of his own magic in it. The storage would be slower, but still better than when nothing was left over. Determined, he decides he will start concentrating his magic little by little from that day on. Then, the day of Muen's awakening arrives. Upon seeing Rosweise, he greets her with a "good morning." She notices his good mood, and Leon explains it's because Muen will awaken the same magic element as her father. Rosweise claims Muen will definitely awaken the fire element, but he reminds her that Noah has the lightning element. He says he wants to see her reaction when the lightning symbol glows, and she just replies, "We'll see." In the castle's chapel, a large magic circle is prepared for the awakening. As Leon and Rosweise approach, Noah thinks that Muen will surely follow in her footsteps. Muen runs to meet them, calling for her mommy and daddy. The little one then asks if they're going to be watching the whole time. Rosweise assures her that she and her daddy will be with her the entire time. Leon advises her not to be nervous and to do exactly as he taught her, and she agrees. A maid informs them that Princess Muen's awakening circle is ready. Muen closes her eyes and begins to concentrate her magic. Rosweise comments that the process went very smoothly, and Leon boasts that he was the one who taught her. Then flames erupt around her, and Rosweise exclaims that she has awakened fire magic, leaving Leon in disbelief. She teases him, asking why he isn't smiling. With a pat on his shoulder, she celebrates her victory in their bet. But Leon interrupts her and says that something isn't right. He points to their daughter and states that the awakening isn't over yet. Then, lightning begins to crackle amidst the flames surrounding Muen. Rosweise is stunned by this. Before everyone, she reveals a dual awakening of the lightning and fire elements. He reflects that, as their daughter, she was already destined for an extraordinary life. On top of that, her future had now become simply incalculable. With a smile on her face, she turns to her parents, very pleased. Running to them, she asks if they saw what she was able to do. Then she says that now she can use 2 elements, so they don't have to fight anymore. Watching the scene, they realize she worked so hard just so they wouldn't fight. At that, the mother gives him a little nudge, drawing his attention to their daughter. They embrace her, saying they're far too happy to fight right now. As they leave, he says they're going to celebrate and that she can leave the stakes to him. Later that night in the castle, the family's grand celebration was about to begin. A lavish table was prepared, with all sorts of food for their dinner. During dinner, the father praises his daughter and tells her to eat plenty of steak. Holding 2 drumsticks, she says she'll give one to each of them as a reward. Handing over the food, she says that daddy gets one of the drumsticks. Handing over the food, she says that mommy gets a drumstick too. After receiving it, she stares at the food on her plate without any reaction. He then notices that she has eaten very little and has barely touched her meat. Confused, he asks why she isn't eating, but she blames her stomach. Surprised by her answer, he asks if she's on a diet by any chance. Annoyed, she yells that she's not on a diet, she just gained a little weight. He then teases her, saying that if she loses weight, her chest will get a lot smaller. Furious, she quickly grabs the plate of oysters from the table. He asks what she's doing, while their daughter continues to eat peacefully. With a smile, she says she heard these are good for men. Pulling him by his clothes, she warns him that he won't be sleeping tonight. Meanwhile, the little girl keeps eating her dessert, unfazed by her parents. The next day, a new morning began once again in that same castle. Inside a room, she yawned and stretched, feeling sleepy. Then she asks Anna what the tasks for the day are. Tired, she says she'll handle things tomorrow, as she wants to take the day off to rest. Surprised, the servant questions if Her Majesty is asking for a day off on her own accord. Turning her back, she starts to say that if there's any very urgent matter, but the servant interrupts her, telling her to rest well before rushing off. Stretching, she finds it strange to still feel this tired, even though she went to bed early. Looking out the window, she wonders if he's teaching little Muen magic. In the garden, he asks if Muen managed to remember everything he explained about magic. Focused, the girl recalls that lightning magic can be used both on individuals and on groups. Suddenly arriving, she asks why he's only teaching lightning magic. Running to her mother, she says that lightning magic is super powerful, and that her dad, with a smile, he asks Muen to show her mother a little of what she's learned. Preparing herself, the little girl concentrates to use the magic she learned from her father. Then, elemental energy begins to form in her hands, ready to be unleashed. Unleashing the power, she fires the magic she had been concentrating in both hands. Shocked, she wonders how Muen can already control magical energy after just 2 days. Turning to her mother, The little girl asks if she wasn't incredible during training. Looking thoughtful, her mother notes that Muen's learning speed is already on par with Noah's. Praising her daughter, she asks if Muen will show off a bit of her fire magic. Clutching a chicken leg, Muen says her father told her that fire magic is useless. Irritated by the answer, the mother turns and demands that he explain himself right this instant. Trying to justify it, he claims both types of magic are equally strong and it doesn't really matter. But his daughter quickly calls him out, saying that's not what he told her yesterday. Grabbing his face, she tells Muen to hush and demands to know what happened. The girl reveals her father said fire magic has limited use. He claimed only an idiot dragon would focus on magic like that, making her mother furious. The little girl then asks why her mom looks like she's about to devour her daddy. With her face transformed, she prepares to settle things with her husband. Dragging him away, she says class is over and tells Muen to go play with Anna. In the next scene, the dinner table is served with several different dishes just for him. Looking at the food, he wonders if this is his legendary last meal. She orders him to eat up, but he questions if he really needs to be treated this way. Trying to escape, he says he doesn't have much of an appetite today, but she insists, saying that if he doesn't eat, his body won't hold up. Their daughter then chimes in, reminding him that he was the one who taught her the importance of meals. With a smile, she offers to feed him directly. Even though he refuses, she tells him not to be shy and to open up. Having no choice, he is forced to eat the food she offers. Immediately, he begins to choke, unable to breathe properly. Unable to take it, he eventually faints, falling face first onto the table. Seeing this, their daughter asks why Daddy suddenly passed out. Dragging him away, she tells Muen to eat properly while she looks after her father. Later in the bedroom, he is lying on the bed, still unconscious after everything. Gradually waking up, he hears a voice asking if he's finally awake. Sitting up, he says that using eggplant was a real low blow. Looking at her, he's told that in a fight between the two of them, anything goes. He argues that she didn't even say she was going to do anything. Appearing suddenly, she says she just wanted to help treat his illness. At that moment, his nose simply starts bleeding uncontrollably. Wiping his face, he asks if she wants to play nurse with him now. She offers to clean up the blood, and he thinks to himself that she certainly knows how to play along. Telling her to stop, he orders her to go change out of that uniform immediately. With a smile on her face, she just keeps staring at him in total silence. Startled by her reaction, he ends up falling backward onto the bed. Climbing on top of him, she asks Mr. Leon to please cooperate with the treatment. Holding a clipboard, she says he usually suffers from symptoms of chest tightness. He yells back that with her sitting on top of him, of course his chest feels tight. Pushing his head back, she again commands him to cooperate with her treatment. Left with no choice, he admits his chest is tight, finally playing along with the act. She announces that they will finally begin the treatment. With a smirk, she asks him to open his clothes so she can take a look. Questioning her choice of words, he asks if that's really appropriate for her to say. He calls her a hungry wolf, but she just tells him to take it off already. Suddenly, the dragon mark on his chest begins to glow. Teasing her back, he tells her to check her own chest to see if she can find one. She warns him that she'll report him if he continues with the insults. Shouting at her, he calls her a perverted nurse for pulling at his clothes. Telling him to stay still, she says she's going to examine his body carefully. However, upon seeing the mark, her eyes immediately widen in shock. Without a word, she stands up and quickly backs away from him. Running off, she says she's been feeling very nauseous lately. Covering her mouth, she begins to wonder what could be happening. Sitting on the bed, he asks what happened to the nurse all of a sudden. Turning around slowly, she just glares at him with an awful expression. Shirtless on the bed, he asks if she might be pregnant. Screaming loudly, she says that's impossible because they always use magic protection. It's explained that they use a nearly perfect purification spell. During a lecture, it's mentioned that in millions of years, there has never been a case like this. Even as she yells that there's no mistake, he suggests taking a test first. Telling her to stay calm, he convinces her to go through with it. Solemnly, he states that he will face the result with her no matter what. In silence, she stands with her hand on her stomach, thinking about the situation. Agreeing, she tells him to wait a moment and turns to take the test. 10 minutes later, both of them appear looking anxious, waiting for the results. Then, the pregnancy test finally reveals a positive result for them. Completely in shock, they both scream, realizing the test actually caught it this time. Desperate, she asks why this happened, but he tells her to stay calm. When he asks about the hot spring, she reminds him she used the purification magic. He asks about the night with Long Dolly, and she confirms she used it then too. Recalling the night on the mountain, he asks if she forgot to use the magic. Suddenly, he remembers the night of the blood curse when she was unconscious for days. Blaming him for everything, the two begin to argue about their past in the dungeon. After the fight, she isolates herself in a corner, wondering how this could have happened. Trying to soothe her, he says the best thing now is to take care of the pregnancy peacefully. He adds that he understands her confusion since she went through everything alone before. Holding her hands, he promises that this time he will be by her side the entire way. Surprised by his gesture, she just keeps staring at him without a word. He then prepares to explain some of the necessary care during pregnancy. She warns him that he'll have to put up with her mood swings and lack of appetite. Yelling at him, she says that during pregnancy, the mother is the one in charge of everything. With a smile, she remarks that at least he seems to have some common sense. Later that night in the castle, he just sits in silence, reflecting on the situation. Forced to serve, he did everything she asked without a single complaint. With a smirk, she thinks that the baby in her womb is making him obey quite willingly. Lying on the sofa, she wonders who the little one will take after. Full of himself, he guarantees the child will definitely take more after him. He adds that Noah and Muen are the ones who gave him such great confidence. Looking at a photo, the two debate which traits their daughters inherited. Holding her own tail, she says this is the ultimate argument in their discussion. Seeing him go quiet, she asks if he still wants to talk back. Leaning toward her belly, he begs the baby not to be born with a tail, no matter what. Irritated, she scolds him while he shouts that mommy is picking on him. On the bed, several books about pregnancy and childcare are scattered around. Reading one, he thinks about how to make the baby lean toward their human side. Leaning back, he reads that it is possible for the baby to look more like a human. It's mentioned that this is a move to prove the superiority of human genes. Determined, he says he'll put his education plan into practice as soon as possible. Searching under the bed, he looks for something he bought earlier. Finding the recording stone, he celebrates, saying he finally found what he was looking for. By nightfall at the castle, everything outside seemed quiet and still. Silently, he enters the room, his shadow projecting on the floor as he approaches. Lying in bed, she was fast asleep, not noticing he had just arrived. With a smile, he just watches her sleep, planning his next move. Approaching her, he whispers for her to wake up because it's something urgent, but noticing how deep her sleep is, he comments on how well she's resting. Picking up the item, he says he won't even need to worry about waking her. With the recording stone in hand, he activates it to begin his plan. Placing the item on her belly, he starts telling the history of the human race. Talking to the baby, he says, humans are the #1 race in the world. Elsewhere, the recording continues, speaking about how humans are a grand race. Seeing her stir, he praises the quality of the recording for her to hear later. Preparing himself, he announces he will now recite a poem about the greatness of humanity. Reciting a poem, the greatness of humanity is exalted against the evil dragons. During breakfast, she tries to remember what happened last night. He asks what's wrong, thinking he wasn't caught coming back through the balcony. Telling him about her nightmare, she says she dreamed she turned into a terrifying human. Asking the dragon god for protection, he realizes the prenatal education actually worked on her. With a smile, he decides he'll work hard to convert her soon. She then asks what he plans to teach Muen, and he replies it will be magic. Telling him to start with shape control, she says she'll teach the rest later. Saying goodbye, he tells her he's going to find their daughter and leaves the breakfast table. With no appetite, she asks the servant to clear the food. Touching her belly, she says, Mommy is going to have to go through a lot. In the garden, he says they'll transfer some of that suffering to Daddy. Night falls over the castle, and the moon appears in the sky, lighting up the darkness. Sitting on the bed, he concentrates on his meditation, gathering magical energy. Opening his eyes, he finally finishes his nightly training in the room. Feeling the energy, he says he'll soon be able to use some lightning magic. Looking at the clock, he notices it's already past 2 in the morning. Getting out of bed, he prepares to put his grand plan into action. Switching scenes a few minutes earlier, she was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Lying there, she said her head was so full of thoughts she couldn't rest. Thinking of him, she wondered what was going on in her husband's head. Seeing the time on the clock, she realizes it's already very late. Determined, she leaves her room to ask him what he's really thinking. Arriving at her room, he opens the door slowly to avoid making any noise. But upon entering, he wonders where she is, as the room is empty. Meanwhile, in his room, she notices the open window and that he's missing. Surprised, she wonders if he's done something crazy. Hearing footsteps approaching, he realizes someone is coming into the room. With his heart in his mouth, he wonders why she came back right now. Worried, he thinks that if he's caught, his reputation will go down the drain. With no time to flee, he runs desperately and hides inside the wardrobe. From inside his hiding spot, he peeks at the room through the small crack in the door. To his surprise, she simply walks into the room and sits at the piano. Closing the balcony, she realizes he didn't have time to come back that way. Searching the room, she notices no one is in the bathroom or the bed. Thus, she concludes the only place left to hide is right here. Hidden away, he panics, unable to believe he was discovered so quickly. Grabbing the handles, she prepares to pull open the large wardrobe doors. At that moment, he covers his own mouth to avoid making any sound. Then, a face appears smiling in the dark, watching the whole situation closely. Opening the wardrobe, she grabs her eye mask, saying it was stored there. Holding the item, she says she simply can't sleep without it at night. Relieved, he thinks it's a good thing she didn't notice him in there. Now he just has to wait for her to fall asleep so he can regain his long-awaited freedom. After a long long while, he prepares to leave his hiding spot. Very carefully, he opens the wardrobe door to make his escape. Once outside, he tiptoes so he won't wake her. But looking back, he falls silent, just observing the situation. Suddenly, she asks what the prisoner is doing in her wardrobe. With that, she quickly rushes to the wardrobe and slams the door shut with him inside. Realizing the trap, he laments that this woman totally played him. Sitting on the floor, she says at a time like this, he ought to sing. Desperate, he screams for her to give up, because he's not opening the door for her. With a smile, she thinks to herself that this is what they call catching someone in a trap. Telling him to come out already, she says he can't stay hidden forever. He shouts back, saying she shouldn't take risks since she's pregnant now. With a smirk, she assures him she just wants to talk and won't touch him. She orders him out but warns him to keep the promise he made earlier. Very carefully, he pokes only his head out of the large wardrobe. Once he's out, she asks what he was doing in her room in the middle of the night. He makes up an excuse, saying he was just worried and came to see if she was sleeping well. Covering her mouth, she says she's going to gag from the pure disgust of hearing that. Startled, he asks if she's really going to believe a load of garbage like that. Grabbing his chin, she warns him it's his last chance to tell the truth. Confident, he says she can't do anything because of her pregnancy. She responds that any method will do, as long as he delivers the work she asked for. With that, she readies a magic spell with her fingers, poised to strike at any moment. With one move, his arms are pinned instantly, leaving him no chance to escape. Pressed against the wall, he screams desperately for her not to use her tail now. She then reminds him how much he liked her tail around his waist back at the hot springs. Blushing, he tries to justify it, saying that time was different. With a smile, she warns him she's going to satisfy his tastes without any mercy. Even in this spot, he tells her that thinking she can win with just her tail is a pipe dream. She simply comments that his mouth remains as stubborn as ever. Moving her tail, she asks if that changes anything about the situation. Shouting again, he begs her to stop as the mark on his chest begins to glow. Warning him not to move, she asks what he'll do if she breaks him, but she guarantees that dragons have absolute control over their own tails. He tells himself to hold on tight and not waste the magic he's been gathering for days. Approaching him, she whispers Leon's name very slowly into his ear. Then she blows on his ear, and he can no longer handle the situation. In the next scene, a fountain of water gushes up with full force. Back on the sofa, he calls her unfair, his soul practically leaving his body. Sitting there, she says that in a dispute, the tactic worked perfectly. But suddenly, she glares at him, noticing something very strange. She asks why the glow from his mark looks like that. With a different look in her eyes, she comments that the lack of control was actually pleasant this time. Holding her tail, she says the tingling sensation she felt was actually quite nice. Seeing her guard drop, he thinks about making up an excuse to distract her. Telling her to go to sleep, he hears her ask again what he came to do in the room. He then says that now she is the most important person in the whole family. Owning up to his mistake, he says he'll accept whatever punishment she decides to give. Turning her back, she warns him that in the future, there will be plenty of chances for punishment. With a serious look, she forbids him from showing up in her room after 7. She asks if her dear prisoner understands exactly what she's going to do. Noah suggests the two of them stay together, catching everyone off guard. Completely shocked, they couldn't believe what they had just heard. The story then cuts back to Friday dinner to explain the situation. During the meal, she calls him out for being totally distracted. He was planning to tell the girls about the pregnancy, but decided to test the waters first. He asks Muen if she ever gets bored being home alone. Taking a sip, she hears the question about whether she'd like more family members. Excited, she says she wants to raise a slime, and asks if they can get one. At that, he bangs his head on the table while the sister says she's fine. With a smile, the mother says the new member isn't a pet. Shocked, the two girls hear that a new family member is about to arrive. Running to her mom, Muen cheers about how cool it is to have a new relative. Relieved, he thinks it's a good thing their reaction was positive in the end. Muen then asks her mom if she can have an older sister now. Her sister explains it can only be a younger brother or sister. Hugging her daughter, the mother promises to do her best to give her a new little sister. Noah then asks if Anna and the others already know the big news. To avoid interference, she says she'll only announce it in a few months. Thinking it over, the girls seem to be planning something to settle everything. Pointing a finger, she suggests the two of them finally move in together for good. Not understanding at all, they ask what she meant by that suggestion. Asking what it means, Moon hears it's so they can live in the same house. Then they explain that dad is the best fit to take care of mom. Shocked by the idea, they look at each other, unable to believe they'd sleep in the same room. Trying to escape, he says his snoring might end up ruining the mother's rest, but the daughter insists, saying saying pregnancy is a very serious matter for everyone. She then proposes a vote to decide if the two will sleep together now. Excited, Muin also raises her hand, immediately agreeing with her dear sister. Thinking about the situation, he concludes he only needs to vote against it to force a tie. But the mother surprises him, saying she prefers not to vote and leaves the decision to them. Confused by her move, he wonders what she could be planning now. Realizing the victory, he hears his daughter cheer that the parents are going to be together. With a smile, the eldest daughter simply comments that this is good. She explains that this way, Mommy won't be sad and alone anymore. Calling her sister, she says they're going to help Daddy move his things. Seeing the two leave, he wonders if they aren't a bit too excited. Thinking it over, he concludes this makes it easier to put his plan into action. She asks why he's staring, and he says it was because of the girls. Hearing the question, he's left wondering what the intention behind it was. With a smile, she asks if he really likes the idea of sleeping in the same room that much. Stuttering, he shouts back and asks who on earth said he liked the idea. Claiming it's for the daughter's sake, he hears her call him a show-off as they leave the room. Carrying their belongings, he and his daughters prepared for the big move. Seeing him arrive, she asks if he's finished packing, noting it wasn't even that much stuff. With the girls in the room, he hears that they are going to help hang up the clothes. As they go through the bags, they ask about a pair of pajamas and a dress they found. Yelling in a panic, he steps in to stop them from digging through the luggage any further. He claims they are just old clothes that their mother was going to throw away. But the girls find a set of matching couples pajamas and realize it's a surprise from their mom. Picking up the tag, she remembers they bought them during their date in Sky City. Celebrating the discovery, Muin says they can now wear those pajamas every day. With her arms crossed, Noah asks if they are really going to stay together forever. Giving her a hug, they assure their daughter she can rest easy because they won't ever separate. Saying goodnight, she tells them they won't bother the two of them in the room anymore. As they leave, the girls say their goodbyes, leaving the parents alone for the first time. Relieved, he thinks to himself that they almost discovered things they shouldn't have. Not understanding, he wonders what his daughter meant by that earlier. Pointing to the sofa, she says that starting today, that will be his bed. She yells that her daughter asked her to take care of him, but he fires back with a question. Lying on the sofa, he teases her, talking about a spider waiting for her. Shouting back, she guarantees that in her sacred temple, no spiders exist. Once in bed, she pulls the covers completely over herself, huddling up. Hidden away, she keeps thinking about a tiny spider crawling up and creeping around very slowly. Huddled even tighter, she peeks through a small gap in her thick blanket. Meanwhile, on the sofa, he was already fast asleep, enjoying his night of rest. Getting out of bed, she whispers to see if Leon is already asleep. Poking him, she says she can't sleep, but he just tells her to stop. He then invites her to come sleep in the big bed with him. Pulling the blanket, she reminds him that he was the one who said they couldn't. Without saying a word, she just keeps staring at him, waiting for his answer. With a loud shout, she suddenly throws herself on top of him without warning. Already lying down, she announces that since he won't go to the bed, she'll just sleep right there. She then claims it's his fault she can't sleep. Grumbling, he says that whoever talks the big talk now has to deal with the consequences. Asking if she's not afraid anymore, he tells her to just go to sleep already. Suddenly, footsteps are heard approaching their bedroom door. Startled, they look at each other, realizing it's Noah and Muin coming their way. Confused, they wonder what the girls are doing at the room now. Outside, the two were worried about whether Mommy and Daddy would find out. The sister says they came to see if they were keeping the promise they made. Tiptoeing, the two enter the room very slowly. Hidden away, the little dragon girls spy on their parents in the bedroom. Lying hand in hand, they were wearing the couple's pajamas the girls had found earlier. Realizing the situation, he thinks those two little brats came to do an inspection. Whispering, she says they are taking the married life quite seriously. She then mentions she once saw them sleeping in each other's arms the same way. The girl adds that they had red marks on them, like insect bites. With a smirk, she brags that she even put ointment on them that day. The two wonder if they'll have those same marks again tomorrow. With a mischievous grin, he simply winks without saying a single word. Suddenly, he feels a pinch on his waist that startles him instantly. He asks why she's pinching him, not understanding the situation. With a finger to her lips, she tells him not to make a sound under any circumstances. Sensing her intention, he says if she wants to play, he's in. Striking back, he surprises her with a move she didn't expect. Startled, she calls him an idiot and begs him not to make any noise there. He continues his move, leaving her unable to utter a single word. Feeling sleepy, the younger sister says she wants to leave, and the other agrees, giving the order to retreat. The two dragon soldiers finally exit the room. Saying goodnight, she says goodbye and closes their bedroom door. The couple's bed rocked back and forth without stopping for a second. Out of breath, the two seemed quite exhausted after all the night's excitement. Sitting up in bed, he says they can't keep going with the marks glowing like that. Getting up, he says he's going back to sleep on the sofa like before, but she grabs his arm, stopping him from leaving the bed at that moment. Asking him to stay, she says he doesn't need to go back and can sleep right there. With a flushed face, He simply nods and lies back down. Lying back to back, the two prepare to finally get some sleep. Turning toward him, she asks him to stretch an arm out. Confused, he asks if that's how she wants him to sleep. With a smile, she says goodnight and snuggles into his arm. Hugging her, he thinks to himself that he won't be able to get comfortable in bed today. With a smile on his face, he also wishes her a good night before falling asleep. The scene shifts to Sky City, showing dragons flying through the sky. Walking through the city, she says the only thing left is the Jade Dew dragon fruit. Carrying the shopping bags, he complains that they've visited over 10 stores in vain. She warns him that he better hope they can buy it soon in this city. Shouting at him, she says if he doesn't find it, he'll become her fruit instead. Running through the street, he promises he'll find that fruit no matter what. Then, he hears that the winner of a competition will receive the fruit as a prize. Pushing through the crowd, he screams desperately that he wants to sign up for the event. The announcer cheers that the event is a huge success with everyone. With so many participants, the competition will be divided into 2 groups for the final. In the crowd, the wives were shouting and cheering on their husbands in the contest. Feeling embarrassed, she also tries to cheer him on, but without the same excitement as the others. In the arena, he readies himself with a smile for the start of the competition. It's then explained that the rule is musical chairs, eliminating 1 person each round. Analyzing the challenge, he thinks the test isn't hard for someone with his skills. But looking at his opponents, he notices a certain person among them. Watching closely, he realizes that participant doesn't seem simple at all. With the first round over, the grand finale of the competition was about to begin. The 2 finalists faced each other on stage, preparing for the final showdown. Looking at his opponent, he thought that, just as he expected, she had also made it to the finals. He noticed her physical conditioning was almost identical to his wife's. With a smile on her face, she just stared at him in silence before the start. He then thought he couldn't lose no matter what, or he'd become her punching bag. The host then asked the 2 competitors to enter the final arena. The rule for the final was a game of I Have You Don't, designed to test the participants. Analyzing the challenge, he thought it was best to see what she would do first. With a gesture, he told the lady she could go first. Thanking him for his kindness, she prepared to make her first move. She then said she has a sister, which surprised everyone there. He replied that he doesn't, but to compensate, he has a wife. She then retorted that she has 2 nieces, continuing the game. With a smile, he replied that he has twin daughters to compete with her. With the score tied, the competition between the 2 remained fierce. Watching the arena, she wondered why that woman looked so familiar. Thinking about the tie, he thought he needed something more specific to win. With a smile on her face, she prepared to play her final decisive card. Then she revealed she still had her first kiss, shocking everyone. Shouting indignantly, he asked what a dragon who hadn't even been kissed was doing here. But the host announced that time was up and the mysterious lady had won. With his hands on his face, he lamented that he was so close to winning. Looking at his wife, he thought he couldn't disappoint her now no matter what. He ran after the winner, asking if she could sell the fruit to him. She replied that she only participated for fun and had no use for the fruit. He then begged her, explaining that his pregnant wife needed to strengthen her body. With a gleam in her eye, she stared at him in silence after hearing his words. Asking if he loves his wife, she left him confused about her intentions. Shouting loudly in the street, he declared that he loves his wife more than anything. Handing him the fruit, she said he could have the special prize. With a wave, she told his wife that he loves her very much, making her blush. Congratulating them, she turned and started to walk away. Taking off her hat, she revealed herself, surprising everyone with her identity. Shouting with joy, the wife celebrated, saying she had finally found her sister. Handing her tea, he served his sister-in-law in a private room at the venue. Once seated, the 3 of them talked about the pregnancy and the competition. She then asked how many months her younger sister was pregnant. He explained they had confirmed it just a few days ago and had come to the city for a checkup. The 2 said they were going to write when they got back, trying to justify themselves. Taking a sip, she said she was deciding whether to send a letter or come in person. Their hearts in their throats, they worried she would get too excited. The sister then asked why she came to the celestial arena in disguise today. She then revealed it was about the recent movements of the Dragon King Constantine. They listened intently to the news about Constantine's movements. The sister explained that his ambition had only grown, and he had been testing the border. She questioned if he wasn't being too ambitious by wanting to dominate the dragons. Then she revealed she had come to ask for their help to face Constantine together. Thoughtfully, the sister said that if a war starts, it won't be easy to get out of it. In the reflection of her teacup, she concluded that if the clan falls, they will be next. She then refused the help of the soldiers, saying she would join the clan herself. With a sip of tea, he thought that the war was going to start again. He also reflected that infinite desires and limited resources lead to war. Recalling the past, he said that as a dragon slayer, he never thought about such things. His master used to say the world was a machine scene, and he was just a screw. His task was to obey and kill every dragon that appeared before him. But he remembered that until he was betrayed, he had always thought in such a simple way. Holding his cup, he wondered if it was because he was too efficient of a screw. Angrily, she promised that when she found out who set him up, she would beat them half to death. Asking what was wrong, she looked at him, not understanding his reaction. With a smile, he said it was nothing. He was just thinking out loud. Saying goodbye, the sister said that if the situation isn't tense, she'll come back. She also told him not to forget the promise he made earlier. Confused, his wife asked what promise that was, but he just shook his head. The sister then explained that he promised to protect them both at all costs. She also revealed he was in a hurry to prove he was capable. Advising her sister, she said he is a man who keeps his promises. Grabbing his arm, the wife asked if he was trying to get away from her. With a pout, the sister said, "That's enough. This is killing me." Saying goodbye to the couple, she announced she was leaving the city. Once they were alone, his wife asked if what her sister said earlier was true. Running down the street, he tried to change the subject, saying the girls were waiting. Later that night at the castle, the moon shone in the sky, illuminating the large structure. In front of the mirror, he was brushing his teeth, getting ready for bed. As he brushed his teeth, he thought about how he'd been living with her for several days now. He also noted that he was continuing to condense his magic and store it in the dragon marks. Leaving the bathroom, he prepared for another night in his new room. Heading to the bedroom, he thought that the prenatal education plan needed to continue. Seeing her awake, he wondered why she hadn't gone to sleep yet. Turning to him, she asked if he wasn't going to sleep yet, since it was late. He then said he was worried she might tire the baby if she didn't sleep early. With documents in her hand, she said he didn't need to use the baby as an excuse. He then shouted that the only thing that mattered was when she was going to pass on the throne. With a smile, he said that afterward, she would have nothing left to do. She told him to stop, saying that when the time comes, he can help with the work. Lying down in bed, he called her considerate for wanting to revive him as a puppet. Turning off the light, she told him to go to sleep and wished him a good night before lying down. Already in bed, he thought that only this way could he put his plan into action again. In the middle of the night, the bedroom clock ticked away as the hours passed. The two of them lay in bed, sleeping peacefully back to back. Suddenly, he turns over and wonders what she wants at this hour. Leaning close to him, she whispers to ask if he was already asleep. Confused, he wonders if she used a spell to make him obey. With a smile, she thinks to herself that everything seems to have worked out this time. Thinking to himself, he decides that since she wants to play, he's going to join in. She then asks if the promise he made to her sister was the truth. With his eyes closed, he confirms that he will protect her, even if it costs him his life. Surprised, she wonders if he actually cares that much about her. However, she still questions whether having such feelings for an enemy is wrong. Still with his eyes closed, he says she is the one he wants to protect. Shocked, she just stares at him, her face completely red and speechless. Teasing her, he asks if Her Majesty wants a few lessons from him. Embarrassed, she asks when exactly his feelings for her began to change. He responds that it happened a very long time ago. She asks if it was during their date, but he denies it immediately. Asking if it was at the hot springs, he again answers that it wasn't. She wonders what is going on, since the game ended a long time ago. Looking at the clock, she just keeps watching him, trying to make sense of the situation. Angrily, she realizes he's just stalling her with his answers. With a pouting face, she says that since he wants to play games, they'll see who wins. Her eyes glow as she prepares her next move against him. She then asks if it was when she put on the bunny outfit for him. She even mentions that she thought about wearing it again to surprise him. He wonders if something that good could actually happen, unable to believe his luck. Looking for the outfit, he wonders if she really went to put on the costume. Turning around, he thinks about maybe taking just a little peek to see what happens. With a smile, he prepares to see the surprise she promised him. But suddenly he wonders where she went, as she's nowhere to be seen. Behind him, she says he's finally awake, sending him into a panic. Pressing down on the bed, she says she was deeply moved by his words. Preparing a spell, she asks if he wasn't moved to death as well. Sitting up, he says he doesn't dare move with her on top of him. She then asks if there's anything he wouldn't have the courage to do right there. With a smile, she says she'll listen to everything her husband says. Threatening him, she says he can choose how tonight is going to go. She also asks if the things he told her sister were lies. He then reveals that what he said was half truth and half lie. Furious, she questions him, asking if he wanted to turn the scene into something real. Shocked by the question, she just stares at him, not knowing what to say. With that, she grabs a large teddy bear that was next to the bed. Yelling, he calls it murder, but she doesn't stop the attack. With a smile, she says the teddy bear has nothing to do with her. Suffocating, he tries to call out to her, but his voice barely comes out. Out of breath, he can only make a few noises, unable to speak properly. While being smothered, he realizes there seems to be something strange inside the bear. Seeing his discovery, she is completely shocked, not knowing what to do. Screaming for him to give it back, She tries to reclaim the bear in a fit of rage. He takes the bear while she desperately yells for him to return it. Running with the bear, he says he wants to see the embarrassing secret hidden inside. Finding something, he realizes that just as he expected, there was something tucked away in there. Upon grabbing it, he's taken aback, unable to believe what he just found. Holding a photo, he says he didn't know she still kept it. Angry, she yells that she just forgot to throw it away, trying to hide her tracks. But he teases her, asking why it was hidden inside the teddy bear. Suddenly, her tail wraps around his arm, catching him by surprise. Taking the photo back, she looks at the image of the two of them together in a portrait. With a swift move, she tosses the photo far off the balcony. He asks if she really just took the photo from him, unable to believe the scene. Acting indifferent, she says things are getting boring and she's going to sleep now. Watching her go, he stands still, just looking at his wife from a distance. Then, he remembers that there seemed to be something written on the back of the photo. On the ground, the fallen photo revealed a written message he hadn't read. The scene shifts to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary training grounds. In the field, the youngest daughter asks if he and Mommy fought again. Confused, he asks why Muen would think such a thing. She explains that in the morning, neither of them spoke to each other, but she notes that even when they barely see each other, they usually talk non-stop. Confused, he wonders if Muen might be mistaken about the situation. She then says she thinks the two of them are like a pair of hedgehogs. The girl explains that on the outside they have spikes, but on the inside they are sweet. She adds that if they both tuck away their spikes, they'll be able to truly hug each other. Thanking his daughter, he says he now knows what he needs to do. Celebrating, she hears his promise that tomorrow everything will be just like it was before. Later that night, she is shown walking through a garden outside the castle. Looking toward the mansion, she seemed to be waiting for someone or something. She then says, yesterday's photo must have fallen somewhere around here. Searching desperately, she wonders why the photo isn't appearing anywhere. With her hands on her head, she laments and asks herself why she is so proud. She thinks that if she had been less stubborn, she could have kept the photo. With her back turned, she thinks that if she loses the photo, she'll never have another. Appearing suddenly, he asks if she happens to be looking for this. With a smile on her face, she turns around in surprise, unable to believe her eyes. Leaning against a tree, he says he found the photo by chance while training. Handing it over, he says he didn't come looking for it on purpose like she did. With the photo in her hands, she just stares at it in silence with a smile. Lifting her up, he says he knows, while she claims she just went out for a walk. Warning her to take good care of it, he tells her not to throw the photo away again. Walking back, she hears him say that Muen called her a hedgehog. With a smile, he praises her, but she tells him to shut up. Back in the room, she grabs a frame to keep her precious photo. Placing the photo inside, she just watches it with a smile on her face before going to bed. With a grin, she wishes a good night, preparing for another night of sleep. 2 months later, they were training in a field covered in snow and ice. Her father then asks Noah how her progress at the academy is going. She tells him that at the academy, she learned a B-level lightning spell. He proudly says that, as expected, his daughter has no rival. During class, it's explained that humans and dragons use letters to classify magic. It's also mentioned that the same spell can have different levels for each race. Turning to his daughter, he says he's going to teach her one of his favorite spells. With his hand glowing, he tells her to watch closely what he's about to do. Channeling his energy, he prepares to show his technique to his daughter. Impressed, she just watches his magical power without saying a word. He then explains that first, you need to concentrate the magic into a single point. After that, you just use its explosive property to land a fatal blow. Amazed, she says it was incredible and hears that the technique increases power, but he warns her that it's dangerous and that kids shouldn't try it. Curious, she asks if the technique he used has a name. He explains that the name comes from the sharp sound the technique produces. With her eyes sparkling, she eagerly waits to hear the technique's name. With a smile, he reveals that his technique is called Lightning Piercer. Confused, she asks what the name has to do with 1,000 birds. While playing in the snow, the little girl spots her mother approaching from a distance. 4 months pregnant, she asks if Muen is making a snowman. She then says she's already made the body and head by rolling them in the snow, but she complains that because she's short, she can't put the two parts together. With a smile, her mother offers to help the little one with the snowman. Together, they push the snowballs to build the large snowman. They then add the arms and eyes, leaving the snowman almost finished. Looking at the result, the little girl feels that something is still missing to finish it. Staring at the snowman, she realizes something is still missing, but she doesn't know what. Seeing her father approach, she calls him over to see the snowman they made. He then asks why the snowman they made doesn't have a nose. With a smile, she says she has something to use and pulls out a carrot. She then says it looks great, but he asks why she brought it. Taking out an eggplant, she asks if he didn't like it, since she has a substitute. Worried, he says it's dangerous for her to be outside the palace in this weather. Showing her tail, she explains that dragons don't fall, as it helps with balance. Stretching, she says she wants to have some fun and asks what they should do. Thinking about their options, she suggests teaching magic, making a snowman, or playing in the snow. But suddenly, a servant appears, frighteningly calling for Her Majesty. Yelling at her, the The servant asks which of those options is suitable for a pregnant woman. Annoyed, she yells at him, saying he led her into a trap. The servant then says it would be negligent if Her Majesty got sick out there. As she's dragged away, she cries and complains, being taken back to the castle. Shouting, she warns him that if he values his life, he better not show up in her bed. As time went on, her belly became more and more evident to everyone. During this pregnancy, his presence made everything easier and more peaceful for her. When summer arrived, so did Rosweiss's due date. On June 29th, labor had finally begun in her room. The servant was asking Her Majesty to push a little harder. Screaming in pain, she was trying her best to give birth to her child. Outside, he and his daughters heard the screams, waiting anxiously. Worried, he remembered that the process could last from 8 to 10 hours. Feeling helpless, he thought all he could do was pace back and forth. Crying, his daughters ask if Mommy is suffering a lot in the room. He then realizes that the two of them were just as restless as he was about the situation. Hugging them both, he tells them that Mommy will be fine and to send her their strength. Making a promise, he assures them that when their mother recovers, they'll go to the beach. Suddenly, a great elemental energy explodes forcefully from inside the room. Protecting his daughters, he throws himself in front of them to prevent them from getting hurt. Surprised, he just watches the debris fly down the entire hallway. The released energy destroyed everything in its path, leaving a trail of destruction. Shielding his daughters, he wonders what's happening and sees the soldiers. Looking at the sky, he realizes it's an enemy attack on the castle. Covering his daughters' eyes, he tells them not to look at the scene. Suddenly, the guards arrive and ask if their highnesses and the princesses are all right. Confused, he asks why there's so much noise outside. Running up, a servant warns that it's a surprise attack from the Crimson Dragon clan. The headmaid wonders why they are suddenly attacking. With a worried look, she realizes the attack came at their most vulnerable moment. Asking for Shirley, she hears that she has joined the elite squad. At the main gate, Shirley was preparing to stop the enemy clan's vanguard. Giving orders, the headmaid says they need to evacuate Her Majesty before they arrive. Lying in bed, the queen just watched everything in silence, visibly exhausted. Next to the bed, she asks Anna what is happening outside. The servant informs her that they are under a surprise attack from Constantine. With wide eyes, she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Trying to get up, she is stopped by the servant, who says it's too dangerous. Then the headmaid informs them that they must evacuate as soon as the siege is broken. Screaming desperately, she asks where her daughters are in this moment of chaos. Rushing into the room, he and his daughters appear, saying they are fine. Approaching her, he holds her hand and says he's there with her. In a weak voice, she asks Leon to do her a favor. Crying, she asks him to protect their dear daughters well. With determination, he assures her he will do it, even if it costs him his life. He also promises that he won't let a single enemy dragon enter the room. With tears in her eyes, she just nods, trusting him. She also says she knows where he kept his things and that the key is in the drawer. Opening the drawer, he grabs the set of keys she had mentioned. With the keys in his hand, he hears his daughter ask if he's coming back. With a smile, he says he'll be back soon and reminds her of their promise about the beach. He then asks her to stay and protect her sister and Mommy. Stroking his daughter's head, he promises to defeat all the evil dragons. Turning around, he says it's time to put an end to this enemy clan. With everyone gathered, he shouts that they will defend the sanctuary to the death. Outside, the battle raged on, with strikes lighting up the sky. The servant says they came prepared and that they need to buy more time. With a determined look, she prepares for the coming battle. Unleashing a blow, she fights with all her might to protect the castle. Amid the chaos, she calls the neighboring clans idiots for not helping. Just then, a messenger arrives and shouts for the chief, bringing new information. She then reveals that Queen Issa was intercepted and will be late. The chief concludes their initial goal was to leave them isolated and defenseless. She still wonders how they knew the baby's due date. Suddenly, they are startled by a gigantic creature that appears before them. Her eyes widen as she realizes it's him standing right in front of her. With its body engulfed in flames, the great creature prepared its attack. Then the great Crimson Flame Dragon King finally appears on the battlefield. The soldiers brace for the enemy's arrival, forming a defensive barrier. Terrified, the servant says the pressure is so immense she can barely breathe. With one strike, he unleashes a great blast of fire at the soldiers. The powerful energy destroys everything in its path, sweeping across the battlefield. The soldiers screamed in pain as they were hit by the great dragon's blow. Her face bruised, she just watches the scene, shocked by what she sees. Hugging her friend, she saves her from the blow, but is gravely injured in the process. Slapping her, she tells the other to snap out of it and move on. She then orders them to report Constantine's appearance and break the siege. Seeing the chaos, she says it looks like this will be a very difficult battle. Looking at the sky, she thinks that a dragon's life is too long. Channeling her energy, she says she now prefers the ephemeral beauty of the moment. Unleashing her power, she vows to defend Her Majesty until the end of her life. Back in the room, the sound of battle could be heard from outside. By the bed, a servant reports that the Dragon King has appeared on the field. Hopelessly, she says they've already lost, and that no one can kill a king. Lying down, she repeats the king's name and orders him to be killed no matter what. A servant announces that the troops have secured a safe escape route, but she says she wants to stay here to give birth to her child. With a confident look, she says she believes in him and his strength. Grabbing his gear, he says that killing a dragon king is his specialty. Putting on his armor, he says it's time to go wild together again. In the midst of battle, a powerful blow strikes the ground with full force. Before him, the great dragon king carefully observed the battlefield. On the ground, the servant says he can get no closer to the castle. Unleashing a blow, the dragon king mercilessly attacks his fallen enemy. The released energy hits its mark, causing massive damage to the servant. With a single blow, the dragon king crushes the servant, who screams in pain. Calling her an idiot, the dragon king defeats her with a final blow. He then orders his men to drag their queen out of the castle. Fallen, she just calls out for her majesty, with no strength left to fight. Meanwhile, the soldiers advance toward the castle's main gate. With a strike, he launches a powerful elemental energy from the sky. The attack hits the soldiers head-on, who scream in pain on the ground. Amidst the dust, a mysterious silhouette emerges, shrouded in energy. The soldiers wonder who is obstructing their advance on the castle. The Dragon King wonders if this power he feels belongs to the one he's thinking of. In imposing armor, he appears on the battlefield, ready to fight. Fallen, the servant calls him my king, surprised by his sudden appearance. Observing the scene, the Dragon King wonders if this is their trump card. Before him, the warrior prepares for the confrontation. Channeling his energy, he declares that the Dragon King's opponent is now him. With his helmet closed, he faces the enemy, ready for the coming battle. She then remembers his armor was black and asks how it became silver. With a smile, he explains that he used magic to apply a special paint. The dragons wonder who is inside the powerful armor. With a furious gaze, the Dragon King just observed his opponent. Giving the order, he commands his dragons to kill the mysterious warrior. With a combined attack, they launch powerful blasts of fire at the enemy. Watching the attack, he just waits for the right moment to counterattack. The dragons continue their assault, surrounding him with a barrier of fire. His body glowing, he prepares to release his powerful elemental energy. Shouting that they underestimate him, he unleashes a great wave of power against them. The Dragon King is surprised to see the explosion that destroys his attack. With a battle cry, he charges at the dragons. Unleashing a blow, he strikes the ground, creating a large crater of energy. With a series of blows, he easily defeats the dragons one by one. Advancing non-stop, he carves a path through the enemy dragon army. Fallen, the servant wonders if the king is really that strong. Approaching her, he asks if Sherry is okay after the battle. Giving orders, he tells her to take the soldiers and leave the big guy to him. Though reluctant, she just watches her king, preparing to leave. Telling her to hurry, he hears her plea to be careful in the great battle. Leading the troops, she yells that they will put an end to those despicable individuals. The Dragon King faces him, saying it's a rare sight to see him there. He even calls him the dragon-slaying hero, who now helps a clan. Then the Crimson Flame Dragon King, Constantine, fully reveals himself. Shocked, he wonders how the enemy knows who he really is. From a distance, the two face off, preparing for the final confrontation. With a smile, the king thinks it seems like he's plotting a conspiracy. With his helmet closed, he says he doesn't care about their internal squabbles. Calling him ridiculous, Constantine taunts him about his family. He adds that when the strongest has a weakness, they are no longer strong. Channeling his energy, he says that Constantine will never understand the truth. Angrily, he yells that they are not his weak point at all. With one blow, he charges at the enemy, shattering the ground with his strength. The Dragon King dodges the blow, nimbly evading to the side. Seizing the opening, he lands a direct hit, surprising the enemy. The attack throws him back, but he manages to recover and counterattack. With his helmet closed, he just watches the scene, preparing for the next move. He says the attack can't breach his defense, even with such agile movements. Stepping on the enemy's wing, he pins him to the ground, leaving no chance of escape. He then explains that when a dragon uses its wings for defense, it becomes vulnerable. With a sharp eye, he notices that its back becomes the greatest weakness. With a powerful blow, he strikes the enemy's defenseless back. Even with the blow, he says he couldn't pierce the king's body. From amidst the flames, the Dragon King's silhouette emerges, calling his name. Furious, he says that Cosmode is making him very angry. He then taunts him, saying that once he kills him, he won't be angry anymore. With glowing eyes, the Dragon King calls him human, his voice filled with contempt. Angrily, the Dragon King shouts that he will pay for his arrogance. Before him, the shadow of the gigantic dragon looms, covering the entire scene. Even so, he calls him a lizard, saying he won't be intimidated. Channeling his energy, he yells that he's killed dragons bigger than him. The Dragon King unleashes a powerful blast of fire against his opponent. Dodging the attack, he sidesteps, escaping the deadly energy. With agility, he climbs onto the Dragon King's arm, closing in fast. Focusing his energy, he prepares to land a direct hit. Channeling his power, he gets ready to use an S-rank lightning spell. With celestial attraction, he releases a massive amount of elemental energy. The Dragon King is shocked to see a mere human possess so much power. He then thinks that he can't let him live, as he is a great threat. With a tail swipe, he kicks up a great curtain of fire and dust. Amid the chaos, the smoke clears, revealing the destruction of the area. The Dragon King wonders where the damned human who attacked him is. Suddenly, he notices something strange, and his eye widens in surprise. The warrior appears right behind him, preparing for his final blow. Channeling his energy, he says he made a promise to his wife. Seeing the lightning, the daughters realize it's their daddy who's fighting. Shouting, he says he promised to protect his family at all costs. With a final blow, he readies himself for his last attack against the king. Betting all his power, he charges at the enemy without a second's hesitation. Channeling all his energy, he prepares to unleash his strongest technique. With a war cry, he uses his lightning blade with all his might. Screaming, he releases all his power at once against the Dragon King. The Dragon King then launches a blast of fire to defend against the attack. Upon impact, a huge explosion of energy erupts, destroying everything around them. The two powers collide, creating a great light that blinds everyone in the area. Back in the room, the maid smiles, seeing the birth was a success. Lying in bed, the mother just watches her newborn child lovingly. Crying loudly, the baby was finally born amidst all the confusion. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room with its rays. Outside, he just watches the sun rise, his body covered in wounds. Before him, the Dragon King says he'll show him what it means to be the strongest. Stomping on the ground, a great elemental energy manifests before everyone. She reports that the remaining members fled as soon as they saw the king fall. A maid asks her to hang on, while he orders them to focus on rescuing the survivors. He then orders them to hang the dragon's head on the border as a warning. Impressed, she says that his highness was truly strong in battle. Jokingly, he asks if she wants an autograph, but she immediately refuses. Saying goodbye, he says he'll leave the rest to her and takes off. Celebrating the victory, the soldiers shout that they have successfully defended the temple. Tired, he feels his body is heavy, while the soldiers continue to celebrate. He thinks it's no wonder, since his mana has been depleted. With his hand on the door, he says that person is the reason he endures. Wiping the blood, he thinks it wouldn't be good if he scared the children. As the door opens, he braces himself for the reunion with his family. Opening the door, he is greeted by his daughters, who call him Daddy. Hugging them both, he asks if Daddy is cool for defeating the big bad guy. His daughter says that Daddy is the second most powerful dragon she's ever seen. He then asks who the first is, and she answers that it's Mommy. Lying in bed, the mother was hugging her baby with a smile on her face. With a serene look, she reveals that the newborn baby is a girl. With a big smile, he just celebrates the news, happy with his new daughter. Wrapped up, the little baby just watched everything with her curious eyes. The sisters joke, saying she's so small it makes you want to play with her. With a smile, he says that no matter how you look at it, she's his spitting image. She then says that their daughter may look like him, but she can't have his stubbornness. He asks his daughters if Daddy is stubborn, and they agree right away. Embarrassed, he shouts at them, saying the two of them don't know anything. Talking to the baby, he says she's the only obedient one in the house. But suddenly, the baby starts to cry, with tears streaming down her face. The crying gets even louder, and he wonders why she started. The mother then picks her up, asking the baby not to cry anymore. She asks if he wants to hold their daughter, but he refuses because he's dirty. Handing him the baby, she says their daughter wouldn't think less of her father. Holding his daughter, he asks if this is how you do it, a bit awkwardly. In her father's arms, the little baby stops crying and stares at him curiously. The daughters then celebrate, saying it's amazing that she stopped crying. With a smile, she says the two of them were like that and would only stop crying. The sisters say they don't remember that, but that maybe it's because of the sense of security. Surprised, he says he'd heard that before, but didn't think it was true. Celebrating, Muen says their little sister doesn't have a name yet and that they should choose one. One sister suggests Blazer, but the other says the name sounds like a barbarian's. Muen then suggests Xingxing, since her name means moon, and it would match well. The two then start to argue, each defending the name she chose. He then explains that choosing a name is important, and they haven't decided yet. He also asks who they think the baby looks more like. Winking, the mother says they can look again, because there's a surprise. Looking at the baby, they notice she was moving in a strange way. With a scream, he realizes in shock that his newborn daughter has a tail. The sisters celebrate, saying it makes them really want to squeeze her scales. Angrily, he says it doesn't matter, as a fourth child will restore their glory. glory. Confused, he wonders what he himself just said. With the baby in his arms, he wonders how this could even be possible. Outside, Princess Issa had finally arrived for her visit. She explains that she was blocked and delayed by a band of enemy dragons. Then she saw Constantine's head hanging on the territory's border. She also says she later found out it was the work of little Roz's husband. Angrily, she wonders how the hell he managed to defeat the Dragon King. Getting ready, she says that as soon as she sees him, she will demand an explanation. But upon seeing the baby, she melts, saying she's just too cute. He comments that she came in with such an angry face, he thought he'd been found out. Showing off the baby, she says the child is his spitting image, especially the tail. She then asks why they suddenly went silent without saying a word. They then wonder why her hair and tail are pink. Jokingly, she says she'll take the baby to be the next queen. The sister says it didn't sound like a joke, and he's left confused by the situation. Getting back on topic, she asks her brother-in-law who exactly he is. She says, who would have thought he was a hidden master all this time? She recalls Roz saying he was weak and sick at first. He then explains that thanks to the supplement, his body is in top shape, but she questions how a common male dragon could kill a king. He thinks his sister-in-law is suspicious, and that could be a problem. After all, Issa is a pure-blooded dragon and loves her sister dearly. He worries about his daughter's reaction if they find out they aren't pure-blooded, and if the secret gets out, they could spend the rest of their lives being despised. Clenching his fist, he decides they can't know the secret. Turning to her, he says this has been his dream since he was a child. Raising a finger, he begins to tell a long and detailed story. He finishes by saying she was the one who rescued him, and he swore to protect her. The daughters then ask if Daddy has liked Mommy since he was a kid. Clapping her hands, the sister-in-law says the story was touching and romantic. With a smile, he replies that the answer was already hidden in the story. He explains that he worked hard to get stronger and fulfill his promise, but the sister-in-law retorts, saying he talked and talked, but said nothing. His wife then says she guarantees his heart is entirely dedicated. With a headache, the sister says it would be rude to keep insisting. She adds that at least he's taking his promise seriously. In the room, the gathered family celebrated the birth of the new member. He says it's the small flaws that make him more real and comforting. Holding the baby, the mother thinks it's a morning worth remembering. The daughters ask for quiet, saying that Mommy and their little sister are sleeping. Their auntie then calls the two to get something to eat and not to disturb them. With a wink, she says goodbye and wishes them both a good rest. Relieved, he thinks he finally managed to cover up the situation, despite being exhausted. Lying down on the bed, he says he thinks he'll sleep a little too. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room with its rays. In bed, the family finally rested in peace, all together and happy. With one eye open, she watched her husband as he slept peacefully. Lying beside her, he slept soundly, unaware he was being watched. With a smile, she says she really wants to put a tail on him too. Opening his eyes, he replies that he really wants to cut hers off. Sitting up, she realizes he wasn't really sleeping in bed. He defends himself, saying he was just looking at his dear daughter. With a worried look, she says her sister almost noticed something earlier today. He then reveals that Constantine knew about his human identity, shocking her. She asks if they had ever met, but he says he's never seen him. He adds that Constantine stated his name and title with precision. Sitting on the bed, they try to understand how he discovered the big secret. She then remembers making a pact with his master in the past. With a serious look, she wonders if she should tell Leon about this.